Chapter 864. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, there was a simple and unadorned courtyard. It was completely different from the resplendent, beautiful and high-eaves palaces around it. There were not many disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak here. Occasionally the disciples who passed by were solemn. Not only did they look at the courtyard with longing in their eyes, even their footsteps were light. It was as if there was an extraordinary person living here. The door to the courtyard had not been opened for many years. Although no one came to clean it, the front and back of the door looked clean and tidy, no different from the other places. No one had come to the door for a long time, but now there were 4 people. The one in front was the white-haired hierarch, followed by Peacock, Chin Chin and Swift. Standing in front of this very ordinary courtyard, Nun Jingyi seemed to be very emotional. She just stood there quietly, looking at the door without saying a word. Peacock and the others stood 3 feet away from Nun Jingyi, respectfully standing in a triangular formation. They were also very excited. After a while, Nun Jingyi said in a low voice, "This place should be called the training courtyard, but for a long time, everyone called it the Heritage Palace to show respect. Actually, is the name that important? As long as we respect it in our hearts, isn't that more important than anything else?" Then she turned around and said, "I'm sure you all know about this place and have been guessing for a long time. However, you can see what's inside, but you must not spread it. This is a strict order from the seniors in the sect." "Yes, hierarch." When Nun Jingyi heard this, she smiled again and said, 60 years ago, our cult was just like you. We followed behind the previous cult leader with restless hearts. We understand your feelings very well. There's no need to be too nervous. Maybe you all have a chance, or maybe there's only one, or maybe no one has a chance. However, there's no need to worry, everything is up to fate. Yes, you must remember that the immortal Tao pays particular attention to the word fate. Nothing can be forced. If you forget this, even if you're lucky today, your future path won't be long. I'll remember. Alright, there's no need to be long-winded with you. You've all passed the test of the Refining Heart Cave, so you should all be determined people. There's no point in talking too much. With that, Nun Jingyi made a series of gestures. Her movements were somewhat obscure, and she hit the courtyard door with a series of gestures. As the gestures were sent in, an invisible ripple gradually appeared in the open space in front of the courtyard door. Then, the ripple caused the entire courtyard to twist as if it was in water. The 3 people behind Nun Jingyi were astonished, and their eyes were filled with envy and curiosity. Needless to say, their hierarch's divine ability was definitely a technique of the immortal Tao, and her divine ability of the immortal Tao was obtained from this seemingly ordinary courtyard. Thinking about how they would have the same divine ability as their hierarch after entering the courtyard, they couldn't help but feel excited, just like the scene in front of them. After a series of gestures, Nun Jingyi seemed to be unable to withstand it. After a while, she took out a small token from her pocket. She seemed to be chanting something, and then she blew something on the token. With a hua sound, the token emitted a faint, 5-colored brilliance. Nun Jingyi's expression under the veil was even more like a Buddha. She waved her hand, and the token flew into the distorted scene in front of them. The moment the token was thrown in, it was like a drop of water falling into hot oil. The entire space trembled slightly, and after the trembling, the token disappeared. Even the distorted image stopped, and the scene before their eyes was still the same as what Peacock and the others saw. There were no changes at all. Nun Jingyi didn't dare to delay. She waved her hand and said weakly, "Let's go." Peacock whispered, "Hierarch, don't you need to rest?" There's no need. This isn't something that can be replenished by resting. You'll understand once you obtain the inheritance of the incense religion. He then walked to the door and pushed it open. With a chi-la sound, the door was pushed open. Peacock and the rest entered in a single file. When they saw the scene in the courtyard, they were even more surprised. There were no buildings in the courtyard. The entire courtyard was a huge hill, and in front of the hill was a cave that was taller than a person. Are you surprised? Abbess Jingyi smiled. This is the secret room of our fragrant religion. All the hierarchs— oh, I can't say that. After the destruction of the immortal path, all the hierarchs received their inheritance in this secret room. Being ordinary did not mean that it was extraordinary. This seemingly ordinary little hill, this ordinary cave, actually contained the famous secret of the fragrant religion in the pugilistic world. Peacock and the rest were indeed very surprised. They came to Lingering Fragrance Peak when they were young, and after knowing the direction of their hard work, they set their sights on this mysterious place. Needless to say, 1,000 disciples would have 1,000 different imaginations. But out of these 1,000 imaginations, How many could have guessed that there was a small hill inside? At least looking at the three's expressions, they probably couldn't have guessed it. Nun Jingyi smiled again. You are the first disciples to pass the selection in 50 years of lingering fragrance peak. You are also the first disciples to have the right to enter the secret room. Once you enter the secret room, you will all have the right to receive the inheritance. But only one of you will be able to become the hierarch. At this point, Nun Jingyi took note of the three's expressions. Fortunately, when they heard the word hierarch, their expressions didn't change. Nun Jingyi continued, actually, the position of hierarch has many benefits, such as more opportunities to cultivate. But most of the matters in the religion are distracting and can hinder one's cultivation. It's a mixed bag of advantages and disadvantages. But whether you're willing or not, the hierarch will be chosen from the three of you. Of course, the earliest disciple among you who obtain the inheritance will be the next sect leader. She added, as for the other two disciples, if they also receive the inheritance, they will be the next elders. Even if they don't receive the inheritance, they will still be candidates for the next hierarch. Yes, hierarch. All right, all of you can go in. This secret room is divided into two parts. The outer part is the immortal cultivation method of our incense cult, while the inner part is the true secret room. You must find a suitable cultivation method for yourself in the outer secret room and memorize it. You don't have to read the rest of the content first. Then, you can enter the true secret room and practice the cultivation method. If you can learn the cultivation method within the stipulated time limit, then you will be considered to have received the inheritance of our incense cult. So simple? Chen couldn't help but blurt out. Simple? Nun Jingyi smiled. Chen, do you think the cultivation method of the incense cult is the same as the internal strength cultivation method you usually see? Well, although you have mastered the mortal heart cultivation method, to be honest, you only have a 30% chance of being able to master it in 18 days. Since Chen had started speaking, he couldn't hold back anymore. He asked, Hierarch, why is it so little? Nun Jingyi nodded. That's still a good way to put it. You said that you borrowed the light of the mortal heart cultivation method. The mortal heart cultivation method is said to be the closest cultivation method to the heavenly Tao in our incense cult. Therefore, you and Peacock will be able to comprehend the immortal heart cultivation method with half the effort. As for Swift, I estimate that she doesn't even have a 10% chance. When Swift heard this, her face changed color. Nun Jingyi was not surprised. I shouldn't have discouraged you like this before you enter the secret chamber, but I should remind you in advance. You must be fully prepared. When you enter the secret chamber, it's best to choose the cultivation method that suits you. There's no need to consider whether the name of the cultivation method sounds good or not. Perhaps it's a very powerful cultivation method that you can't even master. Even if you know it, what's the use? Also, I'll let you know in advance that the immortal heart cultivation method is very different from the martial arts you're practicing now. The immortal heart cultivation method is to draw the vitality of heaven and earth into the body. The immortal heart cultivation method is to sense the qi in the dantian. The immortal heart cultivation method is to cultivate the shanzhong point in the middle dantian, not the lower dantian of martial arts. Therefore, you must overcome the habit of practicing martial arts in the past and move your cultivation method closer to the immortal heart cultivation method. Oh, so you're saying, Sir Sect Leader, didn't we practice in vain before? Chen exclaimed. Of course not. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, that won't happen. Our seniors at Lingxiang Peak have already found a way to convert martial arts' internal energy into immortal heart qi thousands of years ago. As long as you practice the immortal heart cultivation method to a certain level, you can completely convert your internal energy into qi. This cultivation method, when you obtain the inheritance and become a person of the immortal heart cultivation method, I'll pass it on to you. Oh, that's good. Chen sighed in relief. Alright, I won't say any more. You have 18 days. No matter if you obtain the inheritance or not, you must come out of the secret chamber. Yes, Sir Sect Leader. Nun Jingyi stepped aside and said with a smile, go in. You must have received the fasting pills. If you haven't, I still have some. Don't come out because you're hungry and waste a great opportunity. Nun Jingyi was clearly joking to ease their nervous mood. Sure enough, the three of them smiled and said, thank you for the reminder, Sir Sect Leader. Master gave it to us yesterday. The three of them bowed and entered the cave. Sure enough, there was a small study inside the cave. There was a small bookshelf inside, and there were dozens of thin booklets placed on top of it. Beside the bookshelf, there was a round wall that was about the height of a person and emitted a faint white light. Chapter 865. The small hill looked huge, but when Peacock and the rest entered, they realized that it was much bigger than they had imagined. However, when they entered, they were greeted by a rather large study room. The study room did not have many furnishings, and there was only a small bookshelf by the wall. There were only a dozen or so books on the bookshelf, and they were not very thick. Beside the bookshelf was a wall that emitted a faint white glow and was about the height of a person. Furthermore, there were no tables or chairs in the study room. There were only a few praying mats on the floor. The three of them looked at each other, and Swift tactfully said, "Senior Peacock, Senior Chin, you two go first." As he spoke, he took 2 steps back. Chin was stunned and pushed Peacock with her shoulder. She smiled and said, "Senior Peacock, you're taking advantage of us. You go first." Peacock shook her head and said, "According to sect leader, the path to immortality is dependent on fate. It's not something that can be taken advantage of just by being in front. This bookshelf may be small, but it is enough for the 3 of us. You two don't have to be so polite. Let's go together." After she finished speaking, she pulled the 2 of them to the front. Chin did not think much of it, but Swift's eyes were filled with gratitude. Nun Xuezhen was different from Nun Jingfan. She was not an elder of the incense sect. It was only because of the many chores in the sect that many disciples knew about her. Swift's position in Mo Xian's palace was different from Peacock and Chen's. They did not reveal much about themselves. This time she was able to stand out and pass the selection. Even the sect leader was surprised. Although the sect leader had already said that the immortal Tao depended on luck, after all, whoever could look at the cultivation technique first would definitely be able to find the cultivation technique that was suitable for them first. This advantage was something that could be thought of even if one thought with their feet. Seeing that Peacock was so generous and did not take advantage of others, Swift immediately felt closer to her. The 3 of them walked to the front of the bookshelf and looked up and down. They were not in a hurry to choose. The 3 of them roughly skimmed through the booklets. Firmament Mental Cultivation Method, Star and Moon Mental Cultivation Method, Greenwood Mental Cultivation Method, Water Hazy Mental Cultivation Method. Strange names appeared one by one in front of them. However, all of these books had the same appearance, only the handwriting was different. After pondering for a long time, Peacock saw that the other 2 didn't want to take it. She stretched out her hand and took out a small booklet with the words, "Ice Amplification Technique" written on it. After Peacock took the mental cultivation technique, the other 2 also took out their own mental cultivation techniques. They were Blazing Heart Mental Cultivation Technique and Star Slashing Technique respectively. Following which, the 3 of them each found a praying mat and sat down cross-legged. Then they flipped open the book and began to read it carefully. On the mountain path of the distant Flame Hall, Zhang Xiaohua was happily walking. It was as if there was an endless amount of energy in his body. Even his mouth was humming a tune that was out of tune. Beside him, Zhang Ping'er was also beaming as she followed behind with a rosy face. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua met her dream, her heart was filled with sunshine. Everything was pleasing to her eyes. Even with Zhang Ping'er, she was more talkative. Naturally, Zhang Ping'er didn't know the reason. She only thought that her feelings were known by Zhang Xiaohua. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua was the one who secretly displayed their love for each other. Hence, Zhang Ping'er was happy with Zhang Xiaohua these few days. Happiness was written all over her face. She didn't look like the ice beauty from Fiery Palace at all. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's energetic figure walking in front of her, Zhang Ping'er couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She raised her voice and said, "Senior, don't walk so fast. Wait for me." I'm not fast. Zhang Xiaohua giggled and quickened her pace. "Senior, you're bullying me. You know that it's not appropriate to use your qigong here, yet you insist on walking so fast. I can't even catch up to you." Zhang Ping'er's tone was a little charming. "Then hurry up. I'll wait for you." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. It was as if there was a gust of wind. The red-crowned cranes that were already alert by the side of the road followed Zhang Xiaohua's gesture and soared into the sky. The loud chirps of the birds were exceptionally moving. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and turned a corner. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's figure had disappeared, Zhang Ping'er panicked. She stole a glance behind her and used her qigong to chase after her. However, just as she turned the corner, she bumped into Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing there motionlessly. Zhang Ping'er couldn't stop herself and rushed onto Zhang Xiaohua's back. Just as she was about to crash into Zhang Xiaohua tilted her body slightly and wrapped her arms around Zhang Ping'er's waist. You're courting death." Zhang Ping'er's mouth and nose were filled with Zhang Xiaohua's scent. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua's brows in a daze and said, "You're scaring me by hiding here." Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say a word. She put Zhang Pinger down and looked ahead. Zhang Pinger stood on the ground and felt a little reluctant. She tugged on Zhang Xiaohua's clothes and was about to say something when she heard a deep voice behind her. "Junior Zhang, you're really passionate." When Zhang Pinger heard this, she almost screamed in shock. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Xiaohua in disbelief. Her face was as dark as water. She immediately turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a full forehead and a slightly dignified look on his face. At this moment, there was a hint of mockery in the man's eyes. Seeing this man, Zhang Pinger's face was immediately filled with nervousness. She retracted her hand from Zhang Xiaohua's clothes and said softly with a red face, "Senior brother Shi." Hearing Zhang Pinger call this man senior brother Shi, Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked. In her impression, the fragrant religion respected the female disciples. As long as the male disciples saw a female disciple, they would call her senior sister, regardless of age. On Lingering Fragrance Peak it was even more so. Although Zhang Pinger was young, many male disciples from the distant fire hall called her senior sister Zhang. At this moment, this senior sister Zhang actually called this male disciple senior brother Shi, instead of senior brother in private. This meant that this male disciple's identity was thought-provoking. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously narrowed her eyes and looked at the middle-aged man who blocked her path when she turned around the mountain path. "You still remember that I am senior brother Shi?" The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with mockery as he stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "This is the new alchemy disciple from the distant fire hall, Ren Xiaoyao?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately smiled and cupped her hands. "This one is indeed Ren Xiaoyao. I wonder if senior brother Shi?" The middle-aged man waved his hand and said arrogantly, "You are just a small alchemy disciple. You are not worthy to call me senior brother." Zhang Xiaohua looked at this guy and the smile on her face didn't change. She cupped her hands and said, "Up to you. Anyway, I am just a small alchemy disciple. I won't be able to see senior brother Shi. It doesn't matter if I don't call you senior brother Shi." Senior brother Shi laughed. "Little brat, you are quite arrogant. No wonder Zhang Pinger likes you." When Zhang Pinger heard this, her face turned even redder. She took half a step forward and stood in front of Zhang Xiaohua. She said, "Senior brother Shi, senior? Junior brother Ren doesn't know anything. He doesn't know the rules of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Senior brother, if you have something to say, you should tell me." Senior brother Shi raised his head and said proudly, "Since I am here, I naturally have something to say to you." Then he stared at the two of them and asked, "The two of you are so intimate now. I wonder what my third junior brother thinks?" "Third junior brother?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Zhang Pinger. Zhang Pinger didn't need to turn her head to know Zhang Xiaohua's reaction. She immediately argued, "Senior brother Shi, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with senior brother you." "What?" Senior brother Shi glanced at her and said, "Don't tell me that my third junior brother went to the distant fire hall a few months ago for no reason?" Zhang Pinger's face was pale. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua nervously and explained to senior brother Shi and Zhang Xiaohua, "During that period of time my master was seriously ill. I was in a bad mood. Senior brother you did come over to comfort me. But, ever since master recovered I haven't contacted senior brother you." "Senior brother you?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she knew who it was. Wasn't he the unlucky guy who died in her hands? Of course, Zhang Xiaohua also knew the purpose of senior brother Shi's visit. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, Zhang Pinger anxiously said, And ever since junior brother Ren came to the distant fire hall I haven't seen senior brother Yu's shadow." "Is that so?" Senior brother Shi was stunned. "You really haven't seen him all this time?" Zhang Pinger nodded. "That's right. I've been with junior brother Ren these few days. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Senior brother Shi smiled. "That's exactly what I wanted to ask. Ren Xiaoyao, do you remember the Yu Zhuochuan who wanted to buy the odd man from you on the way to Lingering Fragrance Peak?" "Senior brother Yu?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, I remember. So the senior brother you guys talked about for a long time is the handsome senior brother you." "Of course I remember. I just don't know. Senior brother Shi, are you here to ask about our senior brother you?" "Yes, it's good that you know." Senior brother Shi nodded. "Ren Xiaoyao, after you came to Lingering Fragrance Peak, have you seen my junior brother you? For example, in the distant fire hall, in the Li Chui Valley, or in the medicine garden?" Senior brother Shi's words were clear, but Zhang Xiaohua had a confused face. She shook her head and said, I've only seen senior brother Yu outside of Lingering Fragrance Peak. When I came to Lingering Fragrance Peak, I've never seen him. That's right, I only went to Li Chui Valley to test my martial arts. I only went in once. How could I see senior brother Yu? Could it be that senior brother Yu also wanted to test his martial arts? Li Chui Valley? Zhang Pinger wasn't stupid and immediately became alert. She turned her head to look at Zhang Xiaohua. However, she immediately thought that if Yu Zhuochuan entered Li Chui Valley, how could Zhang Xiaohua come out? She couldn't help but feel a little scared. Well, since you haven't seen him before, then forget it. That senior brother, she obviously didn't have anything that could be used against him. He probably heard the stories of others and felt that it was related to Zhang Xiaohua, so he came to ask. Of course, if I know that something has happened to junior brother Yu, or if it has anything to do with you, don't blame me for not showing mercy. When Zhang Pinger heard this, she immediately took half a step forward. Senior brother, she didn't even look at them. His feet didn't seem to exert much strength as he floated up and headed straight for the top of the mountain. Chapter 866. After senior she left, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything and continued to walk forward. She lowered her head as she walked as if she was thinking about something. Zhang Pinger carefully followed behind her. She held onto the corner of her palace dress and didn't dare to say anything. After walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua slowed down her footsteps and asked, "Junior sister, who is this senior she?" Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Zhang Pinger's face lit up with joy. She immediately caught up and said anxiously, "Senior brother, you have to believe me. I have nothing to do with that Yu Zhuochuan." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I know. I just want to know who this senior she is." Senior she? Zhang Pinger relaxed and forced a smile. Senior she is called Shi Mujuan. He is the eldest disciple of Rui Jin Hall's Grand Elder Jing Gang. Yu Zhuochuan is Jing Gang's third disciple. Senior brother, you have to believe me. I really have nothing to do with Yu Zhuochuan. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. I know. However, why did you call Shi Mujuan senior brother? Isn't Lingering Fragrance Peak female disciples the most respected? Senior brother, you don't know. Zhang Pinger explained, generally speaking, female disciples should be respected on Lingxiang Peak, but this Jing Gang Shirtai is a little different. She is the senior sister of Hierarch Darren. Moreover, it is said that she fell behind Hierarch Darren by a small margin and was unable to take charge of the Lingxiang cult. Therefore, she took a step back and took the important position of Great Elder. Moreover, Grand Elder Jing Gang is in charge of Rui Jin Hall. This Rui Jin Hall is responsible for the safety of Lingering Fragrance Peak. When senior brother first came to Lingering Fragrance Peak, he met a few disciples who were guarding the peak. Therefore, Rui Jin Hall is considered the strongest hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak. Most of the disciples in Rui Jin Hall were male. Jing Gang Shirtai's 6 disciples were also mostly male. Especially Shi Mujuan, he was her eldest disciple. His martial arts were even more powerful than the senior sisters in Imo Xian's palace. Due to Great Elder Jing Gang's special identity, other than the female disciples of Imo Xian Palace, the disciples of the other palaces all have to address the 6 disciples of Jing Gang Shirtai as senior martial brothers. Zhang Xiaohua understood and asked casually, "What about Yu Zhuochuan? Senior brother Yu?" Zhang Pinger's face was somewhat red as she said, "Senior brother Yu's martial arts are also first-rate, and his personality is also outstanding, so he is deeply liked by Jing Gang Shirtai. Since young he has always been under her protection, so, in the various halls of Lingering Fragrance Peak, there are basically no disciples who dare to go against him." "That's right, senior brother, how did you meet senior brother Yu on your way here?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and told him about her encounter with Yu Zhuochuan. Zhang Pinger was very anxious when she heard this. "Senior brother you should have given him the David's deer. He is a very petty person. He might cause trouble for you in the future." "Oh, that's right, that senior martial brother you didn't make trouble for you in Li Chui Valley, did he? He is a disciple of Rui Jin Palace, and there are no restrictions on him entering and leaving Li Chui Valley." Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips and said secretly, "Just a dead man, and he dares to cause trouble for this young master?" However, he said perfunctorily, "Ai, how would I know who he is? Huan has been with me for so many years, how can I bear to give her to others? What should I do?" Zhang Pinger was a little embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Senior martial brother, I will go to Rui Jin Palace in 2 days and tell senior brother Yu." "Oh, senior martial brother, don't look at me. I really have nothing to do with senior brother Yu." Zhang Ping'er had already explained to Zhang Xiaohua 3 times in a row. Zhang Xiaohua was about to comfort her, but when she looked up, she unconsciously smiled and shouted, "Meng, you are here? Why aren't you waiting for me in the medicinal garden?" Zhang Ping'er was looking at Zhang Xiaohua anxiously. How could she pay attention to the people and things in front of her? When Zhang Xiaohua ignored her and walked away quickly, she came to her senses. When she saw Meng standing in front of the medicinal garden with a strange expression on her face, she immediately felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her face was pale without any color, and her hands and feet were weak. Even she didn't know how she moved to the entrance of the medicinal garden. Zhang Xiaohua cheerfully walked to the door and called out intimately, "Meng, you came so early today." Meng's expression was very complicated. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and was about to speak, but Zhang Ping'er, who was behind her, stepped forward with trembling lips and saluted, "Disciple Zhang Ping'er greets senior sister Xia." Meng was also surprised and smiled, "Zhang Ping'er? You know me?" Zhang Ping'er smiled bitterly, "You are a disciple of Mo Nen Palace and Shirtai's disciple. How can I not know you?" However, Zhang Ping'er still didn't give up and asked, "Senior sister Xia, I wonder, how do you know junior brother Ren?" "Junior brother Ren?" Meng smiled and remembered what Zhang Xiaohua said a few days ago. She said, "Junior brother Ren and I are old friends." Zhang Xiaohua also said happily, "Senior sister Zhang, I have been looking for senior sister Xia for many years, but I never thought that she would be at Lingxiang Peak. This is all thanks to you. If you didn't bring me from Pill Repository Hall to Distant Flame Hall, I wouldn't have met her here." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua tugged on Meng's sleeve and said, "Senior sister Xia, and I thank you for your help." Zhang Ping'er's face was originally pale, but now it was even paler. There were faint tears in her eyes, but she held them back and shook her head. It's nothing. Senior brother and senior sister Xia are a match made in heaven. Even if it wasn't for me, you two would still meet under the arrangement of heaven." After saying that, a wave of sadness surged in her chest. The feeling of making a wedding dress for someone else filled her mind. Zhang Ping'er couldn't help but cry, "This mountain wind is really strong." Zhang Ping'er tried to cover it up and was about to leave. "There are still many things in the alchemy room. Senior sister Xia, stay with senior brother for a while. I will go first." After seeing Zhang Ping'er's appearance in his dream, how could he not know what she was thinking? She immediately pulled her hand and said, "Junior sister Zhang, you're overthinking it. Little Ren Xiaoyao and I are just old acquaintances. Although I remember him, how could we have such a relationship like you're saying? I look at junior sister apprentice Zhang's fair face and slim figure. That's Ren Xiaoyao's. Don't you think so? Ren Xiaoyao?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't understand why Meng said that. He didn't know whether to nod or shake his head. It was extremely awkward. When Zhang Ping'er heard this, a glimmer of hope immediately rose in her heart. She couldn't move her feet no matter what. At this time there were some noisy voices on the mountain path. Zhang Ping'er quickly said, "Senior sister Xia, I still have things to do in the alchemy room. I will leave first." After saying that, she bowed and raised her head to look at Zhang Xiaohua with hidden bitterness. Then she hurriedly left. Meng didn't want anyone to see her, so he smiled and entered the herb garden. Zhang Xiaohua followed him and entered. He asked puzzledly, "Meng, why did you say that?" "I was worried that I wouldn't have a chance to explain it to senior sister Zhang. Now that you said that, won't she misunderstand?" Meng shook his head and said with a smile, "She is an innocent girl who is infatuated with you. When you mentioned her a few days ago, I felt that something was wrong. Now that I see it, it is indeed so. She has put in so much effort. How can you let her down?" Zhang Xiaohua panicked and was about to explain. Meng asked again, "Why did she Mujuan look for you?" "She Mujuan?" Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. "You know him too?" "Yes, I know him. He is the eldest disciple of the famous great elder Jing Gang. There aren't many people in the entire Lingering Fragrance Peak who don't know him. This young master is one of them. Stop talking nonsense. Why did he look for you?" "Nothing much. His third junior brother disappeared. He came to ask me and even threatened me. If it has anything to do with me, he will teach me a lesson." Meng's face turned pale when he heard that. He said unnaturally, "Isn't his third junior brother Yu Zhuochuan? Why did he look for you?" Zhang Xiaohua explained everything in detail. In the end she said, "Not only did this guy pester Zhang Ping'er, he even wanted to snatch my David's deer. One look and you can tell that he is not a good person. Who knows where he is now? Who knows, he might have already killed someone. How is that possible?" They are all under the protection of Great Elder Jing Gang. Even if Lord Cult Leader wants to teach them a lesson, he will have to think twice. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Doesn't the lingering fragrance cult have rules? The first, second, and third rule are all extremely powerful. Aren't they afraid? Meng snorted and said disdainfully, that's only for ordinary disciples. As the saying goes, a doctor can't be punished. Since ancient times, there has been a group of so-called privileged classes in this world. They are never bound by any rules. Although there are many rules and strict rules, they are ineffective against them. Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization and snorted. Lend me the 3-foot cold blade to sweep away all the thieves in the world. If they offend me, I will directly take their lives. Clap, clap, clap. Meng clapped and praised, a real man should be like this. She then said worriedly, it's just that your martial arts are not good enough. Compared to them, the difference is too big. Even if they can pinch you to death with their little finger, you still have to be careful. Don't lose your life because of some unimportant things. If you do, your parents will be very sad. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled when he heard this. Was this encouragement or a blow to him? Happy times were always short. Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was dreaming. The days were always short. Before she could do anything, it was already dark. During this day, Zhang Pinger, who usually came to harass Zhang Xiaohua, did not show up. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little uneasy. Sometimes, when Meng talked about Zhang Pinger in front of Zhang Xiaohua, she seemed to be full of admiration. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if it was to show her generosity or something else, but she would always say things that Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. When Zhang Xiaohua asked her about it, Meng would just smile and look at him quietly. It was as if the more she looked at him, the less he looked at her. This made Zhang Xiaohua very depressed. She could only explain her relationship with Zhang Pinger, just like how Zhang Pinger explained her relationship with Yu Zhuochuan earlier. Just like that, the day passed by happily. Chapter 867. Ever since Zhang Pinger met the dream, she no longer went to find Zhang Xiaohua. Occasionally when she met Zhang Xiaohua, she would stay far away. She only peeked at him and did not say a word. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something to her, but he thought that some things would only get messier, so he ignored her. He believed that Zhang Pinger was the same as Nie Qinyu. One day she would understand. If things were so simple, Zhang Xiaohua would not be troubled. Ever since the dream met Zhang Pinger, she stayed with Zhang Xiaohua in the herb garden for an entire day. She only returned to Xian Palace when the sky turned dark. She was nowhere to be seen for the next few days. Zhang Xiaohua thought that something had happened to the dream at first, so he did not care. However, after waiting for more than 10 days, he still did not see her. He could not help but feel anxious. He went to the hot spring several times to wait for the dream, but he did not see her. Instead, he met many female disciples of Xian Palace bathing. However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with the dream. How could he care about these cheap spring scenery? He only scanned with his divine sense. When he saw that it was not a dream, he immediately left. In these 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua had never been so troubled. He had never been so anxious. This was not the demeanor of an immortal cultivator. He tried to calm down and comprehend the heavenly Tao and the talismans. However, as soon as he sat down, the shadow of the dream would appear in front of him. His heart was filled with sorrow. He only wanted to know what the dream was doing at this time. He wanted to know why she did not come to see him. He could only cultivate the fist of the North Star as usual. When he was extremely frustrated, he would practice it again and again. Of course, he did not care about the entire herb garden. He also ignored the spells recorded in the small book. Fortunately, the herbs were planted well and there were no problems. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua was pacing back and forth in the garden. She wondered if she should take the risk and break through some restrictions to go from Lihua Hall to Xian Palace to see what had happened in her dream. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting from outside the courtyard, "Junior brother Ren, a disciple of Xian Palace is looking for you." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He immediately used his movement technique and came out. Sure enough, there was Zhang Pinger and another disciple with a white veil. When Zhang Pinger saw Zhang Xiaohua, she lowered her head and said, "Senior Martial Sister, this is Ren Xiaoyao." "Martial Sister. Do you have something to say to him?" After he finished speaking, he stepped aside respectfully and didn't even look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and knew that he didn't know this disciple from Xian Gong. He asked curiously, "Senior Sister, why are you looking for me?" The female disciple didn't say anything. Instead, she looked Zhang Xiaohua up and down. She snorted and said, "I thought you were some kind of peerless character, but you're just an ordinary disciple who can't be any more ordinary. You're just a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Why don't you think about your status? How dare you have ideas about senior sister Wuxia? Zhang Xiaohua was originally angry, but when he heard Wuxia, he immediately became anxious. Wuxia? Senior martial sister, what happened to her? Why haven't I seen her in so many days? Senior martial sister Wuxia? The disciple sneered. Is that something you can call her? Why don't you get some water and use it as a mirror to look at yourself? You are too inferior compared to him. How can you be worthy of senior martial sister Wuxia? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He was about to explode in anger. Zhang Pinger, who was beside him, had already noticed. She pulled him back and said, Senior? Junior brother Rin, why is this senior martial sister looking for you? Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and said, Senior martial sister, please enlighten me. The female disciple looked at Zhang Xiaohua with disdain and said coldly, Senior sister Wuxia asked me to pass on a message to you. She knows everything about you. Since your heart already belongs to someone else and she's waiting for you, you shouldn't do anything to hurt others and make them sad. Your fate with her has come to an end. From now on there are no more dreams in this world, only Wuxia. You shouldn't go looking for her. As soon as this sentence came out, Zhang Xiaohua was immediately stunned on the spot. It was as if he had been struck by lightning and was about to be struck by lightning. Zhang Pinger, who was at the side, was shocked, but at the same time, a feeling of gratitude rose in her heart. Wasn't the others mentioned by Wuxia her? At this moment Zhang Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. Oh no, Meng knows about me and Ye Qinyu. I knew it. The things in the illusion were not without reason. In these 10 days Meng must have asked about my past. Why didn't I tell her clearly? If I told her clearly, perhaps she would forgive me. After all, I had no choice but to do this because I wanted to find second brother. Sai, senior martial uncle Yang Yao Yang Yu. Why are you so talkative? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, the female disciple became even more proud. She waved her hand and said, All right, I have already told you what senior martial sister Wuxia asked me to tell you. Senior martial sister Wuxia didn't ask you to reply to her, so you don't have to say anything. Think about your own position and do your own things well. If you gain the favor of Deputy Hall Master Yin, she might give you some benefits. Don't bite off more than you can chew and do things that are beyond your ability. Then she turned around and was about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua immediately called out, Senior martial sister. Where is Wuxia now? Where else can she be? The female disciple smiled and said, Of course she is in Mo Shen Palace at the top of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Then she smiled mysteriously and said, However, there is another news that I think I should tell you. Rui Jin Hall's great elder Jing Gang's eldest disciple has already formally proposed marriage to Lord Sect Leader. The betrothal gifts have already been sent to Mo Shen Palace, waiting for senior martial sister Wuxia to nod her head. If nothing goes wrong, the entire Lingering Fragrance Peak will be able to drink their wedding wine. Huh? Zhang Xiaohua fell into an ice cave. How is that possible? Meng, how could she? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was caving in. Her heart was also beating wildly. She looked at the surrounding scene with an unreal feeling. How could this be? How could it not be? The female disciple smiled and said, If she didn't choose senior martial brother could it be that she would choose you, the little medicine boy? Zhang Xiaohua still shook her head. No? Meng must be angry with me. I should tell her. If she knows the truth, she will definitely forgive me. The truth? The female disciple disdained. Senior martial sister Wuxia didn't let me pass the message. If you have the ability, go tell her yourself. Ah. Then she contemptuously said, I think your waste token can't go to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Then she looked at Zhang Xiaohua's clenched fist and mocked. Don't tell me you want to go to Lingering Fragrance Peak? Ah. Go to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Go to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She thought of what she said to Meng. If you are angry with me or refuse to see me, then even if I have to hold a long sword, I will go to Lingering Fragrance Peak to see you. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Isn't it just going to Lingering Fragrance Peak? Then I will show you. When Zhang Pinger heard this, she became anxious. She hugged Zhang Xiaohua and said, Senior martial brother, don't say such crazy things. Then she turned to the female disciple and said, Senior martial sister, please don't blame him. Senior martial brother was angry and spoke nonsense. Don't take it seriously. When the female disciple heard this, she immediately laughed and said, "You actually called him senior martial brother? Aha, I know what senior martial sister Zixia means. A pair of dogs." After she finished speaking, she used her qing gong and rose from the ground. Zhang Pinger's warm body protected Zhang Xiaohua, making it difficult for Zhang Xiaohua. How could Zhang Pinger care? She only said, "Senior martial brother, senior martial sister Zixia probably misunderstood us. Wait a moment, I will go find master and ask for a token. I will go to Emotian Palace and explain everything to senior martial sister Zixia." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Junior martial sister, let go of your hand." Only then did Zhang Pinger come to her senses and quickly let go of Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Her face was flushed red. When Zhang Pinger let go, Zhang Xiaohua immediately rose from the ground and used the ethereal steps to run away. As he ran, he laughed and said, "Isn't it just Lingering Fragrance Peak? Today this young master will use his sword to fight his way up Lingering Fragrance Peak. I want to see if this Lingering Fragrance Peak is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den." Oh no. Zhang Pinger was shocked. She immediately flew up and chased after Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua's qing gong was so powerful that he disappeared without a trace in a moment. Zhang Pinger's face was filled with anxiety. She didn't know what to do. Suddenly, her face lit up with joy. She changed her direction and went in another direction. After a short while, Zhang Pinger arrived at a small courtyard. Without waiting for her to land, she shouted, "Eldest senior sister, eldest senior sister?" The voice in the courtyard replied, "Is it Pinger? I am here. Why are you so flustered?" Zhang Pinger rushed in and grabbed Han Zhuoqi, who was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat. She said anxiously, "Senior martial sister, quick, quick. Ren Xiaoyao is going to rush to Lingering Fragrance Peak." Han Zhuoqi couldn't believe her ears. She asked curiously, "Rush? Lingering Fragrance Peak? Oh, Ren Xiaoyao? Here. How is this possible? Why is he going to rush to Lingering Fragrance Peak? Does he have the ability to do so?" Zhang Pinger didn't have time to explain. She pulled Han Zhuoqi and rushed out. "Senior martial sister, I beg you. Hurry up and help me. When you stop Ren Xiaoyao, you can ask me to do anything." He is really going to rush to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Ren Xiaoyao doesn't want to live anymore? Han Zhuoqi was somewhat convinced. She quickly exerted strength in her legs and ran towards the main mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Have you told Master about this?" I wouldn't dare. If Master were to find out that Ren Xiaoyao hadn't left yet, she would have killed him with a single palm strike. Let's wait for eldest senior sister to capture him before slowly apologizing to Master." Zhang Pinger said with a bitter smile. "Where is he?" Zhang Pinger's eyes were naturally sharp when it came to her sweetheart. From afar she could see a tall and skinny figure. It was Fetus, who held a long sword in his hand as he walked steadily towards the main mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Chapter 868. Zhang Pinger's eyes were sharp. She had already spotted a tall and skinny figure in the distance. She was holding a long sword and walking towards the main mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Although she couldn't see clearly, Zhang Pinger knew that it was the furious Zhang Xiaohua. "Over there!" Zhang Pinger shouted and walked towards Zhang Xiaohua. However, before she could get up, she was pulled back by Han Zhuoqi. "Senior sister, what are you doing? Let's hurry up and stop Ren Xiaoyao. Don't let him get into trouble." Zhang Pinger was puzzled. Along the way, Han Zhuoqi had already asked Zhang Pinger about what happened. She glared at Zhang Pinger and said, "Seventh junior sister, from what you said, Ren Xiaoyao is also a heartless person. When he saw senior sister Zixia, he fell in love with her. He might have saved you because you were a disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Now that he saw senior sister Zixia, who has a higher status, he abandoned you. Why are you still chasing after him? Just let him go. Even if he is killed by a disciple of Ruijin Hall, he deserves it." Zhang Pinger didn't expect her eldest senior sister to have such thoughts. She immediately pulled her sleeve and said, "Eldest senior sister, I have never asked you for anything. No matter what, you must help me stop Ren Xiaoyao. I know what you said is reasonable, but Ren Xiaoyao is definitely not that kind of person. Moreover, looking at senior sister Zixia, she is indeed an old acquaintance of his. Yes, Ren Xiaoyao even knows senior sister Zixia's previous name. If he is a flatterer, how can he know so much after coming to distant Flame Hall for a few days? He has already abandoned you. Why are you still unwilling to give up? Eldest senior sister, Zhang Ping'er looked at Zhang Xiaohua's receding figure and said anxiously, "Let's talk as we walk." As she spoke, she tugged on Han Zhuqi's sleeve and stood up. She continued, "I didn't make it clear to Ren Xiaoyao. Perhaps he still doesn't know my intentions. He can't blame anyone else. Even if I give up on him now, I can't just watch him jump into the fire pit." He had just arrived at Lingering Fragrance Peak. How could he know that barging into Lingering Fragrance Peak was a capital offense? No matter how high his martial arts were, it was impossible for him to challenge the entire Ruijin Palace alone. "I just want to stop him, let him calm down and save his life." Han Zhuqi followed Zhang Ping'er to catch up with Zhang Xiaohua, and she couldn't help but sigh. "Ping'er, from what Senior Marshal Sister Zixia said, she knows that you have feelings for Zhang Xiaohua, and she intends to help you. You don't tell me you don't want to go with the flow?" Zhang Ping'er looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was gradually getting closer and sighed. "Nothing forcibly done will be sweet. Ren Xiaoyao's heart is not with me, so why should I force him? Didn't you see how he could risk his life for Senior Marshal Sister Zixia and barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak? If he treats me like this, even if he wants me to die immediately, I would be willing to do so. Unfortunately, that is only for the sake of others." She then forced a smile and said, "I'll wait for Senior Marshal Sister to capture him. Then I'll immediately ask for Master's token and go to Emo Shen Palace to find Senior Marshal Sister Zixia. I'll tell her about Ren Xiaoyao's feelings for her. It's just my wishful thinking. Let Senior Marshal Sister Zixia get rid of the misunderstanding. Let them, lovers, finally get married." TSK. Han Zhuqi bared her teeth and said, "What a loyal and infatuated woman. Even if you risk yourself, you'll help others. You didn't think about the possibility of Ren Xiaoyao and Senior Marshal Sister Zixia being together?" Zhang Ping'er was also sad. "I know this, but when I see Ren Xiaoyao's unhappy expression, I feel very uncomfortable. If I don't do something for him, I will feel very uneasy. You've said so much. Does he know?" Han Zhuqi pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and asked. "Whether he knows or not, I still have such thoughts. Whether he stays or not, I will do the same." Han Zhuqi shook her head slightly and shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, stop right there." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she turned her head slightly and frowned. She ignored her and continued to walk forward. "How dare you?" Han Zhuqi was angry. "As a disciple of Distant Fire Hall, you actually didn't stop when your Senior Marshal Sister called you? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the hall's rules?" Zhang Xiaohua saw the anxious Zhang Ping'er beside Han Zhuqi and knew Han Zhuqi's background. She only said coldly, "Senior Marshal Sister Han is chasing after me. She definitely wants to stop me. I appreciate your kindness and thank you for your concern." Then her tone changed. "However, today's matter will not end well. I must break into Lingering Fragrance Peak. Senior Marshal Sister, please give way. Weapons have no eyes. If you hurt me, I will feel guilty." "You?" Han Zhuqi was so angry that she laughed. "Who do you think you are? I know you saved Ping'er many times in Yulon Grand Canyon, but this is Lingering Fragrance Peak. It's not a place for you to behave atrociously. Forget it. On account of Ping'er's pleading, I will stop you." After she finished speaking, Han Zhuqi took out a red ribbon and attacked Zhang Xiaohua's back. Just as the ribbon left her hand, a ding-ling-ling sound was heard. There were 2 small silver bells attached to the ribbon. These small bells looked very ordinary, but when the ding-ling-ling sound reached Zhang Xiaohua's ears, it made her feel dizzy. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and used God's guidance. That feeling of uneasiness immediately disappeared. Han Zhuqi saw the confusion in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. She immediately laughed and said, "Ren Xiaoyao, you are indeed skilled. You actually dodged this soul-enchanting bell." Before she finished speaking, the silver bells on the ribbon attacked. It was the main acupuncture point on Zhang Xiaohua's back. Seeing that it was about to hit, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even turn her head and only pushed the Great Wisdom Sword back. The silver bells really hit the sword. The Great Wisdom Sword didn't move at all, but the silver bells flew back. "Strange this, what sword is this?" After hitting the silver bells, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and quickly walked forward. "Stop." Han Zhuqi was even angrier. She used her qing gong and blocked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. She smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, if you want to barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak, then you have to pass through me first." "Senior Sister Han, why do you have to do this? I know you have good intentions, but I also don't want to hurt Senior Sister. Senior Sister should tactfully step aside. I will definitely remember your great kindness in the future." Zhang Pinger, who was at the side, said, "Senior brother, don't go. I know your martial arts are high, but barging into Lingering Fragrance Peak is a capital offense. How can you be the opponent of so many disciples of Ruijin Palace?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Pinger. She didn't know what to say to this infatuated girl. She only shook her head and said, "If I don't see the dream and clear up this misunderstanding, how can my heart be at ease? If I can't see the dream in the future, what else can I miss in this world?" After saying that, she walked towards Han Zhuoqi. Han Zhuoqi also didn't hold back. She waved her hand and the red ribbons attacked Zhang Xiaohua's main acupuncture points like a spirit snake. Zhang Xiaohua waved her heavy sword and countered every move. Every time the silver bells were hit, they flew back and rang out. This mountain path was the only path from the distant fire hall to the main mountain path of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. The fight between the two of them had already attracted the attention of many disciples from the distant fire hall. Some of the bolder ones even walked a short distance away to secretly watch. Han Zhuoqi's red ribbons attack was ineffective. She unconsciously felt a little embarrassed and angry. She waved the red ribbons and it spread out like a tornado, rolling towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dodge. She only waited for the ribbons to come close. She raised the heavy sword in her hand and blocked the front of the ribbons. It was like a whirlwind and also like a spirit snake wrapping around her body. The entire heavy sword was tightly wrapped. The red ribbons were originally meant to wrap around Zhang Xiaohua, but unexpectedly, it was broken by Zhang Xiaohua and only wrapped around her weapon. Han Zhuoqi was slightly stunned. Just as she was about to retrieve the ribbons, she heard Zhang Xiaohua say softly, "Senior Han, I'm sorry to offend you." Before she could finish her sentence, Han Zhuoqi felt a huge force coming from her hand. Before the internal energy in her meridians could react, the red ribbons flew out of her hand and landed in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Han Zhuoqi was shocked. The red ribbons were her personal weapon. It had always been soft and was effective against swords and sabers. No one had ever taken it away from her before. Zhang Xiaohua shook her heavy sword and the red ribbons obediently fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua caught it with her hand and didn't return it to Han Zhuoqi. She loosened her hand and it landed on the grass beside the mountain path. Soon after, Zhang Xiaohua looked deeply at Han Zhuoqi and walked past her. Han Zhuoqi stared at Zhang Xiaohua. Her heart was in turmoil. Only when Zhang Xiaohua brushed past her did she regain her senses. She clenched her fist and shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, why are you hiding your martial arts? What are your intentions?" Seeing that Han Zhuoqi's fist was filled with internal energy and was about to hit her shoulder, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What martial arts are you hiding? Why don't I know about it?" Before she finished her sentence, she sent a palm strike towards Han Zhuoqi's fist. Han Zhuoqi saw that Zhang Xiaohua's palm strike was light and had the demeanor of a master. She didn't dare to be negligent and gathered 70% of her internal energy into her fist. The disciples at the side were also secretly on tenterhooks, waiting for an earth-shattering sound. However, when the fist and palm collided, there wasn't any sound. Han Zhuoqi felt that her fist had hit cotton and didn't seem to have any strength. When Zhang Xiaohua's palm touched Han Zhuoqi's fist, her entire body floated up as if she was hit and flew forward. Borrowing strength? Han Zhuoqi was shocked. An ordinary borrowing strength naturally wouldn't cause Han Zhuoqi to lose her composure. However, Han Zhuoqi's fist contained 70% of her internal energy. Even if it hit a rock, the rock would shatter. Ren Xiaoyao actually caught her fist firmly and didn't suffer any injuries. He even used the momentum of her fist to display his qinggong. What kind of martial arts was this? At least, Han Zhuoqi knew that she was definitely not this person's match. Chapter 869. Not only was Han Zhuoqi shocked, even the surrounding distant Fire Palace disciples who were watching from afar were also shocked. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground. No one would have thought that senior sister Han, who was second to none in distant Fire Palace, was actually unable to take down Zhang Xiaohua. Even Zhang Pinger's mouth was agape. She had seen Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts and knew that his martial arts were so powerful that he could even kill Lei Hu. But with her knowledge of martial arts, that was all. In her mind, other than the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak's Mo Shui Palace and the peak-guarding disciples of Ruijin Palace, the most powerful ones were distant Fire Palace master and her own master. Then it was her senior sister Han Zhuoqi. Han Zhuoqi was much older than Zhang Pinger and was Yin Yin's senior disciple. Most of the time she taught on behalf of master. Zhang Pinger was Yin Yin's youngest disciple in name, but most of her martial arts were taught by Han Zhuoqi. This was also the reason why Zhang Pinger first thought of Han Zhuoqi to capture Zhang Xiaohua. Because in Zhang Pinger's impression, no matter how powerful Zhang Xiaohua was, he was definitely not Han Zhuoqi's match. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua escape so easily, Zhang Pinger was shocked and immediately ran up and grabbed Han Zhuoqi's arm. She cried, "Senior sister, what should we do? You can't stop him." Han Zhuoqi also calmed down and let out a long sigh. Her eyes were filled with deep meaning as she looked at Zhang Pinger and said, "Pinger, look, where did you find such a powerful person? Among the disciples of Pill Expanding Hall, can there be someone with such high martial arts? Even old man Zixin only has this level of martial arts. How is that possible?" Zhang Pinger was even more incredulous. Ren Xiaoyao is just a disciple of Pill Expanding Hall, how can he be more powerful than their hall master? But she didn't have the heart to think about this and only shook Han Zhuoqi's arm. "Senior sister, you quickly think of a way. He's about to reach the mountain path. What can we do?" Han Zhuoqi shook her head. "Even if we look for master now, it's too late." Han Zhuoqi raised her head and looked at the figure in the distance who was still steadily walking forward. She said thoughtfully, "Perhaps, the outcome of this matter might not be as serious as you think." "How is this possible?" Zhang Pinger was so worried about Zhang Xiaohua's safety that she almost cried. Trespassing on Lingering Fragrance Peak is a serious crime. Furthermore, the disciples of Ruijin Palace stopped him. Even if they wanted his life, they wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Will he still be alive? Then she thought of something and turned pale. She cried out, "Eldest senior sister, just you wait. I'll go look for master immediately. Even if master cripples him, he can't fall into Yu Zhuochuan's hands." Of course, Zhang Pinger was well aware of Yu Zhuochuan's feelings for her. Shi Mujuan had long noticed her feelings for Zhang Xiaohua, so Yu Zhuochuan must have known about it long ago. If Zhang Xiaohua were to challenge the peak, wouldn't she be falling into the tiger's mouth? Not even his bones would be left behind. Silly girl. Han Zhuoqi grabbed Zhang Pinger, who was about to run away, and scolded, "Ren Xiaoyao has already rushed up the main mountain path. He is a disciple of our mythical Flame Hall. Even if he is guilty of a crime, our mythical Flame Hall can't shirk the responsibility. Even the hall master might be punished by Lord Sect Leader. If you go and call master over now, wouldn't you be pushing master into a fire pit?" Zhang Pinger was stunned. She didn't think so much and said with a bitter face, "Then, eldest senior sister, what do you think we should do now?" Han Zhuoqi rolled her eyes and turned her head. She said to two disciples who were not far away, "You immediately inform the hall master and explain this matter to him." When one of the disciples heard this, he had a regretful look on his face. However, he still bowed and ran away. When that disciple was far away, Han Zhuoqi said to the other disciple, "You, go and inform the vice hall master. Tell him that your senior sister Zhang and I will be following him." "Yes, let me and eldest senior sister follow Ren Xiaoyao. Tell master not to be anxious." Zhang Pinger couldn't help but interrupt. Han Zhuoqi glared at her and said to the disciple, "Okay, just say it like that. You can go." When that disciple was far away, Zhang Pinger forced a smile and pulled Han Zhuoqi, "Eldest senior sister, you are so nice. With you following me, I don't have to ask master for a token." Han Zhuoqi scolded with a smile, "Am I doing this for you? Master might be able to hide behind us, but we still need someone. It's better for me to follow you than for you to not be able to reach Lingering Fragrance Peak." After saying that, she looked around and saw that there were still many disciples who hadn't left. Most of them were the subordinates of the distant fire hall master. She couldn't force herself to give orders, so she ignored them and flew away to chase after them. Zhang Xiaohua borrowed Han Zhuoqi's inner energy and flew away. He knew that this martial art would definitely subdue Han Zhuoqi. He didn't even turn back and walked quickly to the main mountain path with his head held high. Zhang Xiaohua's emotions were surging and his blood was boiling. He wanted to use his sword to reach Lingering Fragrance Peak. However, after thinking about it, his mind was clear and he wasn't as impulsive as before. He had to break through Lingering Fragrance Peak. Otherwise, how could he see the dream and explain things clearly? As for this charge, it could only be done openly. Zhang Xiaohua also understood what the inner sect disciple had said. If he used the Imperial Wind technique or the Earth Escape technique, even if he reached the Lingering Fragrance Peak and saw the dream, what would happen after that? Wasn't he just an alchemy disciple of the distant fire hall? He would never be compatible with the dream. Even Zhang Pinger, in the eyes of others, was unworthy of her. Rather than that, he might as well do it openly and let others see that Zhang Xiaohua had the qualifications to be with the inner disciples of Mo Xian Palace. Of course, breaking through openly was also about technique. He definitely couldn't expose himself completely in front of the lingering fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua now wanted to use the reckless bull force and the 10,000 gene of strength in his arms to hide his other abilities. As for the other details, Zhang Xiaohua still didn't understand. Left and right, water and earth will be used to cover the earth. Soldiers will be used to block the enemy. Coincidentally, Zhang Xiaohua pretended that his qin gong wasn't good enough and walked out of the distant fire hall's mountain path. When he reached the main mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak, he met a few patrolling disciples. Wasn't the person in front Zhang Xiaohua the first time he entered the Lingering Fragrance Peak's array, Senior Wei? The white-robed Senior Wei saw a tall and thin disciple walking out of the distant fire hall's mountain path. Although the disciple was holding a so-called long sword, he wasn't surprised. He only glanced at the disciple and continued walking. The distant fire hall's disciples weren't limited to the distant fire hall. They could go to other places as well. Who would keep an eye on them? However, Senior Brother Wei stopped after taking 2 steps. He only felt that this disciple was somewhat familiar. After pondering for a while, he recalled the matter of a few days ago. After all, the matter of Zhang Xiaohua breaking through the array was rare in the Lingering Fragrance Peak. Senior Brother Wei had specially reported this matter to the peak. When he thought of this, Senior Wei stopped. When he turned back to look, he realized that Zhang Xiaohua didn't walk down the mountain as he had expected. She didn't walk past the main mountain path and head to the opposite side. He couldn't help but frown. When Senior Wei stopped, the other disciples who were following him stopped as well. All of them stood there and watched Zhang Xiaohua walk up the mountain. Of course, if Zhang Xiaohua only walked up the mountain and didn't go beyond the boundary of the distant fire hall, they had no right to interfere. However, Zhang Xiaohua simply turned around the back of their heads and walked along the main mountain path, making it turn. Senior Wei couldn't help but turn to look at the other disciples. They were obviously confused. They had seen disciples with personalities before, but they had never seen someone with such a personality. She actually treated them as though they didn't exist. That's right. In the past, when they were patrolling the mountain, no matter if it was the distant fire hall, the Greenwood Hall, or the Ruoshui Hall's disciples would nod their heads when they saw her. What senior brother? Junior brother? Greet them? Let's go. Let's go take a look. Senior Wei made a prompt decision and chased after her. The others also followed closely behind. They wanted to see what was going on. However, when Senior Wei and the others took a few steps, 2 female disciples rushed out from the distant fire hall's mountain path. They weren't familiar with Zhang Pinger, but Han Zhuoqi was. Senior Wei cupped his hands and asked, "Senior Sister Han, what are you doing? Are you going up the mountain for business?" Han Zhuoqi was a little hesitant. She didn't know what to say when she saw Zhang Xiaohua disappear around the corner. Zhang Pinger said anxiously, "Junior brother, you saw a disciple with a long sword. Did he go out from here? Senior sister, are you with that junior brother of yours? He's heading up the mountain." Senior Marshal Brother Wei's face relaxed as he pointed upwards. When Han Zhuoqi heard this, she immediately waved her hand and said, "Junior Brother Wei, how are we related to that person? We were just bored and walked around. We only saw that disciple just now." Senior Brother Wei immediately felt that something was amiss. A bad feeling immediately arose in his heart. Before he could ask further, he heard a deep, thunderous sound coming from the mountain path. This is... Senior Wei felt that this sound was extremely familiar, but he couldn't recall where it came from. At this time, a young disciple behind him whispered, "Why is this sound similar to the sound that came from the protective array when the divine lightning fell from the sky?" Senior Wei's face instantly changed. The others beside him also blurted out, "Someone is trying to break into the protective array." After speaking, everyone ignored Han Zhuoqi and Zhang Pinger as they executed their qinggong and headed up the mountain. At this moment, the disciples from the mythical Flame Hall who were watching the show also swarmed out from the mountain path. Senior Brother Wei and the others chased after them. Zhang Pinger also immediately pulled Han Zhuoqi and followed closely behind. After everyone had passed through the bend, a slanted limestone mountain path appeared in front of them. A few hundred feet in front of them, a tall and skinny young man was holding a long sword in his hand. He was using all his strength to smash the long sword into an empty space on the mountain path. Every time he smashed the long sword, a splendor would burst forth from the empty space, and a buzzing sound would be emitted. Chapter 870. Senior Brother Wei was shocked and said angrily, "You brat, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua turned around and smiled, revealing his white teeth. He looked very innocent. "Senior brother, you're asking the obvious, right? Can't you see? I'm trying to break the array. I want to barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak." Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much and his voice wasn't loud. However, his words were like thunder in the ears of Senior Brother Wei and the rest. Barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak? This brat isn't joking, right? Ever since Senior Brother Wei, oh no, these disciples of Ruijin Hall were sensible, they had never heard of the phrase barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak. Even after they became the peak protectors of Lingering Fragrance Peak, they had never thought that someone would barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak. Immediately, a disciple at the side laughed out loud, "This junior brother, you're not running a fever, right?" When these words came out, the few people at the side laughed as well. The shock on their faces lessened and the ridicule in their eyes increased by several degrees. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about them. A look of disdain flowed out from his eyes. He held the long sword in his right hand and slashed at the array protecting the peak. This array protecting the peak was somewhat out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain it clearly. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua thought that only the bottom of Lingering Fragrance Peak was protected by the array. When Zhang Xiaohua went up the medicinal herb garden in distant Fire Hall, he didn't see any array. Furthermore, Meng, Shimujuan, and the inner disciples came down casually. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that there was an array protecting the main mountain path. It was only until he was blocked by the array that he found out. Presumably, from the bottom to the top of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, there must be a formation separating the area controlled by each hall. The token that Zhang Pinger spoke of was certainly not only for the disciples guarding the peak to examine, but it was also used to pass through these formations. Zhang Xiaohua was blocked by the array. Naturally, he secretly released his hidden divine sense to take a look. This blocking array was very thin and its power was limited. If it was not for the lack of primordial qi, then it was because of the restriction inside the Lingering Fragrance Peak. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could not directly use the Dharma incantation to break the array. He could only use the heavy sword in his hand to directly break the array. By the time Senior Brother Wei and the others came up, Zhang Xiaohua had already slashed several times with her sword. The array formation was already faintly broken. Just as everyone was mocking her, Zhang Xiaohua swung her sword. There was a tearing sound like the sound of paper being torn. The scene in front of Zhang Xiaohua changed slightly. It was the obstructing array formation that had been torn apart. At this moment, Senior Brother Wei held his sword and quickly stepped forward. He berated, "Quickly stop. How can you forcefully break through this peak-protecting grand array? If there is anything, you should first report to your hall master." Zhang Xiaohua only turned back to look at Senior Brother Wei. Without waiting for him to finish his words, he dove into the array formation in a flash. He was using his actions to tell him, "Don't say anything. This young master will definitely break through this Lingering Fragrance Peak." Senior Brother Wei's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that Zhang Xiaohua would really be able to break through this formation. He had only said those words earlier because he felt that something was amiss when he saw Han Zhuoqi following behind. Hence, he said some polite words that would allow him to advance and retreat. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had already passed the boundary of the distant Fire Hall, how could he dare to hesitate any longer? He shouted loudly, "What are you laughing about?" After he finished speaking, he took the lead and chased after him. The others also suppressed their shock and chased after him with long swords in hand. At this moment, the disciples of the distant Flame Hall also caught up. However, they were pointing at the spot where Zhang Xiaohua was previously standing. Their faces were filled with excitement, but they did not dare to take another step forward. They watched helplessly as Senior Brother Wei and the others, as well as Han Zhuoqi and Zhang Pinger, broke through the peak-protecting grand array. After Zhang Xiaohua passed through the array formation, the scene in front of him was not much different from the distant Flame Hall. He did not know which hall this was. He had only taken a few steps when Senior Brother Wei arrived and shouted, "You brat, eat my sword." After he said that, Senior Brother Wei spread his wings like a white crane and soared into the sky. The long sword in his hand pierced straight towards Zhang Xiaohua's back. Zhang Xiaohua had already sensed the level of Senior Brother Wei's martial arts when he was at Lingering Fragrance Peak. Hence, when the tip of Senior Brother Wei's long sword was about to reach his body, his move was already over and there was no possibility for him to change his move. Only then did he turn around and raise the heavy sword in his hand, stiffly aiming at the tip of the long sword. What was Zhang Xiaohua planning to do now? Wasn't he preparing to use his strength to bully others? The two swords clashed and a crisp clang sounded. Senior brother Wei felt a huge force coming towards him. He was shocked, but before he could reveal the joy on his face, it was replaced by panic once again. He forcefully extracted his inner energy and sent it towards the long sword. Unfortunately, the strength of the heavy sword was indeed not something he could match. He tried to circulate his inner energy, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It seemed to be useless. Seeing that his inner energy was about to be depleted, senior brother Wei clenched his teeth and wanted to turn around and land on the ground. Who knew that Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword would move away from senior brother Wei's long sword, and with a whoosh sound, it was pointing towards his chest. At this moment, senior brother Wei's inner energy was depleted. How could he still circulate his long sword? He could only forcefully twist his wrist and move the long sword slightly. That heavy sword was already pointing at his chest. What kind of swordplay is this? Senior brother Wei only had this thought before he died. Oh, he was about to die. This was just senior brother Wei's own feeling. How would Zhang Xiaohua dare to stain her hands with blood when she barged into Lingxiang Peak? That heavy sword only pointed at senior brother Wei's chest. The heavy sword had no edge, and it was as if the tip of a stick had stabbed into his body. Zhang Xiaohua's control of her strength was exquisite, and senior brother Wei felt as if he had been hit by a fist. He could not control his body, and his whole body flew backwards. A few disciples behind senior brother Wei rushed over and saw this. One of them jumped up and wanted to catch senior brother Wei with his hands. Who knew that just as he caught senior brother Wei, he also suffered a heavy blow and his body involuntarily fell backwards. With two pa-pa sounds, the two of them fell to the ground in front of Han Zhuoqi and Zhang Pinger, who had just crossed the array. Ah! Zhang Pinger could not help but cover her mouth with her hand. Senior martial brother Wei got up from the ground. He didn't bother to hide his sorry state, nor did he bother to check the tokens of Han Zhuoqi and the others. He waved his hand and shouted to the disciples in front of him who were holding long swords and hesitating to charge forward, "Quick, surround him. Don't let him rush up again." The disciples then came to their senses. They had been living peacefully for a long time and were inevitably at a loss when faced with such a sudden situation. It was only when senior brother Wei called out to them that they understood. Although Zhang Xiaohua was a disciple of distant Flame Temple, she was about to barge into Lingxiang Peak and had broken the rules. If they were unable to stop her, it would be their responsibility. Hence, they all held their swords and blocked Zhang Xiaohua from 4 angles. Senior brother Wei saw this and his heart calmed down. He whispered to the disciple beside him, "Quickly go up the mountain and report that a distant Flame Temple disciple is about to barge into the array." As he spoke, he took out the signal that he had kept in his bosom for many years. It had always been used as a decoration. With a shake of his hand, he threw it into the air. With a ping sound, the signal flew out. A huge, colorful signal appeared in the sky above Lingering Fragrance Peak. Zhang Xiaohua glanced at the signal in the sky and snorted coldly. She waved her sword and rushed towards the 2 disciples in front of her. The 2 disciples looked at each other and each took a stance. They were going to stab Zhang Xiaohua from the left and right. Zhang Xiaohua was not nervous at all. Just like before, she waited for the 2 swords to come closer before she floated to the left. She actually ignored the 2 and stabbed her sword at the leftmost disciple. That disciple was already on guard. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua coming to attack, he raised his sword. With a kacha sound, the 2 swords collided. That disciple had used all his strength, but his treasure sword was cut into 2 by the Great Wisdom Sword. That disciple was clearly surprised and immediately retreated to the side. Zhang Xiaohua took a step forward and stood at the place he was blocking. Then she swung her sword to the right. It was the sword that the 2 disciples had used to stab at her. Seeing how powerful Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword was, the 2 disciples panicked. Just as they were about to withdraw their swords, they saw a black shadow flash in front of them. Peng peng. 2 muffled sounds rang out. It was Zhang Xiaohua who kicked their shoulders. "Ayo!" They cried out in pain as they were kicked several feet away by Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She casually glanced at the last disciple standing not far away and rushed up the mountain. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xiaohua easily forced the 3 disciples to retreat. Senior brother Wei's signal was still in the air. Han Zhuoqi had just retracted her gaze when she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was already far away. Zhang Pinger's beautiful eyes had been following Zhang Xiaohua. When she saw that he had won so cleanly, she did not know if she should be happy or sad. Senior brother Wei was helpless. He waved his sword and said to the last disciple who was trembling in fear, "Quick, follow me." Zhang Xiaohua deliberately concealed her qinggong and did not go up the mountain quickly. Senior Brother Wei caught up not long after. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped running, scaring Senior Brother Wei and the other disciple into retreating a few steps. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, "Senior Brother Wei, do you think you can stop me?" Senior Brother Wei gritted his teeth and stepped forward saying, "It's my duty. Even if I can't stop you, I have to." "All right." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Then I will fulfill your wish." As he spoke, he swung the heavy sword again. As the heavy sword approached, the sound of the wind could be heard. Senior Brother Wei could not block it, so he could only dodge. However, the heavy sword was not as clumsy as other heavy weapons. It only paused in the air for a moment before changing direction and sweeping towards him. The speed at which it changed its move was even more nimble than other long swords. Senior Brother Wei stared at the heavy sword and was about to jump up when he suddenly felt a black shadow flash in front of him. He raised his head slightly and saw that Zhang Xiaohua had already closed in on him when he was not paying attention. Senior Brother Wei was shocked and was about to punch out with his other hand when Zhang Xiaohua raised her left hand again. She was extremely fast and nimble and tapped on a major acupoint on Senior Brother Wei's chest. "Senior Brother, do you admit defeat?" Zhang Xiaohua, who had defeated Senior Brother Wei several times, asked with a smile. Chapter 871. In fact, she didn't expect Senior Marshal Brother Wei to answer. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and rummaged through Senior Brother Wei's clothes. Not long after, he took out a token. Looking at it, he smiled and said, "This one has spared your life a few times. Consider this token the price I have to pay. Using a long sword to break the formation is really tiring." "You." Senior Marshal Brother Wei couldn't move. He could only curse in his heart. "What about me?" Zhang Xiaohua glared at him. As if she could hear his thoughts, she raised her hand and curled her middle finger. Then she stretched out her hand and flicked Senior Marshal Brother Wei's long sword. With a kacha sound, the fine steel sword broke into two pieces. "Let's see what else you have to fight with me." Zhang Xiaohua kicked Senior Marshal Brother Wei again and unsealed his acupoints. Then she walked up the mountain without looking back. Senior Brother Wei flipped over and stood up. He was speechless as he looked at the half-broken sword in his hand. He raised his head and was about to speak when he saw a figure flying down from the mountain in front of him. The figure was as fast as lightning and looked like a goshawk. Before Senior Marshal Brother Wei could see who it was, he heard a thunderous roar. "What happened here? Who sent the emergency signal?" When Senior Marshal Brother Wei heard this, his face immediately lit up. He opened his mouth and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Hua, quick, it's right in front of you." Senior Apprentice Brother Wei had just called out Senior Apprentice Brother Hua, when Senior Apprentice Brother Hua had already used his qinggong to appear in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua had already raised his heavy sword and stabbed towards Senior Apprentice Brother Hua's lower dantian. Senior Marshal Brother Hua rushed down the mountain and didn't have time to see the situation. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was wearing an ordinary disciple's uniform, he didn't pay much attention to her. When Senior Marshal Brother Wei called out to him, he naturally looked down. If he didn't pay attention, Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword would arrive in front of him. The heavy sword was very fast. When Senior Marshal Brother Hua noticed it, it was already too late. He hurriedly held his sword horizontally in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back and hit the middle of Senior Marshal Brother Hua's sword. Kacha. Senior Marshal Brother Hua's sword was even more miserable than Senior Marshal Brother Wei's. When Senior Marshal Brother Wei called out to him, Senior Marshal Brother Hua's sword was broken into pieces by Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword didn't lose its strength. Senior Marshal Brother Hua cried out and was sent flying by Zhang Xiaohua. He landed far behind Senior Marshal Brother Wei. Before Senior Marshal Brother Wei could finish his sentence, he saw Senior Marshal Brother Hua flying over his head. He tactfully swallowed the rest of his words. After hitting Senior Marshal Brother Hua to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua didn't turn back. She picked up her heavy sword and flew towards Lingering Fragrance Peak. Han Zhuoqi and Zhang Pinger were already numb. They looked at each other and chased after her. Before they could take a few steps, they heard someone in front of them shouting, "Eh? You are a disciple of Li Huahao? Could it be that you are challenging the array?" Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, a disciple who was guarding the peak was thrown in front of Zhang Pinger and Senior Marshal Brother Hua. He was also holding a bare sword hilt. Senior Marshal Brother Hua and the disciple just now were looking at the sword hilt in their hands. They were extremely speechless. The peak-guarding disciples of Ruijin Hall were undoubtedly the elites of Lingering Fragrance Peak's inner disciples. But after all, they had led a comfortable life for many years. Although they had some daily training, they had never expected that Zhang Xiaohua would challenge the array so suddenly. Although they reacted quickly, they couldn't form a battle array. They were beaten badly by Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. Fortunately, in Lingering Fragrance Peak's Ruijin Hall, there wasn't a saying, if the sword is there, the person is there. If the sword is destroyed, the person will forget. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua would have caused a huge disaster. Wouldn't all the low-level disciples of Ruijin Hall have to find a crooked tree to end their own lives? Of course, although it wasn't that serious, these disciples couldn't help but feel sad. They couldn't help but find a huge rock and hide behind it to draw circles. Zhang Xiaohua fought all the way to the mountainside. Even he himself was puzzled. This Lingering Fragrance Peak seems to be too easy to challenge. It's not as strange as others say. Just as he was thinking, a dozen brocade-robed disciples appeared in front of him. The person in front was about 30 years old. He was dressed like a scholar and was different from the disciples beside him. This person was holding a flexible sword in his hand. His eyes were looking at Zhang Xiaohua, but his hand was shaking slowly. That flexible sword was twisting along with the scholar's hand like a snake. Seeing that the scholar was staring at him, Zhang Xiaohua didn't show any signs of weakness. He narrowed his eyes and looked straight at him. However, his feet didn't stop moving. He only stopped when he was close to him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had stopped, that scholar looked up and down with interest. He then looked at the disciples behind Zhang Xiaohua who had their swords broken by him. With a pfft sound he laughed. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. He then heard that scholar pointing his finger and scolding, "Look at all of you, what have you become? The temple master has been telling all of you about your troubles every day, telling all of you to be vigilant in times of peace. Where did all of you listen to him? This? Luckily it's us Lihua temple disciples who challenged the mountain. If it was some Dalan temple or some Tenryu sect, would all of you still be alive?" Just as they were talking, a disciple at the side laughed, "Martial Uncle Ming, it's just a Lihua temple disciple. Let me teach him a lesson and take his dog life to appease Martial Uncle." "Shut up." Martial Uncle Ming originally had a smile on his face as he scolded the disciples. When he heard this, his eyebrows furrowed. "What Lihua temple disciple, what dog life? Since he's a Lihua temple disciple, he's your junior. If his life is a dog life, what about yours? Don't tell me it's also a dog life?" That disciple's face turned red and he didn't know how to answer. Foolish arrogance, foolish arrogance. Martial Uncle Ming pointed at the disciples and said, "Didn't you see? This Lihua temple disciple fought from the bottom of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. He broke everyone's long swords but did not even injure them. Is this control of strength something you can achieve? You still dare to boast shamelessly and teach them a lesson. It would be strange if you didn't get beaten to a pulp." When Martial Uncle Ming said this, the people at the side fell silent. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He had fought from the bottom of the mountain to the middle of the mountain. Although he didn't meet any challenges, he had used up some energy. This was a good time for him to rest. After Martial Uncle Ming lectured the disciples, he smiled and said, "This brother from the Lihua temple, the disciple who reported the news just now, came in a hurry and didn't say your name and the reason why you broke into the mountain. I think that since you're a Lihua temple disciple, you should know that breaking into the mountain is a serious crime. Since you want to break into the mountain, there must be a very important reason. If you can explain it clearly, maybe we can come up with a compromise. Maybe you don't need to break into the mountain." After that, he pointed behind him and said, "I know that you have not met any powerful opponents since you came from the foot of the mountain. However, little brother should also know that these patrolling disciples are only the most ordinary disciples of my Ruijin palace. What about me? I'm also not the most powerful person in the Ruijin temple. Your journey up has been very difficult. Do you have the confidence to defeat all the disciples of my Ruijin temple?" Seeing that the other party was so polite, Zhang Xiaohua also cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother, I am Rin Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Lihua temple. I have no choice but to break into the mountain today. To be honest, senior brother might not know the reason behind it." When Martial Uncle Ming heard this, his face revealed an interested expression. "Rin Xiaoyao, I will also tell you the truth. Whether you like to hear it or not, you are just a disciple of the Lihua temple. What kind of grievance could you have? Or what kind of matter would cause you to break into the mountain?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he looked up to the sky and laughed. "That's right, I am just a small disciple of the Lihua temple. However, I want to break into the Lingxiang Peak today for no other reason than to meet a female disciple of the Imo Temple and have a few words with her. Martial Uncle Ming's face revealed an "I understand" expression. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua from top to bottom and almost gave him a thumbs up. He smiled and said, "Little brother, you really want to. However, how would a disciple of the Imo Temple know you? Who is this disciple? What do you want to say to her?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and went all out. He said loudly, "All right, since senior brother has asked, I want to borrow your mouth to pass this message to the peak of the Lingxiang Peak. I am breaking into the Imo Temple for no other reason than Miss Zixia. I want to say to her, the mountain has no edges, the heaven and earth merge, the winter thunder shakes the summer rain and snow, only then do I dare to break off from you." Zhang Xiaohua's voice was very loud and everyone heard it clearly. Martial Uncle Ming was even more shocked. "What? Zixia? Zixia? Are you talking about the Zixia of the Imo Temple?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled proudly. "Yes, it is Zixia." "Oh, does senior brother know her? Or, is there someone called Shimujuan in your temple harassing my Zixia?" When Martial Uncle Ming heard this, his face was full of bitterness. He lowered his head and said a few words to a disciple beside him. That disciple turned around and went up the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua ignored him. He waved his heavy sword and said, "I've finished what I want to say. Senior brother? Can you let me pass?" Martial Uncle Ming shook his head. "I only wanted to advise you to put down your weapon. Since you have already said the reason, I think. You must also know that senior martial brother she is currently heading towards Imo Palace. How can I ruin his good fortune? And since that is the case, there is no point in saying anything more. Please." When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she didn't say anything else. She took a big step forward and raised her heavy sword to stab towards Martial Uncle Ming's chest. Martial Uncle Ming saw that all the disciples' weapons were broken. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword was more powerful. However, he relied on his skills and boldness. He still circulated his inner energy and the flexible sword agilely rose up to meet Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. Tisk. The two swords collided. Just like the previous disciples, the flexible sword was filled with inner strength, but it was no match for the heavy sword, edgeless. It was sent flying back, stabbing towards Martial Uncle Ming's chest. Martial Uncle Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did he understand how much strength this seemingly ordinary disciple from the Fiery Temple had. Only now did he understand why all the disciples were no match for him and their weapons were all broken. This wasn't just a simple numbing of the mind, it was a real difference in strength. Since when did the Fiery Temple have such a powerful disciple? Martial Uncle Ming was very surprised. Chapter 872. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua deflect the tip of the flexible sword, Master Ming was surprised but he did not panic. He lowered his body and pulled back his right hand which was holding the sword. He spun the flexible sword in a circle and like the Tenryu Sex Qin Shiryu, he slashed it diagonally towards Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua shouted and raised his heavy sword again, smashing it towards the middle of the flexible sword. This move was invincible just now, and all the disciples regretted it after being smashed by Zhang Xiaohua. However, Martial Uncle Ming did not dodge and continued to slash at Zhang Xiaohua with his flexible sword. Just as the two swords were about to collide, he flicked his wrist and used the back of his sword to strike Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. The tip of the flexible sword curved like a venomous snake coming out of its hole and pecked at Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. This flexible sword was the nemesis of Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. Zhang Xiaohua had seen Peacock use the flexible sword when she was on the way to Chuanxiang cult. She had a good understanding of the weapon's characteristics and Master Ming's move was within her expectations. Zhang Xiaohua raised her left hand and curled her middle finger, aiming at the tip of the sword. Peng! A huge force was transmitted to Master Ming's hand and he was surprised. Is this internal energy? Or is it pure strength? The tip of the flexible sword was deflected by Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua raised her left leg and kicked Master Ming's waist. Master Ming's lips curled into a smile and his left hand turned into a claw. Like an eagle's beak, he clawed at Zhang Xiaohua's ankle. This was the famous eagle claw technique. Although Zhang Xiaohua had tempered her bones with the fist of the North Star, she was not interested in using her own leg to test Master Ming's skill. She bent her leg and dodged the eagle's claw. Following that, she kicked out again. Master Ming calmly changed his claw into a fist and collided with Zhang Xiaohua's leg. With a muffled sound, Master Ming lost his balance and staggered a few steps back. His flexible sword was also deflected by Zhang Xiaohua's attack. Martial Uncle Ming finally put away the remaining contempt in his heart and treated this alchemy disciple from the distant fire hall as a true opponent. He really couldn't understand how a disciple from the distant fire palace could have such high martial arts. Moreover, the strength in his hands was simply unimaginable. If he hadn't used his internal energy and used all his strength to fight back, wouldn't he have been defeated in those few moves? At this moment, it was urgent and Master Ming did not have time to think carefully. He roused his spirit and used all that he had learned in his life. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, he also had a dignified expression. This Master Ming's martial arts were indeed high and his inner energy was unparalleled. Especially his flexible sword moves, they often overturned common sense and attacked from unimaginable angles, causing Zhang Xiaohua to be in an extremely difficult situation. If it was a life-and-death battle, perhaps if there was no one around, Zhang Xiaohua would have already used the Immortal Dao's magical powers to restrain him. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua only wanted to barge into Yixiang Peak and not to massacre Yixiang Peak. Hence, she could only use her heavy sword and sword techniques to fight. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua was already in a bit of a pinch. Her back and shoulders had already been stabbed several times by the flexible sword. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua had the long robe to protect her body. Ignoring the Immortal Dao's attacks, this simple martial arts attack was more than enough to deal with. When Master Ming saw that his flexible sword was ineffective, he thought that Zhang Xiaohua had practiced the body tempering technique. He was puzzled and looked for her weak point. Seeing that she was stabbed by the flexible sword, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was already impatient. She unconsciously released her spiritual sense and used her thumb and index finger to grab the tip of the flexible sword. It was as if a snake's weak point was grabbed. No matter how much strength Master Ming used, he could not pull the flexible sword out even half an inch. Master Ming was a little depressed. He forcefully channeled his inner energy and wanted to straighten the flexible sword. However, when his inner energy reached the tip of the sword, it was blocked. The entire flexible sword could not be straightened no matter what. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had a mischievous smile on her face and was about to exert more strength with her 2 fingers, Master Ming knew that things were not going well. His flexible sword was not an ordinary long sword. It was personally bestowed by the Palace Master of Ruijin Hall. It was a high-quality item found in the Heaven and Earth Hall's heavenly pavilion. If it was easily broken by Zhang Xiaohua. Not to mention how to deal with Zhang Xiaohua, even he himself would not be able to answer to the Palace Master. Wait. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to use the same trick again, Master Ming shouted, "Junior Brother Ren, please wait." Zhang Xiaohua frowned and did not loosen her grip. She asked, "Senior brother, do you have any instructions?" This round is considered your win. Junior Brother Ren, I concede defeat. Just let go." Master Ming was extremely helpless. The feeling of not being able to take action for fear of breaking the vases was really uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned at first, but she immediately understood. She smiled and said, "Senior brother's martial arts are strong. Ren wants to learn from you. Wait until I break the tip of this flexible sword, then I will fight with you for 300 rounds. Wait. Master Ming knew that Zhang Xiaohua was merciless. Otherwise, she would not have broken the swords of all the disciples. Hence, he hurriedly shouted, "Junior Brother Ren, your martial arts are strong. I am really not your opponent. You should let go of my flexible sword." He. Zhang Xiaohua laughed evilly, "I can let go of it. However, is there any benefit in doing so?" Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have tasted the sweetness of a deal behind the scenes. She laughed. "You." Master Ming almost fainted. His martial arts were obviously higher than Yi Lingqian's and his swordsmanship was also exquisite. However, he was not strong enough and was caught off guard. It was fine if he let Yi Lingqian go, but Yi Lingqian actually wanted to raise some conditions. Master Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Junior Brother Ren, don't push me too far. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered." Zhang Xiaohua's right hand twirled the 10,000 Jin sword like it was a piece of straw. She only smiled and said, "This sword of mine is used to kill rabbits that love to eat the grass around their nest." "What the? I'm not the one eating the grass around your nest." Master Ming felt a headache coming on. This was obviously a case of jealousy. Although the difference in status between the two of them was too great, and one of them was his senior brother, but he was just an innocent bystander. "Even if your city gate is on fire, don't implicate me, all right?" "What do you want to say? I'll listen here first. If you want to force me, Then don't blame me for abandoning this flexible sword and fighting you to the end. Master Ming said righteously. Well said, well said. Zhang Xiaohua squinted her eyes and looked behind Master Ming for a long time. She then smiled and said, actually Ren's suggestion is for everyone's good. I know that you have your duty and have no choice but to stop me. However, I must break through the mountain today. So, you just stand aside and let me go up the mountain. Go, Master Ming said angrily. If we let you go up, do we still have any face? You have the nerve to say such words? Forget it, forget it. You still broke my flexible sword. Even if I have to risk the scolding of the palace master, I will use the power of the entire palace to stop you. Who's afraid of who? Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully, I'm just afraid of hurting the innocent. I'll break the weapons of your Ruijin Palace's disciples and make things difficult for Qingquan Hall. Seeing that they couldn't come to an agreement, the two of them frowned at the same time. Master Ming's eyes turned quickly. He was at a disadvantage at this time. Zhang Xiaohua was barefooted and wasn't afraid of wearing shoes. She was also breaking through the mountain. How about this? Master Ming thought for a while and said, Junior brother Ren's martial arts are outstanding. To be honest, the ordinary disciples of Ruijin Palace are definitely not your opponent. If you force them to fight, it'll just be a joke. Our Ruijin Palace also wants face. In order to respect you, a rare opponent, we won't have the idea of winning with numbers. That's great. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to clap her hands. Junior brother Ren is very brave. He has already broken through the Deep Earth Palace from the distant Fire Palace at the foot of the mountain. He is now in the territory of the Greenwood Palace. Behind him are the Soft Water Palace, Ruijin Palace, and Mo Shen Palace. If you win, I will send you through the restriction of the Greenwood Palace. Then, my Ruijin Palace's disciples will no longer obstruct you along the way. We will only send our elite disciples to the restriction of the Soft Water Palace, Ruijin Palace, and Mo Shen Palace. If you win, you will pass. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Are you serious? Master Ming proudly said, I am on duty today. Naturally, I have the final say. Okay. Zhang Xiaohua loosened her hand and said with a smile, I'll believe you this time. Master Ming put away his flexible sword and said, however, I still have a condition. Zhang Xiaohua's face changed and said angrily, I believe you. You dare to trick me? Where? Uncle Master Ming explained, Junior apprentice brother Ren is very brave. You managed to rush halfway up the mountain in such a short period of time. I was a little careless. If you challenge the formation, you have to sit on the bench for a while. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Ren originally thought that he had taken advantage of me. But now, it seems that he was schemed against by senior brother Ming. A gentleman keeps his word. I'll do as you say. This time, Zhang Xiaohua had fallen into martial Uncle Ming's trap. With Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts, if she didn't reveal her ethereal steps and only used ordinary qigong, it wouldn't take her much time to reach Mo Shen Palace. Although she encountered many ordinary disciples of Ruijin Hall, they were just ants. How could they shake Zhang Xiaohua's wheels? It was just a matter of wasting more effort and making people draw more circles. The elites of Ruijin Palace, those whose martial arts were on par with martial Uncle Ming or even more powerful than martial Uncle Ming, might not be able to make it in time because they were not on duty. With martial Uncle Ming's arrangement, Zhang Xiaohua only needed to pass through 3 checkpoints to reach Mo Shen Palace. However, he would have to spend a lot of time. Ruijin Palace could also calmly make arrangements and bring out powerful opponents. They used 3 disciples with great martial arts to replace hundreds of ants. Who was more important and who was more important? Everyone could see it clearly. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua's experience in the pugilistic world was still shallow. She only wanted to relax, but she fell into a trap. Calm. There are more chapters. Chapter 873. On Lingering Fragrance Peak in the Heritage Palace, there was no sign of anyone outside the Heritage Chamber. Nun Jingyi was not waiting here. Inside the Heritage Chamber, Peacock, Chin Chin, and Swift were no longer in the study. Beside the study, behind the wall that emitted a faint white glow, was a large space. In this space, the mountain walls in all directions were inlaid with luminous pearls, like stars in the sky, illuminating the space. Under the starry sky, Peacock, Chin Chin, and Swift each sat cross-legged in a position with their palms facing the sky and their eyes closed in silence. Everything looked tranquil. However, under the light of the night pearl, The seemingly dark mountain wall was inlaid with many stones of different colors and sizes. Although these stones of different colors covered the entire mountain wall, they were extremely neat. The stones of different colors might be of the same color together, or they might be of different colors. However, if one were to take a closer look, they would not be able to see anything. Although these stones did not emit a dazzling brilliance and were covered by the luminous pearls, after looking at them for a long time, one would naturally know that these stones were the rulers of this starry sky. Peacock closed her eyes as she sat below a fiery red rock. Her face was slightly impatient. She was following the instructions in the introductory chant of the art of developing ice, to adjust her breathing. She opened all the pores on her body and tried again and again to feel the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the secret chamber. Unfortunately, it was already the 13th day and there was still no effect. The yuan qi of heaven and earth mentioned in the mental cultivation method was not only not absorbed into her body, she could not even feel it. Could it be that I'm not fated to be an immortal? Peacock was not anxious. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at Chin Chin and Swift, who were sitting not far in front of her. The three of them had already chosen the cultivation method they wanted to cultivate on the very first day they entered the secret chamber. The thin booklet only recorded the introductory chant, which was not difficult for these talented people. Although the chant was obscure and the method was unimaginable, they were able to comprehend it in just one day. After Peacock crossed the glowing white wall, Chin Chin and Swift followed suit. Peacock heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Chin Chin and Swift were frowning as well. It looks like I'm not the only one who doesn't understand and can't sense any worldly energy. Even my two junior sisters aren't making any progress. The cultivation of the path of immortality is truly unimaginable. It actually absorbs primordial qi from heaven and earth to temper one's meridians. Compared to the path of martial arts, which uses one's own hard work to generate internal energy, this is 100 times stronger. Yes, it should be 10,000 times stronger. No matter how tough a person's meridians are, there is always a limit to the amount of internal energy they can generate. However, there is an infinite amount of elemental energy in the world. Immortal Dao techniques can be absorbed from the outside world like drinking water. Of course, martial arts can't compare. Moreover, Immortal Dao cultivation techniques can mobilize heaven and earth yuan qi to be used for attack and defense. They are extremely powerful, and it is even possible to move mountains and drain seas. It is truly not something that martial Dao can compare to. However, it is precisely because Immortal Dao relies on external forces and is heavily dependent on the external environment. If there is a great change in heaven and earth yuan qi, just like what Master said, the heaven and earth yuan qi can no longer be used since 10,000 years ago. It is so thin that it can no longer be absorbed. This directly led to the destruction of Immortal Dao. But the path of immortality has been destroyed for 10,000 years. How can Incense sect pass down the path of immortality? How can we sense the heaven and earth yuan qi in this secret room and even absorb the first strand of heaven and earth yuan qi into our bodies? With this thought in mind, Peacock turned her gaze to the colorful stones on the stone wall above her. This is the so-called primordial stone. I remember when I entered the Valley of Dusk a few years ago, Master gave me a piece and told me to use it carefully. When I returned from the Valley of Dusk, he took it back. Peacock instantly understood. The primordial stone embedded on the stone wall above her head was the key to passing down the legacy of Incense sect. There must be something fishy about the way these primordial stones were embedded. Formation. These two words inadvertently flashed across Peacock's mind. That's right, it is a formation. Isn't the illusion formation in the Refining Heart Cave an array? Even though I can't see how the array was set up, the Refining Heart Cave must have been set up with primordial stones. But what kind of formation was set up with so many primordial stones? Peacock was perplexed. What kind of magical formation could allow someone who has never sensed the heaven and earth yuan qi to absorb the first strand of heaven and earth yuan qi from this secret room? It should be when the heaven and earth yuan qi is thin. It allows the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak to absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi through normal means, just like when Immortal Dao flourished. With this thought, Peacock frowned. She seemed to recall her master talking to her about this before. But it was so long ago, how could she remember clearly? Sigh, it seems like I still don't have the aptitude to cultivate Immortal Dao techniques. Peacock sighed. Even at such a crucial moment, I can't believe I'm still thinking about such boring things. As she sighed, Peacock was about to look away when suddenly she seemed to have noticed something. Her eyes widened. There are so many primordial stones on this stone wall. Feels like there are many colors. But if I look closely, there should be 6 colors. Oh no, it should be 5 colors. With this thought, Peacock was enlightened. 5 elements spirit gathering formation. Yes, it's the 5 elements spirit gathering formation. Master mentioned before that using the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth yuan qi can be set up into a magical formation. It gathers the heaven and earth yuan qi in the formation, causing the heaven and earth yuan qi to be several times thicker than the outside. That must be it. Now that the heaven and earth yuan qi is so thin, only the 5 element spirit gathering formation can gather the thin heaven and earth yuan qi together. It's almost as thick as when Immortal Tao was at its peak. Only this way can disciples like us who have no foundation in Immortal Tao be able to sense the heaven and earth yuan qi. After that, Peacock understood everything. The 5 element spirit gathering formation is set up with primordial stones of 5 different elements. Under the primordial stones of different elements, the concentration of heaven and earth yuan qi of different elements must be different. Ice developing technique, although I don't know how it's recorded in the back, but from the name it's a water-type technique. Peacock looked up and saw the fiery red primordial stones above her. She smiled bitterly. The fiery red primordial stones are probably of the fire attribute. I'm practicing water-type techniques under these fire attribute primordial stones. How can I succeed? She then looked up and saw that there was a light blue primordial stone opposite her. Qinshin was sitting under it. Peacock knew what kind of technique Qinshin and Yuyen were using. It was the blazing heart technique. Needless to say, just based on the word flame, it should be a fire-based technique. Qinshin was also sitting under the water primordial stone. How could he succeed? She then looked at Swift. She chose star slashing technique. She was not wrong, it should be a metal attribute technique. Above Swift's head there were a few different types of primordial stones, but there was no gold primordial stone. No wonder. Peacock was enlightened, but then she was puzzled. The leader must know about this. Why didn't she remind us before we entered the secret room? Could it be that there's something? Peacock did not want to think any further. After all, the leader always had a reason for everything she did. There was no reason for her to explain it to her. More importantly, the time was almost up. If she could not sense the heaven and earth yuan qi in a few more days and could not absorb it into her body, then the inheritance would be a failure. Peacock did not hesitate to get up. The moment she got up, Qinshin and Swift opened their eyes. Qinshin was shocked. Senior, you've entered the sect so quickly? Swift did not speak, but her eyes were filled with envy. Peacock said impatiently, it's not that fast. Then she walked in front of Qinshin and said, I'll sit here, you, go sit beside me. Qinshin had always listened to Peacock since he was young. Without hesitation he got up. Peacock and Qinshin switched places and both of them closed their eyes. Swift saw this and her eyes were filled with confusion. She stared at the two of them for a while before she closed her eyes. At this time Peacock smiled and said, Swift, go sit over there. As he spoke, he pointed at a spot below a golden origin stone. Swift was stunned and did not know what to do. She looked at Peacock, who had closed her eyes expressionlessly. Swift saw that Qinshin also had his eyes closed and her heart skipped a beat. She was different from Peacock and Qinshin. Priestess Shui was also different from Priestess Jingfan. Therefore she knew much less about the sect's secrets. Since the two of them had switched places, they must have discovered something. It would be fine if they did not tell her, but since they did, it must be beneficial to her. She had been sitting here for more than 10 days and had not made any progress. Perhaps Peacock was right. Swift was an intelligent person. To be able to stand out in the selection, how could she be a simple person? Once she understood, she immediately got up and moved to the spot below the gold primordial stone. The three of them started again. In Mo Xian's palace, Priestess Jingyi took out a scroll and read it carefully. As she was reading, she sighed for no reason and put the scroll on the table. She floated up and walked slowly to the palace gate. She looked up at the sun that was close to noon and sighed. It's already the 17th day. If he doesn't come out tomorrow, this inheritance will be considered a failure. The selection is already so difficult, the inheritance of the incense sect. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. At this time she heard footsteps in the distance. Could it be that someone has come out? Priestess Jingyi looked up and her face was immediately filled with disappointment. The person who came was none other than the head of Ruijin Palace, Great Elder Jing Gang. Seeing Great Elder Jing Gang's happy face, Priestess Jingyi was puzzled. She went up and smiled. Great senior sister, is there any good news? Priestess Jing Gang did not neglect her. She first saluted and then said, Great leader, what do you think of the matter I told you before? Chapter 874. Hearing Nun Jinggang's question, Nun Jingyi was taken aback and asked in bewilderment, "What is eldest senior sister talking about?" "Aha, it's about Mu Jun and Zixia?" Nun Jinggang wasn't displeased at all and only smiled apologetically. "You also know that my eldest disciple has always had very high standards and has never placed ordinary women in his eyes. He's already so old, yet he's still alone. But this Zixia is his fate. Ever since he met her by chance, he couldn't forget her no matter what. After I told Sir Cult Master last time, I also told him to wait a little longer and listen to Sir Cult Master's arrangements, but..." Nun Jingyi slapped her forehead and said very apologetically, eldest senior sister, look at me, I'm really sorry. I've been busy with the direct selection and inheritance these days." Nun Jinggang smiled. "I know that Sir Cult Master has many matters to attend to and is also the key to the direct selection and inheritance, but this child Mu Jun has waited for so long, and is too embarrassed to come himself, so he urged me to come and ask Sir Cult Master." "Ha, it's very normal for men and women to love each other," Nun Jingyi said with a smile. However, immediately after, there was some difficulty on her face and she said, "I understand Mu Jun's thoughts. When eldest senior sister mentioned it to me, I immediately asked Zixia about it. But this girl's character is extremely stubborn, and junior sister Jing Xian isn't here, so I can only ask for her own opinion. She doesn't seem to be interested in Mu Jun, so I can't make things too difficult for her. However, I saw that she wasn't in a good mood those days, so perhaps she didn't consider this matter too much. It just so happened that the Yulon Valley was refined, so I agreed to let her go with that girl Chin Chin to the Yulon Valley. Who knew that they would encounter the yellow wind wreaking havoc? It was really dangerous. I reckon that after going through the test of life and death, Zixia will have a new understanding of life, and perhaps it can change some of her ideas." Nun Jinggang was overjoyed and said with a smile, "I was wondering why Sir Cult Master didn't mention it again. It turns out that you've made so many arrangements. Perhaps Sir Cult Master's arrangements have taken effect. That girl Zixia has relented. Mu Jun is wild with joy and has asked me to ask Sir Cult Master." "What?" Nun Jingyi also smiled and said, "Your family's Mu Jun is really something to actually be able to make Zixia relent. This sect still congratulates eldest senior sister in advance." It's nothing. Abish Jinggang was also happy. Unfortunately, Nun Jingyi added, "But, eldest senior sister, you know the rules of the incense order. The purple cloud beard is voluntary. If you force her, don't blame me." "How could that be?" Nun Jinggang smiled and said, "I'm the great elder of our fragrant cult. I still remember these rules." "That's good." Nun Jingyi nodded. "If you have time, you should teach Zhuochuan a lesson. He's too much." Jinggang said with an embarrassed expression, Of course. When Zhuochuan returns, I will immediately inform him of Lord Hierarch's intentions." "Come back. Where did he go?" Nun Jingyi was stunned. "I don't think I sent him out." Nun Jinggang became even more embarrassed. "This brat disappeared the last time he came back from outside. I don't know where he went either." Nun Jingyi sneered. "You better find him properly. If anything happens, I won't be lenient." Of course. Nun Jinggang almost wanted to wipe away the sweat on her forehead. However, Nun Jingyi smiled. Let's go see Zixia and see what she's thinking." Inside Emo Xian's palace, in a secluded courtyard in a seemingly simple living room, Meng Zheng had her head lowered. Her eyes were looking at the floor that seemed to be made of limestone, but was actually made of green jade. She was lost in thought, her expression a little worried. Even the slender fingers that were exposed outside of her palace robes were motionless. Although the person in the dream was not extremely beautiful, her eyes, her face, and her somewhat elegant, somewhat sorrowful, somewhat resentful, and somewhat noble temperament all made her an unforgettable beauty. Of course, this beauty wasn't the usual kind of beauty, so not everyone could appreciate it. However, as long as one could see the meaning behind it, they would be intoxicated. Mu Jun, who was sitting on the other side of the room, was supposed to be sitting upright and looking straight ahead. However, he couldn't help but look sideways at Meng Zheng's neck, beautiful hair, and slightly furrowed brows. Then, he realized that he had lost his composure and hurriedly retracted his gaze. However, after a while, he couldn't help but turn his head again. Where was the arrogant attitude that he usually had in Ruijin Palace? After a while, Mu Jun couldn't help but whisper, "Junior sister Zixia, you have to tell me the truth, right? As soon as I received your message, I immediately rushed over. You also know that when I first saw Junior Martial Sister Zixia, I was stunned by her beauty and thought that she was a marriage arranged by the heavens. That's why I've been pestering Master in order to tie the knot with her. Junior sister Wuxia might not know about the hardships I've gone through during this period of time, but it's only now that I know what it means to be unable to sleep or eat well. When I open my eyes, I see junior sister Wuxia's smile. When I close my eyes, I see junior sister Wuxia's worried face. How can I let go of this? I asked Master to ask Master for help, but there was no news. Just as I was feeling anxious and heartbroken, perhaps the heavens were moved by my infatuation, I actually received a message from junior sister Wuxia. It's really so emotional that I can't express it with words. This is the precious purple phoenix hairpin that Master bestowed upon me in the early years. It's a famous item in our immortal Tao sect. It's my keepsake, please accept it. When Ming heard this, her face became even paler. The fingers on her right hand kept rubbing the ring on her left hand's ring finger. She gritted her teeth, not knowing how to open her mouth. Seeing that Ming was a little nervous, Shimujuan smiled. Junior sister Wuxia, I know that junior sister Wuxia doesn't have anyone to rely on Lingering Fragrance Peak. Now, other than you, the Shirtai has a registered disciple that I've never met before. If junior sister Wuxia has anything to say today, please tell me. No matter what it is, as long as it's within my power, I'll agree. Ming raised her head slightly and glanced at him with her beautiful eyes. She said indifferently, no matter what it is? Senior brother Shi's tone is a little too arrogant. Shimujuan smiled. Junior sister Wuxia's request is my lifelong wish. I'll work my heart out and I'll definitely achieve junior sister Wuxia's wish. Then he hesitated slightly. I won't hide it from junior sister Wuxia. Perhaps I'm sometimes lacking in power, but I still have master and master. As long as junior sister Wuxia speaks, there's nothing that can stop me, master? When Ming heard this, she immediately understood. Her face was slightly angry. Senior martial brother Shi, little sister called you over to talk to you in advance. I wanted to listen to what you had to say. How did you alarm Jinggang Shirtai? And master too? You're obviously forcing me, aren't you? Shimujuan panicked. He immediately stood up and bowed to the ground. Junior sister Wuxia, you've misunderstood me. Meng said coldly, what's there to misunderstand? I only asked you to come over and talk. You've already taken the token and even master has been alerted. What else is there to talk about? Shimujuan shook his head. I brought the token over to express my confidence. I've also asked the Lord Temple Master and Master to come over to express my determination. I'll definitely agree to any conditions that junior sister Wuxia raises. Even if I can't agree at that time, the Lord Temple Master and Master are my witnesses. I swear that I'll fulfill them. Meng was disappointed. She waved her hand and said, Senior brother Shi, please take a seat. She then looked at the sky outside and let out a long sigh. Actually, I won't hide it from senior brother Shi. I already have someone else in my heart. Shimujuan had just sat down. When he heard this, he immediately stood up and said in surprise, what? The junior sister Wuxia. Meng smiled miserably. It actually made Shimujuan's heart ache. He felt as if a sharp knife was gently cutting his heart. He heard the dream say, originally I didn't consider senior martial brother Shi. Although Lord Sect Leader asked me earlier, but Meng seemed to be unable to continue. Shimujuan smiled and said, it's alright junior sister Wuxia. Since we've already talked about it, there's nothing to hide. I'm very curious. Which disciple on Lingering Fragrance Peak can actually catch junior sister Wuxia's eye? Even I can't compare. Then his expression suddenly changed. Could it be my third junior brother? I haven't seen him for a long time. Could it be that he's avoiding me? Meng laughed. Everything paled in comparison. Shimujuan was stunned. Senior brother Shi, you're so imaginative. Meng smiled and said, I have seen your junior brother twice and he seems to have never put me in his eyes. Senior brother Shi is praising me too much, and only senior brother Shi would take a fancy to someone like me who has the appearance of a willow tree. Shimujuan smiled. That's because they have no taste. How could they understand junior sister Wuxia's beauty? Meng was unhappy when she heard this. She said faintly, beauty is but a stinky skin. After the mortal world, it'll turn into dust. Shimujuan did not reply. After a while, he probed, junior sister Wuxia, who is the one who made junior sister Wuxia more depressed than me? Meng shook her head. You don't know him. He is just an ordinary person. Even if he was placed in front of you, you wouldn't look him in the eye. An ordinary person? Shimujuan smiled. I was wondering. So it's an old acquaintance from before you came to spread the incense order. Then I won't be jealous anymore. I didn't get to participate in Junior Sister Zixia's previous life. In the future, Junior Sister Zixia will have my shadow around you. Shimujuan's words were rather frivolous. He was revealing his true feelings. Unfortunately, Meng did not seem to hear him. She mumbled, yes, it's an old acquaintance, an old memory that's engraved in my heart. You know it's impossible. Why did you let me meet him? Meng's expression clearly indicated that she was thinking about someone. Shimujuan's heart was filled with jealousy. The fire in his heart rose high, but he continued to smile. Junior sister, memories can only be memories. As living people, we have to face life. We have to look forward to everything. Chapter 875. That's right. Living in this world, we have to look forward to everything, but how can there be such a thing as you wish? Is it something you can forget just because you want to? Her words were melancholy, but Shimujuan's heart was moved. Meng's frown revealed that kind of aura without reservation, and Shimujuan really had no way to resist it. Shimujuan's heart ached for no reason, and he almost stood up. He said righteously, Junior Sister Zixia's worries are my worries as well. Please tell me honestly, Junior Sister Zixia. Although I don't have the absolute authority of the sect leader, I still have some say in the general affairs of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Meng glanced at him and forced a smile. I also fancy Senior Brother's position. So, I hope Senior Brother won't blame me. Of course not. Shimujuan patted his chest and laughed. A man's shoulders are meant to shelter a woman from the wind and rain. If you're really thin and weak, it's better if you don't rely on me. Then he changed the topic. Junior Marshall's sister has told me about her past without hesitation. If I don't take out the magnanimity of a man, how can I live up to Junior Marshall's sister's image in your heart? Meng smiled when she heard that, revealing the only dimple on her left cheek. It was really beautiful. Since Senior Apprentice Brother she has said so, then little sister won't be courteous. Actually, I presume that Senior Apprentice Brother she already had a plan in mind before coming here. Little sister is in this Lingering Fragrance Peak's Mo Sua Palace. What kind of difficult matter could little sister encounter? Isn't it still the matter of my master Shirtai? When Shimujuan heard this, he also had a card up his sleeve. He nodded and said, this humble one has known Abbess Jing Shen since young. When I was young, I also received a lot of guidance from her. Her sudden passing has indeed caused this humble one to be extremely sad and indignant. That's right. Master has passed away for a long time, but there's still no clue about the culprit who killed her. As her only disciple, I feel even more guilty. Shimujuan licked his lips and said, the Shirtai incident? I personally investigated it back then, but the culprit was truly cunning. He didn't even leave a single trace behind. It wasn't that I didn't try my best, but other than Shirtai's normal expression and slightly surprised appearance, I really couldn't find anything. Later on, this matter was handed over to my master. It seems that Lord Sect Leader has personally investigated it as well, but he didn't succeed. Indeed. Meng's eyes seemed to have some tears. Master just left like this without a clear reason. He didn't say anything and didn't leave anything behind. Even if little sister wanted to fight for Master's justice with her life, it wouldn't work. Tell me, Senior Brother am I not very competent as a disciple? Shimujuan comforted her. Don't think too much, Junior Sister Zixia. As a disciple, you should avenge your master, but if you don't have the power, you can't force it. Lord Sect Leader has arranged everything, Junior Sister. You don't have to worry too much. Senior Brother, even though you say that, you should know that Master. She seems to have been harmed by someone very close to her. If Lord Sect Leader knows some secrets, shut up, Junior Sister Zixia. Are you out of your mind? Shimujuan looked outside in a panic and said, Lord Sect Leader has her own arrangements. As disciples we should just follow and watch. Meng stubbornly raised her head and sneered, Senior Marshal Brother this little sister originally thought that you were an unyielding man, so I entrusted my heart to you. I even wanted to entrust my future to you, but this little sister has yet to speak a few words of truth. Could it be that Senior Marshal Brother is afraid? This? Shimujuan scratched his head. Junior Sister Zixia, you can't say that. Back then, I was also personally involved in the Shirtai incident. However, there was something fishy about it and there were no clues at all. You can't blame Lord Sect Leader for this. Sigh, senior brother, you still don't understand little sister's heart. Little sister didn't say that Lord Sect Leader had done this. I just thought that with Lord Sect Leader's wisdom, how could this matter have been dragged on for so many years? If Lord Sect Leader had put her heart into it, wouldn't the truth have come to light long ago? Furthermore, I see that Lord Sect Leader is very busy. I'm afraid that Lord Sect Leader has long forgotten about my master's incident. This. Shimujuan was even more at a loss for words. Meng's words were all pointing towards Lord Sect Leader's indifference towards the Shirtai incident. How could he say anything else? That's why little sister had asked senior brother to come over because of this matter. Meng finally spoke the words in her heart. I'm somewhat prepared. Shimujuan nodded and said, Junior sister Zixia is pledging her heart to me because she wants to borrow my power and identity to get to the bottom of the truth about Shirtai's murder. Meng nodded. If senior brother feels wronged, then just pretend that little sister didn't say anything. Shimujuan said in a low voice, I've already thought about junior sister Zixia's words. If it wasn't for this matter, why would junior sister bother with me? Although this is indeed unfair to me, but who asked me to be so dead set on liking junior sister? I hope that junior sister will stop thinking about other people once she's with me. Meng smiled bleakly. Senior brother do you think that little sister still has the face to see him after doing such a thing? Although she didn't specify who he was, Meng's sad expression was obvious. Shimujuan felt as if his heart had been bitten by a bug. Shimujuan was overjoyed and said, Then, junior sister Zixia, please accept this purple phoenix hairpin. Meng looked at the incense cult's 10,000-year-old treasure on the table. She didn't seem to think that it was more precious than the hairpin on her hair. She raised her hand and felt as if she had lost the right to see him forever if she took the purple phoenix hairpin. Even though she had already made up her mind to sacrifice herself for her master's blood feud, even though she had already sent someone to tell him that she didn't want to see him ever again, how could she not be worried when he was so close to her? How could she forget about him so casually? Just as Meng wanted to raise her hand but didn't want to, she forced herself to do so. Suddenly she heard a cold snort from outside the room. Audacious girl. Lingxiang Peak, Inheritance Palace, Peacock, Chin Chin and Swift were still sitting cross-legged in the Inheritance secret chamber. However, their expressions were much more serene than before and they weren't as anxious as they were a few days ago. Peacock was sitting right under the light blue water elemental stone. Although she could not sense any elemental chi of heaven and earth when she extended her perception outside, but this tranquil cultivation made her feel a sense of joy in her heart. She liked it very much. It had been a few days since Peacock and the rest switched places. It was not far from the 18th day, but Peacock had a feeling in her heart, a feeling that things were going to succeed. It was a feeling that was hard to fathom. Peacock's perception was wandering aimlessly outside. Suddenly, Peacock had a feeling that her soul was blessed. She thought of something that the cult leader once said, everyone else was honing their state of mind in the refining heart cave. You guys are lucky to have mastered the mortal heart technique in the refining heart cave. With such luck, the probability of inheriting the immortal heart technique has increased by 50%. It's because the mortal heart technique has been mastered that the probability of inheriting the immortal heart technique is increased. Does this mean that the mortal heart technique is related to the path of immortality? Once I entered the inheritance secret chamber, I threw the mortal heart technique to the back of my mind. What a waste. But what does the mortal heart technique have to do with the ice developing incantation? As she pondered, Peacock thought of Zhang Xiaohua and the heavenly Tao that Zhang Xiaohua manifested in the refining heart cave. She also thought of the heavenly Tao that the heavenly Tao manifested. Suddenly, Peacock thought of the inheritance secret chamber and the colorful elemental stones. Immediately, Peacock's perception formed the childish trajectory of the heavenly Tao. She tried to connect the stars in the refining heart cave with the stars in the inheritance secret chamber. Peacock's thought was not a big deal. It was a sign of the formless nature of the great Tao. She turned herself into a formless being without the elemental energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, the elemental energy in the inheritance secret chamber, the water elemental energy, was the most prominent. They all flowed into Peacock's formless body. At this time, Peacock had already sensed the heavenly Tao. She slowly simulated the heavenly Tao in her mind. She did not feel much about the elemental energy entering her body. It was as if this was a matter of course. Because of this unintentional absorption of elemental energy was similar to the absorption of elemental energy in Zhang Xiaohua's body when she was unconscious. From wisps to wisps, and then to waves, the elemental energy was guided by Peacock's perception. They were all absorbed into the pores of Peacock's body. Peacock's absorption of elemental energy had triggered a change in the elemental energy in the inheritance secret chamber. All kinds of elemental energy changed their original trajectory and drifted toward Peacock. Chin and Swift originally did not have any perception of the elemental energy of heaven and earth. They were unable to absorb the elemental energy out of thin air. Peacock's breakthrough allowed them to sense the elemental energy of heaven and earth. Both of them had cultivated the traditional immortal path. Since they could sense the elemental energy of heaven and earth, it was not difficult for them to absorb elemental energy into their bodies. Therefore, when Peacock absorbed most of the elemental energy in the inheritance secret chamber into her body, Chin and Swift happily split the remaining elemental energy into two. After an unknown amount of time, the elemental energy in the inheritance secret chamber began to thin and could no longer withstand the absorption of the three of them. All the primeval stones on the ceiling of the inheritance secret chamber were dull without exception. They were no longer as bright as they were when the three of them entered. Suddenly the peacock opened its eyes. Its gaze was not much different from before, but upon closer inspection, there was a trace of pride and joy in its eyes. At the same time, Chin and Swift also opened their eyes. They looked at each other and immediately stood up. They bowed and said, "Thank you, senior sister, for your help." Peacock looked at the two of them and smiled. "You two have succeeded as well." Chapter 876. Hearing Peacock's question, Chin and Yu Yen did not dare to delay. "That's right, if not for you guiding the energy into your body and letting me know what the energy of heaven and earth is, I'm afraid I would have to wait a long time?" Chin smiled. Yu Yen nodded. "I have to thank you too, you've helped me twice, you've given me a new lease of life." Peacock waved her hand and smiled. "Sister Yu Yan's fate has arrived. Even without my guidance, she would have succeeded. I just happened to be there at the right time." After that, Peacock looked at the darkened vitality stone in the inheritance chamber and sighed in her heart. No wonder Grand Leader has doubts. Although this vitality stone is under the protection of the sect protecting Grand Formation, it has been used for tens of thousands of years. It is a miracle that it has lasted until now. I wonder how the next Grand Leader will inherit this treasure? Could it be that the immortal Tao of my incense cult can't be passed down? Seeing that Peacock did not look happy, Yu Yen did not say much, but Chin jumped to Peacock's side and smiled. "Sister Yu Yen has inherited our Xiangism. Why aren't you happy? In the future, should I call you Sister Leader?" Peacock looked at Chin and smiled. "How about it, if you want the leader to lock you in the discipline cave, you can call me that." Chin pursed his lips and shook his head. "That commandment cave is just a small Yulon prairie. There's not even the shadow of a beast, let alone a person. It's very lonely inside, so don't mention it." Yu Yen looked at the two of them and smiled. "Sisters, this is considered a success. I wonder if the leader will smile when he knows that the three of us have inherited it?" "Aha," Chin laughed. Yu Yen was curious. "Sister Chin, what are you laughing at?" Chin covered his mouth and tried to stop laughing. I was thinking, if the leader laughed, what would he look like? Who would he lock in the discipline cave?" Peacock smiled sweetly. "Let's go, let the leader be happy and inform the other masters. I'm sure both of them are anxious." Chin and Swift were already at Peacock's beck and call, so they nodded in agreement. When the three of them left the inheritance palace, they didn't see Nanjing Yi, so they could only go to Amo Shen Palace. After hearing the report from the disciple on duty, they learned of Nanjing Yi's whereabouts. Only then did they send a disciple to inform Nanjing Fan and Nun Shuezhen that the three of them had come out of seclusion. The three of them then headed towards Zixia's location. Zixia and Shimujuan were stunned when they heard the scolding. Shimujuan reacted quickly and his expression changed. However, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. He immediately stood up and walked quickly to the door. He bowed and said, "Welcome, sect leader." Zixia was shocked as well. She had heard Shimujuan mention the Grand Hierarch, but she never thought that the Grand Hierarch would arrive so quickly. As her face turned pale, a look of determination flashed across her eyes. Most of her gaze was fixed fiercely on Shimujuan's back. When Zixia stood up and walked to the door, Nanjing Yi and Nanjing Gang walked to the door. Nanjing Yi glanced coldly at Zixia, then walked slowly into the room. She picked up a chair and sat down. Nanjing Gang was expressionless. She glanced at Shimujuan and sat down with Nanjing Yi's subordinate. Shimujuan looked at Zixia, then stole a glance at Nanjing Gang. He was about to speak, but Nanjing Gang stopped him with a look. Zixia sighed softly and walked to Nanjing Yi. She stood carefully with her head lowered and didn't say a word. Do you know your crime? Nanjing Yi looked coldly at Zixia and asked directly. Zixia bit her lips and said stubbornly, Sect leader, I don't know my crime. You still don't know your crime? Talking behind our leader's back and making up stories about our leader is a great crime in the incense-spreading cult. I'm sure the sect leader heard what I said to senior brother Shi. Perhaps it involved you, but what I said was the truth. I didn't lie at all, so I don't think I've done anything wrong. Shimujuan looked at Nanjing Gang and probed, Sect leader, I'm untalented but I'm here to accompany junior sister Zixia. Although junior sister Zixia's words were a little rude, but I asked the sect leader to consider her eagerness to avenge her master. That's why she overthought things. Besides, junior sister Zixia has only been in Emo Xian Palace for a short time. There are many things she might not know. Please forgive me. Shimujuan's words had some meaning. If Zhang Xiaohua defended herself, she would have agreed with Zixia. She would have said that Zixia was just stating facts and had no intention of slandering the sect leader. However, Shimujuan was implying that Zixia was young and insensible. Nanjing Yi glanced at Shimujuan and asked again, Zixia, when you came to Lingxiang Peak again, did the incense-spreading cult ever neglect you? Zixia shook her head. After junior sister Jingxian left, the incense-spreading cult took into account your filial piety to master and was very obedient to you. If you wanted to go to secluded orchid evening, the incense-spreading cult let Qinshan bring you there. If you wanted to live alone, the incense-spreading cult gave in to you. I even changed your name to Zixia in hopes that you'll have a brand new tomorrow. This is the incense-spreading cult's painstaking care for you. Can't you feel it? Zixia still shook her head. Then, why do you still have complaints about the incense-spreading cult? Zixia looked at Nanjing Yi. She didn't seem to have any intention of compromising. She raised her head and said, Disciple's background is unknown. My childhood memories are unclear. I am grateful to Fragrant Cult for taking me in. Moreover, after Master left, Hierarch His Excellency put me in Emo Xian Palace. Disciple has no complaints. I don't deserve any mistreatment. It's just that. Zixia gritted her teeth and said, It's just that as a disciple I have to avenge Master. The sect leader didn't catch the murderer of my master and instead gave me so many benefits. This isn't something that I shouldn't think about. So you think that the incense-spreading cult has selfish motives? Do you think that junior sister Jingxian's death was caused by the incense-spreading cult? Zixia was stunned. Her face turned pale and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. This disciple has never dared to think about it. I've never said it. Shimujuan spoke anxiously but was stopped by Nanjing Gang. The sect leader said coldly, So, you want to find a powerful backer and a helper to work with you to find the murderer of your master? Zixia puffed out her chest. Her eyes didn't even look away as she stared straight at Nanjing Yi. She calmly said, As long as we can find Master's murderer, this disciple is willing to die a horrible death. This sacrifice is nothing. But you're doing this for the greater good, for your master's revenge. But don't you think that you're very selfish? Selfish? Zixia was stunned and asked curiously. Yes. First of all, the person you've let down is the him that you mentioned. The incense-spreading cult doesn't know who this him is. From what you've said, he's an outsider. Perhaps he's waiting for you to meet him, but you've thrown away his feelings so easily. Do you think you've let him down? If this isn't your selfishness, then whose is it? When Zixia heard this, tears streamed down her face. She said, When he found out about this, he thought that my heart had changed. It doesn't matter if he bears a grudge or curses me, I'll accept it. I have no regrets. Perhaps one day he'll know the truth. Perhaps he'll forgive me. Perhaps he'll sympathize with me. Perhaps he'll agree with my way of doing things. But by then, everything will have changed. I can no longer hold him back. Let my feelings for him be buried in the vicissitudes of the world. Sigh. Nanjing Yi sighed. The second person you've let down is probably your master. Junior sister Jingxian passed away peacefully. Looking at her, although she knew something and could have left some clues, she didn't leave anything behind. Perhaps she didn't want the incense-spreading cult to fall into chaos. Perhaps she didn't want you to avenge her. Zixia was still sad. The third person you've let down is our cult. Junior sister Jingxian is our cult's junior sister and we grew up together. Our cult's feelings for her far exceed yours. If you can think of avenging her, how can our cult not think of it? Ever since junior sister Jing Xian passed away, our cult has put in countless efforts and searched for countless clues. You don't know any of this. Just based on your wishful thinking, you've turned our cult's many years of hard work into ashes. Don't you think that you're very selfish? Lord Cult Leader. When Wuxia heard this, she immediately prostrated herself on the ground and burst into tears. It was as if she wanted to pour out all the grief that had accumulated in her heart for many years. Shimujuan stood at the side with a mixed expression on his face. He was worried because the Lord Cult Leader's words seemed to disapprove of Wuxia being together with him. He was happy because Wuxia's position in the Lord Cult Leader's heart far exceeded his expectations. If he could become Wuxia's spouse, the benefits he would receive would be far beyond what he could imagine today. After crying for a long time, she gradually stopped crying. Nun Jingyi then said somewhat lovingly, "All right, our cult has said everything that needs to be said. Nun Jing Gang called our cult leader here to be a matchmaker. Now we've become an unwelcome guest. However, to be honest with your current status, the person you met outside the cult is not worthy of you. I'm also familiar with Mu Jun. He's steady and has a good personality. He can take on great responsibilities and is a rare talent in our incense-spreading cult. He's suitable for you. I believe he's much better than the person you met before. Furthermore, you have no one to rely on in the incense-spreading cult. Mu Jun is the one who can take care of you. What you said earlier might come true. Your thoughts might not be completely wrong. In any case, you have to walk your own path. Our cult leader only hopes that once you've made your choice, you won't have any regrets. You just have to continue walking down this path." After she finished speaking, Nun Jingyi shut her mouth and watched quietly. Shimujuan's face was filled with joy. He looked as if he was about to jump up and down. He stared straight at Wuxia, hoping that Wuxia would immediately pick up the purple phoenix hairpin at this moment. Chapter 877. Meng cried for a long time. Her gentleness had long disappeared and was replaced by a trace of stubbornness. She pondered for a moment and said softly, "Thank you for your words and thank you for respecting my choice." As she spoke, she reached for the purple phoenix hairpin. "Haha," Nun Jingyi laughed and said to Nun Jing Gang, "Congratulations, senior sister. I didn't expect Mu Jun to find such a good girl. It seems like your Ruijin Hall is going to have a joyous occasion soon." "That's right." Nun Jing Gang also laughed. "When the time comes, I'll have to ask sect leader." Before Nun Jing Gang could finish her sentence, a disciple ran in pathetically. He was out of breath and shouted, Martial Uncle Shi, it's bad, it's bad." However, the moment he entered, he saw Nun Jingyi and Nun Jing Gang. He was immediately stunned on the spot. Shimujuan was looking at Meng with anticipation. He was about to take the purple phoenix hairpin. When he heard someone calling him, he couldn't help but be furious. Meng was also stunned and her hand stopped. Shimujuan looked at Meng reluctantly and smiled. "Junior sister Wuxia, keep the purple phoenix hairpin. I'll ask what's the matter." Meng smiled sweetly. "You should ask about the matter first. Our matter isn't urgent. Sect leader is right in front of us. If he says that I'm delaying your work, I won't be able to bear the responsibility." "Haha," Shimujuan laughed and looked magnanimous. He turned around and scolded the disciple, "What are you shouting for? How do you usually discipline you? You need to be calm in the face of a landslide to be able to achieve greatness." "But..." The disciple stole glances at Nun Jingyi, Nun Jing Gang and even Meng. He felt wronged and said, "But, this is really a big accident." "Big accident?" Shimujuan almost wanted to slap him. He thought to himself, no matter how big the accident is, it can't be bigger than letting Wuxia take my keepsake. However, how could he say it in front of Nun Jingyi? He only smiled and said, "It's fine. No matter how big the accident is, I'll take care of it. Even if someone barges into Lingxiang Peak, there's no need to be afraid. Just say it." "Martial Uncle Shi? You actually know?" The disciple was stunned and blurted out. "What?" Shimujuan was shocked. "There's really someone who barged into Lingering Fragrance Peak? Who was so bold? Are you tired of living?" At this time, the disciple was a little more cautious. He went forward to whisper in Yifutian's ear. Who would have thought that Abbess Jingyi's expression would change, and she said angrily, "You dog! Someone has barged into Lingering Fragrance Peak and you haven't reported it yet? Who were they and how many of them were there? What's the matter? Could it be that the Tenryu sect launched a sneak attack?" This The disciple was in a difficult position and kept looking at Shimujuan. Shimujuan was enraged and slapped the disciple's face. The hierarch had already asked him to speak, yet he still dared to look at him. Wasn't this the same as drugging him? As expected, Nun Jingyi frowned slightly. Speak quickly, word by word. Tell me what you want to report. Shimujuan said loudly. Then, I'll say it. The disciple hesitated. Shimujuan's lungs were about to explode from anger. Where did this top-notch disciple come from? Isn't he asking for his own life? However, when the disciple said it, Shimujuan realized that it was indeed not suitable to say it here. The disciple said, there's only one person who barged into the peak. He's already charged from the foot of the mountain to Ruijin Palace with his sword. Along the way he broke the swords of all the disciples who were guarding the peak. Martial Uncle Ming and Martial Uncle Su were both defeated by him. Now it's Martial Uncle who's blocking the restriction of Ruijin Palace. Although this person is already injured looking at him, if he were to fight with his life on the line, I think Martial Uncle who may not be able to block him. Martial Uncle Ming sent a few disciples to Imo Palace to look for Martial Uncle Shi. They said that the person who barged into the peak was a disciple of distant fire palace called Rin Xiaoyao. This Rin Xiaoyao is going to barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak, to look for senior sister Xia. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing the four people present to feel dizzy. A person barging into Lingering Fragrance Peak with a single sword. How heroic was this? What kind of affection? What kind of martial arts was this? What kind of disciples were the disciples of Ruijin Palace? They were the peak protectors of the fragrant peak of the fragrant religion. They had to protect the safety of all the disciples on the fragrant peak. They were the idols of the outer sect disciples and the goal of thousands of Wuming Hall disciples. But such outstanding disciples were actually beaten to a pulp by an alchemy disciple from distant fire palace. If it was an ordinary disciple it would be fine. But the so-called Martial Uncle Ming and Martial Uncle Su were disciples of the same generation as Shimujuan. They were experts among experts. But this alchemy disciple actually defeated them separately and directly barged into Ruijin Palace. As long as he passed through the restriction, he would be able to enter Mo Xian Palace. This was simply slapping the face of Ruijin Palace, trampling on the dignity of all the disciples who were guarding the peak of Ruijin Palace. Of course it was a wanton trampling. Didn't you hear the disciples' report? He broke the swords of all the ordinary disciples. Wasn't he just teasing you? Moreover, why did this disciple barge into Lingering Fragrance Peak? To look for Xia. To look for Xia who was about to marry Shimujuan. Needless to say, after this disciple heard that Xia was going to marry Shimujuan, he thought of barging into Lingering Fragrance Peak to look for Xia and stop the banquet. Since ancient times, there had always been many people like this who flew into a rage for a beauty. Rin Xiaoyao. When Shimujuan heard this he was puzzled at first. This name seems very familiar. After thinking for a while, he immediately thought, isn't he the one who was jealous of his third junior brother Yuzuochuan? When did he get to know Xia? Could he be the sweetheart Xia mentioned just now? Following that, the top-notch disciple said, Rin Xiaoyao has a message for senior sister Xia. Meng anxiously asked, what is it? The mountains have no edges, the heaven and earth merge, the winter thunder shakes the summer snow, only then do I dare to break up with you. When this was said there was nothing else. Meng's tears flowed down and the anxiety on her face intensified. Seeing Xia's face full of concern and anxiety, and even her tears, Shimujuan came to a realization. He could not help but be furious. Big brother, what are you doing? Since you already have Zhang Pinger, you should be jealous of you Laosan. Why are you provoking Xia? Zhang Pinger is already out of your league. Is Xia someone you can subdue? Moreover, I beg of you brother, this is called having a foot in two boats. It's very immoral. I, Boss Shi, have been single for so many years and finally found someone who caught my eye. You're still messing things up. Unconsciously, Shimujuan's heart was filled with hatred. When Nun Jinggang heard this, her face was filled with astonishment and her eyes were filled with rage. Wasn't slapping Ruijin Hall's face the same as slapping her own face? She had already lost most of her face in front of the sect leader. Now what little was left was stripped away. Nun Jingyi was startled at first, then her face lit up with joy. In the end, she frowned slightly and looked at Meng thoughtfully. When Meng Gang heard the disciple's narration, she didn't care and acted as if she had nothing to do with it. However, after hearing a few sentences she was shocked. When the disciple said that the person was injured, her heart skipped a beat and she looked at the disciple anxiously. When the disciple called out the name of the person who crashed the mountain, she couldn't be reserved anymore. She took a step forward and asked, Is he seriously injured? The disciple stole a glance at Shimujuan and said embarrassedly, this disciple saw blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth from afar. It seems like his internal organs were injured by Martial Uncle Ming and Martial Uncle Su. Martial Uncle who is known for his strength. Renshayao He. I'm afraid his life is in danger. Even if he manages to escape with his life, his internal injuries. Meng Gang cried out in alarm. She straightened up and wanted to run. However, after taking 2 steps she stopped. She turned around and threw herself in front of Nun Jingyi again and cried, Sect leader He was just possessed for a moment. Elder. Hurry and pass down the order. Have the disciples guarding the mountain stop immediately. I've already explained everything to him. Oh no, I'll explain it to him now and have him leave the mountain immediately. Sect leader, you can expel him from spreading fragrance cult, but please spare his life. This is all my fault. I didn't make it clear to him. I shouldn't have gone to see him. Nun Jingyi sneered, the crime of breaking into the mountain peak can be absolved with just a few words from you? When Meng Gang heard this, she became extremely nervous. She turned around and looked at Nun Jinggang. She knew that she didn't have much influence on the other party. She quickly ran to Shimujuan and grabbed the purple phoenix hairpin. She cried out, Senior Shiai, I beg you. Hurry and order the disciples of Ruijin Hall to stop. I will immediately tell him that I can marry you immediately. Meng Gang was usually cold, wise and even arrogant. When she heard that Zhang Xiaohua was seriously injured, she became like a headless fly. She used all kinds of methods and asked for help from everyone. She only had one wish. She hoped that her former lover could be spared. Earlier on, Shimujuan had hoped that Meng would pick up the purple phoenix hairpin. Now that Meng had picked up the purple phoenix hairpin as he wished, he felt humiliated as a man. His dream lover had no choice but to compromise for the sake of his love rival's safety. At this moment, Shimujuan no longer had his earlier magnanimity. He merely glanced at Meng Qi indifferently before lifting his eyes to look at Nun Jingyi and Nun Jinggang. Putting aside his emotions, even if the 2 elders were present, they did not have the right to order him around. Nun Jingyi looked at the teary-eyed Meng and her heart ached for no reason. It was as if she had touched a scar in her heart. She sighed inwardly. It's easy to find a priceless treasure, but it's hard to find a lover. Therefore, before Nun Jinggang could say anything, she waved her hand and said, Zixia, put down the purple phoenix hairpin. You should calm down first before picking it up. As if she had found a life-saving straw, Meng turned around and asked, Sect leader, you're willing to spare his life? Just as Nun Jingyi was about to answer, she heard a series of footsteps outside. Nun Jingyi immediately looked up. Before she could see who it was, she cried out in surprise, Peacock Chin. Yeah. Did you all receive the inheritance? It was as if Nun Jingyi could see through the walls of the house and see the people outside. Chapter 878. Sure enough, before Nun Jingyi could finish her sentence, Peacock and the rest appeared at the entrance of the hall. Chin even leaped out from behind and shouted, Honorable leader, you're too amazing. I wanted to give you a surprise and didn't let the other disciples come to inform you. We haven't even entered the house and you already know. Nun Jingyi stood up and the veil on her face rippled. She seemed to be very excited. She walked to Peacock and the rest and looked them up and down. Then she held Peacock's hand and smiled, Good. The 3 consecutive good words expressed the joy in his heart incisively and vividly. What's going on? Chin looked at Meng and the rest in shock and asked, Who bullied junior sister Zixia? Quick, tell senior sister and let her teach him a lesson. Then she looked at Shimujuan with disdain, Is it junior brother Shi? I say junior brother Shi, you're not young anymore. Why are you bullying your junior sister? Why aren't you apologizing to junior sister Zixia? Then she covered her mouth and looked at Nun Jinggang, Senior Nun Jinggang, please don't blame me. I didn't mean to disrespect you. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the purple phoenix hairpin in Meng's hand and shouted, Io, Zixia, this is the purple phoenix hairpin of our fragrant religion. I heard that there is a male and a female. Is this male or female? Then she reached out and snatched it from Meng's hand. Meng had picked it up in a moment of desperation. When she saw Chin Chin coming to take it, she immediately let go as if it was a hot potato. Peacock and Swift had yet to say anything, but Chin Chin had already greeted everyone in a circle and had a whole basket of things to say. Everyone was speechless. Meng was worried about Zhang Xiaohua's comfort, but after all, Zhang Xiaohua's life and death depended on the sect leader's words. Just now, she saw that the sect leader had some intention of mercy, so how could she dare to say another word? She was afraid that she would spoil the sect leader's joy and change his mind. Seeing Chin Chen's reaction, Nun Jingyi was not annoyed at all. She only smiled and asked, "Peacock, it seems that you are the first to receive the inheritance. Can you tell me more about it?" Peacock smiled and said, "Sect leader, your eyes are indeed sharp. You even know about this. I was thinking of reporting it to you." Nun Jingyi waved her hand. "That's easy. You'll know in the future." Peacock looked left and right again and said, "Our disciples are not that important, this is just a report. I think something has happened here, I would like to ask the hierarch to deal with it." Jingyi admired Peacock's methodical approach and nodded. "Peacock is right. And you guys came out of seclusion just in time. There's going to be a good show to watch." "A good show?" Chin Chin, who was playing with the purple phoenix hairpin, was delighted when she heard this. She said with a smile, "What good show? I'm sick of it." As he spoke, he wanted to return the hairpin to Meng. How could Meng accept it? She only pulled Chin Chen's hand and pushed it to Shimujuan. Chin Chin would not give Shimujuan any face. She glared at him and threw the hairpin to him. Shimujuan could only accept it obediently and did not dare to say anything. Chin Chin was Mo Xian's disciple, and now that she had received the inheritance, she would be an elder in the future if there were no accidents. Furthermore, she was Peacock's junior sister, which meant that she would be the junior sister of the future sect leader of the incense cult. Her power would be on the same level as Nanjing Gang's, which was not something Shimujuan could compare to. Yes, there is a good show. An alchemy disciple from the Fire Temple is forcing his way into Lingxiang Peak. Nun Jingyi said calmly. Fire Temple? Alchemy disciple? Forcing his way into Lingxiang Peak? The three of them were all astonished. Chin Chin even cried out, "Who is this thing that doesn't want to live? Lord Hierarch, let me go, I'll cut him in half with my sword." Meng's face immediately turned pale. "But this alchemy disciple is an old acquaintance of your junior sister Zixia. He's forcing his way into Lingxiang Peak to see Zixia and to stop Zixia from accepting Shimujuan's engagement token." Nun Jingyi's tone was still calm. "Ah?" The three of them exclaimed at the same time. Chin Chin jumped in front of Meng and said with a smile, "Junior sister Zixia, you haven't even taken off your hair clip and you want to accept the purple phoenix hairpin? Haha, I didn't expect that many people would fancy you despite your ordinary appearance. A disciple from the Fire Temple is willing to risk his life for you. When did your standards become so low?" Then she glanced at Shimujuan and said, "This guy only has such standards." Shimujuan was embarrassed. Peacock looked at them and said with a smile, "Congratulations Nanjing Gang, congratulations junior brother Shi. Zixia is a very good disciple. You have good taste." Yuyan stood quietly beside the two of them and did not say a word. Meng was embarrassed by Chin Chen's words, but there was anxiety in her eyes. Chin Chin asked curiously, "Sir Leader, where's that disciple from the Fire Temple? He couldn't have been dismembered by the disciples of the Ruijin Temple, right? Which disciple's subordinate is so daring to force his way into Lingxiang Peak? He even wants to covet our junior sister Zixia. Isn't this the legendary toad lusting after swan meat?" Nun Jingyi said calmly, "A disciple called Rin Xiaoyao. I've never heard of him." Rin Xiaoyao? These words usually did not sound like much, but in Peacock and Chin Chen's ears, it was like thunder. "Is there a mistake? Why is he at the Fire Temple?" Peacock said in surprise. "Yes, is it someone with the same name? Why is Rin Xiaoyao at Lingxiang Peak? How does he know Zixia? He actually barged into Lingxiang Peak because of Zixia?" Chin Chin also blurted out. Peacock and Zixia knew that the Zhang Xiaohua they met in the Refining Heart Cave was just an illusion and told themselves not to take it seriously. But when they heard that Zhang Xiaohua had barged into Lingxiang Peak because of Zixia, they felt a little sour and mixed feelings. It was everyone's turn to be surprised. Nun Jingyi asked curiously, "What? This disciple called Rin Xiaoyao, you know him?" Peacock and Chin Chin both secretly criticized, "Nonsense, how can we not know him?" "In the Refining Heart Cave," Peacock said calmly, "Yes, I know him. This Ren Xiaoyao is one of the 10 medicine apprentices I brought back from the Rejuvenation Valley when I went to Carefree City to pay my respects last year. He was left at the refining pill hall, but I don't know why he ran to the fire temple. Qinshan also said hatefully, this bastard is good at deceiving people. He already held the hand of the third miss of the Rejuvenation Valley and kissed her on the lips. Their marriage was also set, but he still went to Lingxiang Peak to harm people. He's been thinking about her day and night and has almost become an inner demon. He's really despicable. It was unknown who Qinshan was saying this to and who he was harming. Peacock blushed when she heard this, and even Qinshan had a different feeling in his heart. As for Meng, her face was burning. Was Qinshan not talking about her? Meng was stunned and her face turned pale. She looked at the hierarch and said anxiously, no, he wouldn't be like this. He never told me about the engagement. Meng's words proved that Ren Xiaoyao was the Ren Xiaoyao that Peacock and Qinshan were talking about. There was no other person. Even if Zhang Xiaohua was here, she would be wrong to the point of vomiting blood. When did he hold hands with Nie Qinyu and kiss her on the lips? It was just Qinshan's wishful thinking. However, this engagement, it was really hard to explain. Sure enough, the hierarch's tone was cold when he heard this. He called a disciple over and said, bring me Ren Xiaoyao's record. I want to see it. The disciple left with the order. Nanjingyi said, let's go. I've been listening to rumors for half a day. I want to see this Ren Xiaoyao and see what kind of person he is. He's familiar with the disciples of Mo Nong Palace and broke their hearts for him. And his martial arts are so good that a little medicine boy can break into Ruijin Palace. What? Ruijin Palace? Peacock and Qinshan were even more shocked. They looked at each other and had the same question. Ren Xiaoyao can't be so powerful. What kind of herb did he eat? On Lingxiang Peak, on the main mountain path made of bluestone, there were two people standing straight. Around the mountain path, on the rocks, on the trees, on the open space beside, there were countless disciples. There were male disciples and female disciples with different expressions. However, all the eyes of the disciples were fixed on the two people standing on the main mountain path. Absolute silence. The person standing on top was topless, revealing his bronze-colored skin. The bulging muscles on his body were like lumps of iron. The midday sun shone directly on that person's body, causing him to emit a faint glow. This burly man held a copper rod that was as thick as a duck egg in his hand. His head was planted on the ground, and he squinted his eyes as he looked at the person in front of him. He did not make a sound. The person standing below was thin and tall. There was nothing special about him except for a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. In his right hand, he held something that looked like a sword embryo or a stone rod. The silence was somewhat strange. The person on top looked around and smiled. Kid, you're called Ren Xiaoyao. The person below smiled. You're mistaken. I'm Ren Xiaoyao. The burly man scratched his head and smiled. Both sides are Ren. What Yao? That's right. I'm Hu Ben from Ruijin Palace, Master Hu. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know who Hu Ben was. She only smiled and said, so it's Master Hu. I've heard a lot about you. Well, since you know Grandpa Hu's name, that's good. Hu Ben said proudly, because you disturbed Grandpa Hu's afternoon nap, that Ming Qing only told me to take you. Whether you're dead or alive, Grandpa Hu still likes you. If you surrender, Grandpa Hu won't need to use this god-killing rod. I'll just turn around and leave. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Master Hu is too polite. You should move your muscles and bones. Sleeping all the time is not good for your body. You brat, don't be so shameless. Hu Ben's face was filled with anger. He twirled the copper rod in his hand and shouted, if Master Hu makes a move, you won't be able to survive. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Mo Shuigong, who was almost within reach behind Hu Ben, and said indifferently, if there is no longing in your heart, living, what is the point? Chapter 879. No wonder you want to break into Lingering Fragrance Peak. So you don't want to live anymore. Hu Ben immediately understood and laughed. Since that's the case, let Grandpa send you on your way. As he spoke, the copper rod in his hand swung in the air. Both of his arms bulged as he smashed the rod towards Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua saw the copper rod coming down, but she didn't release her divine sense. Now that she was within the range of Mo Xian Palace, she didn't dare to easily reveal her immortal Dao technique. Hearing the sound of wind from the stick and the intimidating aura from the stick, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Needless to say, since this Huban was arranged by Martial Uncle Ming Qing at the restriction area of Ruijin Palace, it was because he saw through Zhang Xiaohua's trick of using strength to bully others. He also found a disciple who also practiced outer door divine ability to stop him. It couldn't be said that this was a deliberate plan. If Zhang Xiaohua dodged, not to mention losing his spirit, even his life would be another matter. Therefore, with a smile on her face, Zhang Xiaohua swung the heavy sword from bottom to top. Dang! A loud sound echoed throughout the entire lingering fragrance peak. The rod and the heavy sword collided. Not to mention the onlookers who covered their ears with a shocked expression. Even Huban's hands were numb. The copper rod was struck high up into the sky and he almost couldn't hold it. Zhang Xiaohua was even worse. The heavy sword was struck to the ground and smashed into the bluestone with a ding sound. Zhang Xiaohua's figure was also pushed back for a long time and almost fell. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's hand held onto the heavy sword that was inserted into the ground and stabilized her body after swaying a few times. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua's face was a little green with a pu sound, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The injury she suffered from fighting with martial Uncle Su burst forth again. Huban clearly didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to have such strength. His face showed joy and he shouted, "Good boy, Ming Qing said that you have great strength, but I didn't care. Look at your small body, how can you be stronger than me? Come, fight with Grandpa for a few more moves?" As he spoke, the rod smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's waist. Although Zhang Xiaohua had a rough understanding of this person's strength, she was still injured. How could she fight head-on with him? She only twisted her body and dodged. The heavy sword in her hand flew towards Huban's arm. Huban said angrily, "That boy, didn't you want to fight? Why are you still using tricks?" Although he said that, he easily retracted his wrought copper rod and knocked it towards Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't want to fight with him. She only used the nameless sword art together with Huban. Although the nameless sword art was exquisite, it was still a flying sword. Previously, when she fought with martial Uncle Su, she was at a disadvantage and her internal organs were injured. But now, when she fought with Huban, the situation was reversed and she had the upper hand in terms of moves. However, every time there was a crisis, Huban would forcefully knock the wrought copper rod against the heavy sword, forcing Zhang Xiaohua to change her moves. It was the same method that Zhang Xiaohua used to bully the disciples of Sharp Golden Palace. This is really karma. I was bullying others just now and now I'm being used against myself. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly to herself. Huban's strength was indeed great, but it might not be comparable to Zhang Xiaohua's. However, Zhang Xiaohua was injured previously. How could she compete with him purely in terms of strength? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about how to defeat the enemy, suddenly, a familiar feeling descended from the sky. In an instant it was as if she was being peeped on. This. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shiver. Needless to say, this was the feeling of being scanned by a divine sense. Could it be that the leader of Emotian Palace is here? Zhang Xiaohua stole a glance at the source of the divine sense. It was a few masked women standing at a high place. One of them was Meng, who Zhang Xiaohua wanted to find on Lingering Fragrance Peak. Looking at Meng Yu's resentful and worried gaze, as well as the anxious expression on her face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel her blood boil. Since the leader was here, it was time to settle the matter of her trespassing on Lingering Fragrance Peak. At this moment, Huban leaped up and raised his copper rod high. A sharp sound of wind was produced from the head of the rod. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the raised rod and a feeling rose in her heart. Go touch your head with that rod. Just touch it lightly. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's mind was only slightly absent-minded. She felt that it was strange. Aside from Huban's astonishing strength, there must be some secret to his rod technique. Seeing that the copper rod was about to fall, Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly. Is it just a competition of strength? Do you think I'm afraid of you? As she spoke, she also raised her great wisdom sword and pierced it towards the tip of the copper rod. The heavy sword seemed to pierce through the air, producing an ear-piercing sound. The surrounding air was also stirred up, and a gust of wind was produced out of thin air. Dang! The tip of the rod and the tip of the sword collided again. However, this time it wasn't as loud as before. The two incomparably heavy weapons brought about a gust of wind when they collided. The muffled, almost silent pew actually covered up the sound of the weapons colliding by a lot. This time the copper rod wasn't raised much. Even Zhang Xiaohua's great wisdom sword was retracted to a limited extent. Presumably both of them used all of their strength. However, Hubin used both of his arms, while Zhang Xiaohua only used her hand to hold her sword. The difference in strength was obvious. Unfortunately, this wasn't a simple competition. Seeing that the copper rod was raised, Hubin took a step forward. With a twist of his hand, the other end of the copper rod flipped and smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Zhang Xiaohua's face turned red. She forced herself to swallow a mouthful of blood. She pointed the heavy sword in her hand at the head of the rod. Borrowing the strength of the long sword, she floated forward and kicked Hubin's cheek. This lightness technique was one of the simplest techniques in Jianghu. If it was outside of the fragrant religion, it would be considered valuable. However, in this situation it appeared clumsy. However, didn't our Zhang Xiaohua want to hide her true strength? Haha. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's kick, Hubin also laughed. He let go of the copper rod in his hand and aimed it at Zhang Xiaohua's ankle. The wind from the fist created a chill. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't release her divine sense, she could still feel it. Not daring to be negligent, Zhang Xiaohua slightly retracted her leg in the air. With a chain kick, the other leg also followed. This leg was hidden below, so Hubin was caught off guard. He could only raise his arm to block it. Feeling as if he kicked an iron plate, Zhang Xiaohua's leg also felt a bit of pain. This was a situation he had never encountered since he started practicing the Big Dipper magical fist. This guy seems to have practiced some kind of body refining technique. Perhaps it's a legacy of the way of immortals. Zhang Xiaohua instantly understood. Nun Jingyi's divine sense that enveloped the whole place did not withdraw for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua could only use the technique to hide her cultivation level. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua and Hubin fought for a while, but there was still no clear winner. Far away, Peacock and Qin Qin frowned and stared at the scene without saying a word. Meng's face was full of worry. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then stole a glance at Nun Jingyi. She didn't dare to say a word. Behind them, Shi Mujuan narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. He knew very well what kind of martial arts Hubin had. He really didn't expect that the little medicine boy he had threatened in the distant fire hall that day would actually be able to fight Hubin to a draw. Ouch. Qin Qin saw Zhang Xiaohua spit out another mouthful of blood and felt a little distressed. He cried out, "This Ren Xiaoyao is really determined to go to Lingxiang Peak. He has already spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Is he going to spit out all his blood?" Meng looked at Meng with her small mouth slightly pouted. Peacock frowned and said, "This Ren Xiaoyao's punches and kicks seem to be ordinary. His body movements are also ordinary, but the strength of his hands is much greater than Hubin's. Moreover, looking at his swordsmanship, it doesn't seem to be common. It seems to be extremely unorthodox. I'm afraid it's not some honorable swordsmanship." Qin Qin smiled and said, "This guy comes from a small sect. How can he have any exquisite swordsmanship? Hubin is not only the strongest man in Ruijin Palace, he is also the successor of the Way of Immortals' magic wave staff technique. Although the magic wave staff technique can't be used by him, it's still not weak. If Ren Xiaoyao doesn't take anything out, he will end up spilling blood in Ruijin Palace." That might not be the case. Peacock glanced at Nun Jingyi and Nun Jinggang and said in a low voice, "This Hubin looks like he's using his full strength, but in fact he's being merciful. It's as if he saw that Ren Xiaoyao has such great strength at such a young age. If he honed himself for a few years, he would also become a master. That's why he cherishes talent and avoids his moves. You shouldn't underestimate the magic wave staff technique." Although Hubin can only use 10% of its power, how can Ren Xiaoyao withstand it? Although Peacock's voice was soft, Nun Jingyi and Nun Jinggang heard it clearly. Even Shi Mujuan was paying attention. Sure enough, they saw that Hubin's staff technique was far from its usual breathtaking power. Even the moves did not seal off all the angles. Shi Mujuan was slightly angry. However, if Peacock could see this, how could His Excellency not know? Since His Excellency did not say anything, what could Shi Mujuan say? Everyone heard Peacock's words clearly. However, Meng only looked at Hubin's staff anxiously, afraid that one of his blows would break Zhang Xiaohua's skin. However, as time passed, although Hubin was giving way, Zhang Xiaohua was gradually losing ground based on her pure martial cultivation. Seeing this, the anxiety on Meng's face gradually disappeared, leaving only a pale face and a determined gaze. Then a slightly hoarse voice rang out, "You've met your concubine with your true heart. I'll serve you with my innocence. Don't worry. Since you've charged into Lingering Fragrance Peak, I naturally know your intentions. If you were to die today, I would not live alone." Chapter 880. Although Zhang Xiaohua was a little far away, Meng tried his best to send his heart-wrenching words to Zhang Xiaohua's ears. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. She stretched out the Prajna heavy sword and dodged Huban. She laughed and said, "With such a dream, what more can I ask for?" After that, she shouted, "Brother Huban, do you dare to take 3 of my moves?" Huban laughed heartily. "Why would I be afraid of 3 moves? Even if it's 30 moves, so what?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she put her hands together and grabbed the hilt of the Prajna heavy sword with both hands. She floated up and raised the heavy sword high above her head. With a whoosh, she directly chopped down. There was no move to speak of. Ouch! In the distance, Qin Chen's mouth was quick. He scolded with a smile, "This guy is going to cheat." Sure enough, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua raise the heavy sword high, Huban also knew that things were not good. He didn't have time to make any exquisite counterattack. He quickly grabbed the 2 ends of the copper rod with both hands and raised it high above his head to block Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. There was a loud clang, louder than the previous one. Huban's arms were numb and the bluestone floor under his feet had cracked. Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the air, floated up high. With a puff, she spat out a mouthful of blood. But then Zhang Xiaohua adjusted her body again, still in the same posture, and chopped down with the splitting Mount Hua. Huban wanted to change his move, but in such a hurry, it was too late. Moreover, he had just agreed to take Zhang Xiaohua's move. Although the splitting Mount Hua was simple, it was still a move. Clang! There was another loud sound, louder than the previous one. At this time, Huban's arms were numb and the bluestone floor under his feet had been shattered. The copper rod that was as thick as a goose egg in his hand was somewhat bent. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua again. She was still the same, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that her injury was more serious than Huban's. "This bastard is going all out," Huban thought to himself. He couldn't help but cherish talent even more. However, in this head-on confrontation, he didn't dare to slack off. He only hoped that he could reveal an opening between the moves later. While Huban was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua's 3rd move came. Zhang Xiaohua knew that if this move didn't work, he would have to solve the mystery himself. He was going to use the wind-riding spell to drag Meng to his side. Therefore, he took a deep breath and did not dare to circulate his true qi. Instead, he used all his strength to chop down. Clang! The 3rd loud noise was followed by a plop. Huban fell to the ground with the limestone tiles beneath his feet already shattered. His feet had sunk into the mountain path, and his hands were bleeding from the wounds. The bronze staff was thrown to the side by Huban, and it was no longer in its original shape. The middle of the staff was bent quite a bit. Zhang Xiaohua was even more miserable. She was sent flying and fell outside the mountain path. She couldn't stand up, and a large mouthful of blood had already dyed the front of her clothes red. Huban sat on the mountain path and rested for a while. He turned around to look at Nun Jingyi and the others in the distance. He struggled to pull his feet out of the mountain path and said in a hoarse voice, "Junior brother Ren, you are indeed a hero. I admire you. I originally said that I would take 3 moves from you, but my weapon was sent flying by junior brother Ren in the 3rd move. Moreover, it can be considered destroyed. This match is junior brother Ren's victory." Hesitating for a moment, he said in a low voice, "Junior brother Ren and junior sister Meng are indeed a perfect match. I congratulate the 2 of you in advance." TSK. Your action of forcefully barging into Lingering Fragrance Peak is something that even I admire, not to mention the group of female disciples at Lingering Fragrance Peak. In short, I hope that your wishes come true. As he spoke, he stood up with difficulty and picked up the twisted copper rod from the ground. He shook his head and casually threw it to the side. Then he staggered away. Zhang Xiaohua had already stood up from the ground. When she heard Huban's words, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. She held her sword and cupped her hands. She didn't know if she should say the word, "thank you." Seeing that Huban had walked far away, Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked at the place where Meng was standing. She picked up her heavy sword and slowly walked over. On Lingering Fragrance Peak, the crowd was in an uproar. Huban was guarding the restriction of Ruijin Hall. Zhang Xiaohua had defeated him. In just a few steps, she had entered the boundary of Mo Xian Palace. She was only 1 step away from breaking into Lingering Fragrance Peak. When Meng saw that Zhang Xiaohua hadn't lost her life, she was overjoyed. However, when she saw the blood hanging from Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and her pale face, Meng Xian's heart ached. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua approaching, she became increasingly excited. At this moment, Nun Jingyi's cold voice sounded, Zixia, did you just say that you are willing to die for Ren Xiaoyao? Meng was stunned. She glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. That's right, sect leader. As long as he can live safely, I will do anything. What's more, he wants me to die. All right, then I will fulfill your wish. Nun Jingyi pointed with her finger and said, Do you know the sacrificial love cliff at Mo Shen Palace? Go ahead. I will send someone to bring your corpse back and hand it to Ren Xiaoyao. As for Ren Xiaoyao, if you die, I'll let him live. Oh, really? Meng was overjoyed. She turned her head and saw Zhang Xiaohua walking over. She could faintly see the fervent look in her eyes. She sighed in her heart. Since the heavens arranged for us to meet, why did they arrange such an ending? He is so loyal to me. How can I not be willing to give up my life? Xiaohua, I will go now. I hope that in the next life, I will meet you again. Perhaps meeting you is my only goal in this life. Meng's resentful and determined gaze seemed to pierce through space and into Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached and she unconsciously quickened her steps. Then, disciple will go now. Sect leader, I hope you will fulfill your promise. Meng finished speaking and looked at everyone. She quietly turned around and walked in a certain direction. Sect leader, Peacock, Qinshan and even Swift spat out. Although they didn't say anything, the expression in their eyes was clear. Nanjing Gang also frowned and said in a low voice, Sect leader, you really want to do this? Nanjingyi waved her hand and said, I have already made up my mind. There is nothing more to say. Then she said to Shimujuan, Mujuan, go and do the last test. Don't hold back. Shimujuan looked at Meng's departing figure and his eyes were filled with hatred. If Zhang Xiaohua hadn't barged into Lingxiang Peak, he would have already won the heart of the beauty. Therefore he cupped his hands and drew his sword from his waist. He said, Sect leader's decree. Shimujuan pulled himself away and stood in front of Zhang Xiaohua in no time. Shimujuan looked at the alchemy disciple that he had met before and sneered, Ren Xiaoyao, you really know how to act. You actually wanted to hide the entire Lingxiang Peak. I boasted that my eyes were sharp, but I was also deceived by you. Zhang Xiaohua also sneered and secretly said, Not only that, I wanted to keep all of you in the dark. However, she smiled and said, How would I dare? However, you are a disciple of Rui Jinhao. I don't even deserve to call you senior brother. How can I deceive you? Shimujuan said hatefully, You are a dead person. Wasting my breath on you will only lower my status. After saying that, he didn't waste any more time. He raised his sword and flew up. He drew a perfect arc in the air and pierced towards Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. This sword move looked very simple, but in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was extremely terrifying. A sense of helplessness rose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohua's heart. The shiny long sword was flying over from not far away. It was like a shining meteor, and its trajectory was faintly resembling the movement of the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xiaohua had a feeling that the trajectory's destination was his forehead. No matter where he dodged, even if he escaped underground, the meteor would still hit him in the face. This is the true pinnacle of martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was just a simple sword move, a casual sword move, but it was able to demonstrate the essence of martial arts so perfectly. Only the eldest disciple of Rui Jinhao could have such outstanding cultivation. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that some people on the mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak were more or less modest. Shimujuan's sword move was exactly what Zhang Xiaohua felt. It was the highest realm of martial arts imitating the immortal Tao. If Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, it would not be difficult for her to dodge or break it. However, it was not something that Zhang Xiaohua, who had concealed her divine sense and vital qi, could deal with. In fact, it was understandable. Shimujuan had been immersed in martial arts for so many years. How many years had Zhang Xiaohua cultivated the dream-weaving sword technique? If she did not have her divine sense to rely on, Zhang Xiaohua was useless except for her strength. In the blink of an eye, the meteor landed in front of Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. However, the Grand Bishop's divine sense was still enveloping the area. Needless to say, as long as Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, she would definitely be discovered by Nanjing Yi. What would happen to Zhang Xiaohua after she was discovered? Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to imagine. Perhaps she would be coerced, tortured, or... In any case, there were many possibilities. Of course, there was also the possibility that she would be killed on the spot by Nanjing Yi. However, if she did not release her divine sense, she would definitely not be able to dodge Shimujuan's sword. Of course she would die. Since that was the case, then, perhaps she could only fight it out. Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. She was prepared to put her hand into her robe and take out the dragon binding bracelet. However, the moment she moved her hand, she felt a fluctuation in Nun Jingyi's divine sense. It was as though her attention had shifted to her hand. When he thought about Meng's expression and how she left in a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized something. Could it be that the Grand Bishop? Could it be that she was testing me? This thought was simply unimaginable. There was no basis for it. However, Zhang Xiaohua, who had comprehended the hand of karma, was slightly enlightened. There was an inexplicable reason for her to believe it. I'll fight it out. Since I'm discovered by the Grand Bishop, I'll be in danger of being killed on the spot. Why not take a gamble? As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, he pointed the sword up slightly. He looked as though he was caught off guard. His body bent down slightly and he tried his best to shrink his head in front of his chest. He also raised his left arm slightly and was prepared to use his left arm to block the sword that would not stop moving. Chapter 881. In the blink of an eye, just as Zhang Xiaohua raised his arm, Shi Mujuan's sword mercilessly pierced the front of Zhang Xiaohua's forehead without any sign of stopping. Oh no, I guessed wrong. I can only use my arm to block it. Zhang Xiaohua saw the hatred and delight in Shi Mujuan's eyes and knew that this fellow would not hold back. Peacock and Qin Qin, who were watching from a distance, also felt a chill in their hearts. Forget about Zhang Xiaohua, even they did not have the ability to escape from Shi Mujuan's sword when the sword was about to reach their foreheads. Ren Xiaoyao is going to die. Both of them muttered in their hearts. They did not know if it was a kind of relief, a kind of nostalgia, or a kind of grief. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua raised his arm, the scene changed again. Zhang Xiaohua only felt that the divine sense that had enveloped the area was suddenly withdrawn from his body and abruptly gathered at the tip of the sword on his forehead. The moment the tip of Shi Mujuan's sword touched the divine sense, it immediately stopped and could not pierce even half an inch further. That divine sense had actually blocked the sword for Zhang Xiaohua. What kind of divine power is this? Divine sense can be used like this? Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He had thought of imparting the divine power of the incense cult's Lord Cult, but he definitely did not expect it to be so powerful. This was something that even he might not be able to do. Shi Mujuan was stunned and immediately exerted more force in his hand. Just as he was about to stab down again, a voice rang in his ears, "Mujuan, come back. Spare his life." It was Nun Jingyi's voice. Shi Mujuan did not dare to delay. He quickly withdrew his sword and bowed slightly, as per the cult master's orders. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, had a look of confusion on his face. He looked at Shi Mujuan, who had stood up, and asked curiously, "Sir, why did you stop? Did I succeed in breaking through the mountain?" Shi Mujuan ignored him and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly shouted from behind, "Since we've succeeded, then, can I see my dream?" My dream. Zhang Xiaohua had never emphasized her words like this before. When Shi Mujuan heard this, he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. If not for the sect leader's orders, he would have turned around immediately and used his long sword to stab 70 to 80 bloody holes in this detestable little thief's body. However, when he saw that the long sword was about to pierce Zhang Xiaohua's forehead, he actually blocked it out of thin air. It was very obvious that this was the cult master's unfathomable immortal Dao technique. Even if Shi Mujuan had complaints in his heart, he did not dare to disobey. At this time, two more people came from afar. They were Peacock and Qin Shen's master, Nun Jingfan, and Yu Yan's master, Nun Shuezhen. Both of them were overjoyed when they heard the news from their disciples. They hurried to Dream's residence and rushed here, but they were too late and missed a good show. When they saw such a huge scene in front of Mo Shen Palace and the main mountain path of Lingxiang Peak, they were extremely shocked. However, when they saw that Nun Jingyi and Jing Gang were present and Peacock, Qin Qin, and Yu Yan were all silent, they thought that something important must have happened. After meeting the cult master, they suppressed their joy and looked at the mountain path. Qin Qin saw a tall and skinny disciple holding a long sword staggeringly walking up while Shi Mujuan walked in front with a gloomy face. It was very strange. Qin Qin could not help but pull Nun Jingfan aside and said in a low voice, "Master." Zixia. Zixia was ordered by the sect leader to commit suicide by jumping off the cliff. What? Not only Nun Jingfan, but even Nun Shuezhen was stunned. She stole a glance at Nun Jingyi and asked, "What did Zixia do wrong? Why did the cult master issue such an order?" Chen did not hold back and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. It's this guy who caused the trouble. Peacock continued, Master, that tall and skinny disciple is the Ren Xiaoyao that I told you about. He used to be in the pill hall but somehow ended up in the flame temple. It's him. He's junior sister Zixia's old flame. Chen gritted his teeth and said hatefully, he hit it so well that even we didn't know. What's going on? The two nuns were puzzled. I told Zixia to jump off the cliff. A cold voice was heard. It was Nun Jingyi who was standing far away. She waved her hand and said, Come, let's talk at Mo Shen Palace. Tell Ren Xiaoyao to come as well. Then she said to Nun Jinggang, I'll have to trouble senior sister to find a disciple to check if Zixia is dead. Is she dead? Peacock and Chen were surprised. If she jumped off the cliff, how could she still be alive? Unless they were like Xia Zai from Shishing Peak, they were lucky enough to survive. However, Xia Zai jumped off from the middle of the mountain. Lingering Fragrance Peak was much higher than the mountains in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Suicide Cliff? Abbess Jing Fan was also shocked and blurted out, Zixia is going to jump off the cliff for Ren Xiaoyao? Peacock and Chen heard this and knew that their master was implying something. The cult master did not say that jumping off the cliff had anything to do with Ren Xiaoyao, and their master immediately understood. Sure enough, Nun Jingyi nodded and sighed, Zixia is really stubborn. If we can only do this. Let's hope so. Nun Jing Fan agreed. Why are their flame temple disciples following them to Mo Shen Palace? Chen's eyes were sharp and saw Zhang Pinger and Peacock far away. Zhang Pinger's face was a mixture of joy and worry. Humph, Flame Temple hid such a great master, and the temple master cannot absolve himself from the blame. They did not dare to come up, so they naturally sent disciples to find out. Let them go back. When this is over, we'll settle the score with their temple master. Inside Mo Shen Palace there was a dazzling hall. Nun Jingyi was sitting in the middle of the hall. Nun Jinggang, Nun Jingfan, and Nun Shuizhen were also seated. There were also a few unknown elders sitting in their respective seats. Peacock, Chen Yuyan, and Shimujuan were all standing in their respective seats. Only Zhang Xiaohua's clothes were messy and his chest was still stained with blood. He stood silently in the middle of the hall. His face was calm, but his eyes were looking around for traces of dream. Nun Jingyi sat there with a small booklet in her hand. She carefully flipped through it and put it down after a long while. She looked coldly at Zhang Xiaohua and ignored him. She then turned to Peacock and the others and smiled. Peacock, Chen and Yuyan, since you've passed the inheritance, you are qualified to have a seat in Mo Shen Palace. Find a place to sit. The three of them respectfully bowed and found a place to sit. How dare you, Ren Xiaoyao? You dared to deceive me by hiding your identity and sneaking into my sect. Tell me, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Mo Shen sect? Nun Jingyi shouted suddenly. It was as if she had used some kind of immortal technique. Zhang Xiaohua felt dizzy for no reason. He opened his mouth and said, I. Before he could finish the word I, his mind immediately became clear. He thought to himself, this is bad. This sect leader's immortal technique is really powerful. There is a difference between having an inheritance and not having one. She can play so many tricks with just a normal divine sense. Should I be honest with him? Or should I tell her half of the truth? Zhang Xiaohua knew about the book that Nun Jingyi had just read. He didn't dare to release his divine sense, so naturally he didn't know what was recorded in it. However, after listening to Nun Jingyi's question, he assumed that the book recorded the process of him entering Mo Shen sect and his background. The process didn't need to be said. Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to hide it, but what about his background? Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe that Mo Shen sect could expose his true identity. Otherwise, Nun Jingyi wouldn't be talking about Ren Xiaoyao, but Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua steeled his heart, looked left and right and respectfully said, Greetings, leader. When this little one entered the fragrant religion, there were indeed some things that were hidden. However, those were some things that were difficult to say. If leader asks, this little one will tell you in full detail. However, before I speak, can I see Meng? Zixia? Hey, you still want to see Zixia at this time? Nun Jingyi sneered. You are Rejuvenation Valley's prospective son-in-law. Although you haven't bowed to heaven and earth, your status has already been set. What qualifications do you have to see Zixia? Zhang Xiaohua was dejected as he said, Please be merciful, Sir Sect Leader. This lowly one was misunderstood by Zixia because of this. This lowly one barged into Lingering Fragrance Peak to let Zixia listen to this lowly one's explanation. This lowly one, feels that it's better to say it in front of Wuxia. Humph, you've already violated the rules of Mo Xian sect by rushing to Lingering Fragrance Peak. It's a crime punishable by death. You still want to use your tongue to deceive the disciples of Mo Xian sect? Zhang Xiaohua was very calm as he said in a deep voice, "This lowly one knows that trespassing on Lingering Fragrance Peak is a great crime, but this lowly one only wants to see Wuxia in a dignified manner and explain my misunderstanding clearly. As for the death penalty and such, it's better to wait until Wuxia forgives this lowly one." What a joke. This Xiaoxia came to Lingering Fragrance Peak to look for a dream. Why should I explain to you? Although your immortal Tao is more powerful than mine, it doesn't mean you can capture me in one go. Things like the death penalty? Oh my god, I'm really scared. This Xiaoxia has a 50-year-old mother and an unsettled wife. I don't want to accept the death penalty. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, but he still frowned at Nanjing Yi. Mo Xian sect was under her control. If he wanted to see Wuxia sect, he needed her approval. But it's really a dream. Why did it leave just like that? Don't tell me you don't want to hear my explanation? How did Wuxia meet someone like you? Nanjing Yi said, "You were so impetuous. You thought your martial arts were superior, so you rushed to Lingering Fragrance Peak and provoked the death penalty. Wuxia sect jumped off Lingering Fragrance Peak's martyr cliff for you. She exchanged her life for yours. In exchange, this sect won't pursue your crime and won't take your life." What? Wuxia? She left just now to go to Martyr Cliff. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Wuxia sect's dream to choose her own death without hesitation for his sake. He also understood why Shimujuan's sword was blocked by the sect leader. Chapter 882. Where is Martyrdom Cliff? Zhang Xiaohua asked anxiously. However, he was immediately disappointed. Dream had left for a long time. Even if he arrived now, how could she still be lingering on Martyrdom Cliff? What? Do you want to go? Nanjing Yi sneered. Do you want to see if Wuxia is still there? Or do you want to jump down? Of course I want to jump down and see. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. Hehe, your wish is beautiful. Nanjing Yi said sarcastically, unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications. Zhang Xiaohua was angry. He wasn't angry because of Nanjing Yi but because of himself. He was angry at his own impulsiveness. He even regretted his actions of rushing up Martyrdom Peak. If he knew this would happen, why didn't he quietly go up Martyrdom Peak and explain things to Dream before taking her away? Wouldn't that have been better? He painstakingly concealed his cultivation and fought his way up Martyrdom Peak. Was this the end he got? An end that was separated from Dream's yin and yang? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with despair and emptiness. A sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Bah! Zhang Xiaohua slapped himself in the face. It was a ruthless slap. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. What's the use of concealing your cultivation? What's the use of blindly seeking perfection? Dream, she was still forced to death by this old witch. A voice rose from Zhang Xiaohua's chest. His eyes, which had always been calm and clear, were now gradually burning with raging fury. So what if we barge into the Lingering Fragrance Peak? So what if we massacre the Lingering Fragrance Peak? At worst, I'll go to the underworld with Dream. Suddenly raising his head, Zhang Xiaohua stared at Nanjing Yi who was sitting high up in the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate her veil. What? Do you still want to challenge me? Nanjing Yi coldly said, Young man, let's not talk about your martial arts. Even if you cultivate for 60 years, your martial arts won't be a match for me. Although there's a good saying that even the heavens can forgive the mistakes of young people. Unfortunately, there are some mistakes that cannot be made. As long as you make a mistake, you must accept severe punishment. This kind of punishment is something you will never imagine and will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Zhang Xiaohua raised the great wisdom sword and slowly walked forward. Now that the dream was no longer here, what else did he need to hide? Right now, he only wanted to fight with the mysterious sect leader and vent the grief and indignation in his heart. Even if he lost and died, he could walk on the path of the netherworld with his dreams. Rin Xiaoyao, what are you doing? Qin Qin was the first to lose his patience and stood up to shout. Peacock was also anxious. Rin Xiaoyao, how dare you challenge the hierarch's authority? If this wasn't Mo Xian's palace, if Master wasn't by the side, if His Excellency cult leader wasn't watching from above, these two people might have already flown up. Unfortunately, How could the current Zhang Xiaohua listen to these words? A rare impulse, a rare anger, and a rare hot-bloodedness drove this young man slowly and somewhat unsteadily towards Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi only watched silently and didn't seem to make any movements. Shi Mujuan, who was standing far away, had a cold smile on his face. Seeing that he was about to close the distance of 10 feet, Zhang Xiaohua was about to release his divine sense. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Xiao Yao, what are you doing? That voice was soft, hoarse and weak, but in Zhang Xiaohua's ears, it was like the sound of nature. His anger immediately calmed down and he looked back in disbelief. Wasn't the person standing in front of the hall dressed in palace attire Dream? However, the palace attire didn't look very suitable and Dream's hair was still wet. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Dream, he was like a mouse that saw rice. How could he still care about arguing with Nun Jingyi? He turned around and ran towards the hall's entrance. However, with his body, his steps were a little unsteady and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. And halfway through running, he didn't forget to turn back and glare at Nun Jingyi. I was almost fooled by her. When Dream saw Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, she hurriedly ran in and said, Xiao Yao, slow down, you're still injured. But as she ran, she couldn't help but let her tears flow out. Just as she was about to reach him, she heard Nun Jingyi's cold snort. Dream immediately hesitated and slowed down. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't care less and grabbed her hand. Their intimate actions were even more intimate than when they were alone in the Lihua Palace. Dream immediately blushed and tried to pull her hand back. How could she be a match for Zhang Xiaohua's 10,000 pounds of strength? She could only let Zhang Xiaohua hold her hand with one hand. Peacock and Qinshan could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. They just sat by the side and watched quietly, especially Qinshan, who pricked up his ears, wanting to hear what the two of them were talking about. Unfortunately, after a while, Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, Dream, you have to believe me, there's really nothing between Ye Qinyu and me. That so-called martial arts competition for marriage was just me helping Huichun Valley out of trouble. The so-called marriage is fake. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to think too much. There's really nothing between me and Ye Qinyu. I swear, really, if I lied to you, I'll be struck by lightning, really. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer as eloquent as before. He only clumsily expressed that he was absolutely innocent. Dream had heard Qinshan mention that Zhang Xiaohua and Ye Qinyu's marriage had already been decided. She felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. However, when she saw that her sweetheart had risked his life to fight to the top of Yixiang Peak for her, how could she not know what he was thinking? Just as she was about to speak, a cold voice said, Ren Xiaoyao, you rushed to Yixiang Peak because you wanted to explain this to Zixia? Zhang Xiaohua did not turn around. He looked into Dream's large eyes and was unwilling to look away. He smiled and said, Of course, why don't I do it because I have nothing better to do? As he spoke, he coughed a few times and some blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Everyone felt dizzy. This reason was really unexpected. Dream used her hand to wipe the blood from the corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth and smiled faintly. Your heart? I know I have never misunderstood you. Nun Jingyi asked again. Didn't you rush to Yixiang Peak because you heard that Shi Mujuan was going to propose marriage to Zixia? Zhang Xiaohua was not in a good mood and did not bother to answer such a shallow question. I also know Dream's heart. How could she possibly fancy Shi Mujuan? It's just because I did something wrong that caused her to misunderstand. I told her clearly, so she naturally knows. Nun Jingyi was silent. Nun Jinggang and the rest were also silent. Only Shi Mujuan's face was ashen. Actually, the feelings of a young man were really pure. It was just that you have me in your eyes and I have you in my eyes. How could it be as complicated as Nun Jingyi thought? After a long while, Nun Jingyi asked again. In that case, you racked your brains to sneak into Zhuan Cult, Shixin Peak and Mythical Flame Hall to look for Zixia? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. That's right, he had been thinking hard about how to cover up the fact that he had infiltrated Zhuan Cult to look for Zhang Xiaohu. Nun Jingyi's words reminded him that his purpose of infiltrating Zhuan Cult was to look for Dream. Wouldn't that be perfect? This idea spun rapidly in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Zhang Xiaohua held Dream's hand and turned around. He nodded and said, Lord Sect Master is wise. That is exactly the case. Then he looked at Dream affectionately and told her everything. Of course, this was something that Zhang Xiaohua had already repeated countless times in his mind. He told her about how he came from a small sect and how he encountered Dream in the Shirtai. He also told her about how he ate a mystical fruit overseas and gained boundless strength. And wait. He continued until he heard the elders of Zhuan cult calling him Jing, or something. Only then did he realize that the Shirtai might be from Zhuan cult. Then, he coincidentally met someone who wanted to kill Nye Qinyu and sent her all the way to Rejuvenation Valley. Of course, in order to reduce the possibility of Rejuvenation Valley being implicated, Zhang Xiaohua made himself sound more sinister. After Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, the entire Mo Shen Palace was silent. No one could have imagined that Zhang Xiaohua's words were true. This young man was deeply in love with the girl he met a few years ago. He traveled thousands of miles to find her, spent a lot of effort, and went through countless trials before he finally found her. Was this a real experience? Ren Xiaoyao, you only spent a few days with Zixia. How is it that unforgettable? How do you know that she still has you in her heart? Nun Jingyi was puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and shook his head. Well, I can't explain it clearly. I only know that Meng's shadow has been deeply engraved in my heart. I miss her every moment. I also believe that Meng is the same as me. Then he turned around and asked, don't you agree? Dream blushed and whispered, Lord Sect Master Xiaoyao, he is right. This disciple also misses him very much. That day when I met him in Mythical Flame Hall, this disciple almost thought that it was a dream. The others did not react, but Peacock and Chen Chen were shocked. There was a long sigh and Nun Jingyi said, your story really moved this sect. Sect leader, Nun Jinggang, who was next to him, said, what Ren Xiaoyao said is really incredible. I can't believe it. Nun Jingyi looked at her and said, Great Elder, whether you believe it or not, aren't the two of them standing right in front of you? There are many strange things in the world and this emotion is even more strange. The sect believes it. But Nun Jinggang wanted to say something again. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, Great senior sister, Zixia even jumped over the cliff of martyrdom. I think you already know my feelings. I will listen to Lord Sect Master's orders. Nun Jinggang was silent. Chapter 883. Zhang Xiaohua was the first one who didn't believe her. He pointed at his nose and said, Sect leader, you don't want to investigate my background? Investigate? Jingyi snorted and said proudly, Let's not talk about whether I believe you or not. Even if you're lying, why should we be afraid of a disciple with a dubious background? Even if you're a disciple of the Tenryu sect, there are plenty of disciples in my sect. So what if there's one more or one less? Besides, are you a disciple of the Tenryu sect? If the Tenryu sect's disciples attacked my lingering fragrance peak, wouldn't your heavenly king eat you alive? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. He had tried his best to hide his identity and even made up some lies. Unfortunately, Jingyi Nun didn't care at all. Yes, he was just a small pawn. Even if his martial arts were strong, what could he do to the incense order? Well, even if he did something bad, would the sect care? Until today, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood the sect leader of Jianghu, the sect leader of Jianghu, the sect leader of Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohua was sincerely convinced. He bowed deeply and said, Thank you, sect leader, for your help. Unexpectedly, Jingyi waved her hand and said, It's not over yet. Don't thank me too early. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked, Sect leader, do you have any other orders? The sect leader didn't say anything. He waved his hand and Peacock stood up and said, Ren Xiaoyao, our sect leader values female disciples. We don't promote lust. The relationship between male and female disciples is strictly regulated, especially the female disciples of my Mo Shen Palace. Without the sect leader's approval, they can't marry each other privately. Although you're a disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak's Fire Temple, it's impossible for you to marry Sister Zixia. However, the sect master of the Fragrance sect felt that this matter was too absolute and went against the harmony of the heavens, so he set up a test. If a disciple wants to marry a female disciple from Mo Shen Palace, they must pass 3 tests before they can do so. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She lowered her head and looked at Meng. Meng was also stunned and shook her head slightly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Please explain in detail, Lord Kong. For the sake of the dream, no matter what these 3 trials are, this one has to go through them. Peacock nodded and said, The first trial, congratulations Ren Xiaoyao, you have passed. You have to fight your way through Lingering Fragrance Peak from the foot of the mountain all the way to Mo Shen Palace. When you defeated Hu Ben, you had already completed it. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Then, the second stage? Peacock smiled again and said to Dream, the second stage, congratulations junior sister Zixia, you've passed as well. The female disciple of Mo Ninggong will have to jump down from Lingering Fragrance Peak's 10,000 feet high sacrificial cliff to show that she has no regrets towards the disciples who challenged the peak. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She clenched her fists and shouted, Meng, you really jumped off the cliff. I thought the sect master was lying to me. She then looked up and down. Are you hurt? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's burning gaze, Meng's face flushed red. She said shyly, no, just a little bit of flesh. It's nothing serious. Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. She raised her head and said, Lord Kong, this sacrificial cliff, is it dangerous? Peacock said seriously, of course it's very dangerous. If not, how can it test one's feelings? Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She held Meng's hand even tighter. Then what about the third trial? Is Lord Kong going to congratulate us? Peacock shook her head. The third trial is to invite you to the trial forest. At this point, Peacock hesitated for a moment before continuing. This third challenge is supposed to be the easiest of the three, but the forest of testing love has been abandoned for a long time. It should have been repurposed a long time ago. The disciples of my cult have to go there every year to train, so even I have only just found out about the origin of the forest of testing love. Furthermore, the easiest challenge is actually the most difficult one. Nun Jingyi said, marriage is predestined. Since Ren Xiaoyao met Violet Glow and chased her all the way to Lingering Fragrance Peak, these three trials are also predestined. If Ren Xiaoyao can't pass the third trial, it means that he is not destined to be with Meng. Don't even think about holding hands anymore. After hearing Peacock say that the third trial was the most difficult, Meng's heart jumped to her throat. She turned her hand and held Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua's pale face with a conflicted expression. Zhang Xiaohua felt it. She lowered her head to look at Meng and smiled to comfort her. Chen Chen couldn't hold it in any longer. He jumped out and said regretfully, Ren Xiaoyao, actually, with your martial arts just now, this third trial shouldn't be too difficult. It's a pity that you're heavily injured. How can you go to the trial forest? I'm afraid you can't come out even if you enter. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Your Excellencies, please enlighten me. Trial Love Forest Hurdle, what exactly is it? Qin Qin said, It's actually quite simple. I just heard from my master that 10,000 years ago, the immortals... He covered his mouth as if he realized that he had said too much. He quickly covered it up. 10,000 years ago, the ancestors felt the loyalty of some of their disciples and specially set up 3 trials. The first 2 trials tested one's martial arts, the second one tested one's feelings, and the third one tested one's luck. Oh, you've been to the Valley of Orchids and know about the Valley of Orchids. This trial forest is a small version of the Valley of Orchids on my Lingxiang Peak. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. The Valley of Orchids is so big. Is there such a big place on Lingxiang Peak? Qin Qin rolled his eyes at him and said, You don't have to worry about that. In any case, this testing love forest is the same as the Great Orchid Prairie. There are many wild beasts inside. What you saw in the Great Orchid Prairie is also present in the testing love forest. Your task is to kill 100 of those blood wolves in the testing love forest and bring out their tails. 100 blood wolves? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out, 100 tails is also a lot. How do I bring them out? Qin Qin smiled and said, You just need to put those tails in one place. Then he said with regret, I heard that this task was very easy in the past. There are many blood wolves in the forest. As long as your luck is not bad, you can find the blood wolves in less than half an incense stick's time. Oh, I forgot to tell you. These 100 blood wolves must be killed within 3 incense sticks' time. Those 100 wolf tails must also be placed in a designated place within 3 incense sticks' time. In the past there were many blood wolves. With your uninjured martial arts, it should be easy to deal with them. However, now that you are seriously injured and your qinggong is not good, the difficulty is not small. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this year happens to be the year of the Valley of Orchids. Before the disciples of Mo Shen Palace went to the Valley of Orchids, they first practiced in the trial forest. The wild beasts inside were almost killed by us. If you go in now, there may not even be 100 blood wolves in the trial forest. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised again and said to Nun Jingyi, Leader, isn't this making things difficult for this disciple? Nun Jingyi said coldly, didn't I say it just now? Marriage is predestined by the heavens. If the heavens grant your wish, then, there will definitely be 100 blood wolves in the testing love forest, not just 99. Moreover, you will definitely find them within half an incense stick's time. If not, why do you think the ancestors of my sect set this rule? Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Yes, the rules passed down by the incense cult had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Although there were some strange things in it, there was absolutely no possibility of an exception for her. Thinking about the leniency of some people in Ruijin Palace today, she did not know if they knew about this rule. Meng Yi held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and whispered, it's better? Don't go. You have been fighting hard for a long time, how can you still have the strength? Your internal force must have been exhausted. If you go in now, won't you become food in the stomach of the wild beasts? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head, don't worry, I have my own way. You can sacrifice yourself to jump off the cliff for me, so what if I sacrifice a little for you? With that, Zhang Xiaohua touched his chest and said, disciple is injured. Can we do it at another time? No. Xiaoyao. Meng Yi was still not used to this name. Her mouth called out, but she was reluctant to let go of her hand. Yes, since she jumped off the cliff, she did not think that she could come back alive. But what surprised her was that she fell into the cold pool under the cliff. When her disciple brought her back to Imo Palace and saw Zhang Xiaohua, she had already abandoned any previous thoughts. She just wanted to let him hold her hand like this and stay together until they were old. Now, before the palm of her hand was warm, they had to separate again. This separation was the separation of life and death. If what Qinshin said was true, even if there were not many fierce beasts in the testing forest, Zhang Xiaohua was injured, and he was not a match for 1 or 2 blood wolves. Not to mention, if he wanted to pass, he must risk his life to kill 100 blood wolves. Meng Yi did not hesitate to believe this. Zhang Xiaohua knew Meng Yi's mood. He pinched her palm with his finger, blinked his left eye and whispered, it's okay really. I will come back in a while. It's just 3 hours. Compared with the time we will spend together in the future, it's really not a big deal. But you must be careful. Meng Yi bit her lips and said, even if you can't kill so many blood wolves, don't take risks. As long as you stay alive, we still have a chance. Okay, I will listen to you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said. After Zhang Xiaohua was taken away by the disciple, Meng Yi stood alone in the hall. Everyone was silent. Qinshin sat below and was very close to Meng Yi. She raised her eyes and looked at the others. Unconsciously, she secretly raised her thumb and said in a low voice, Zixia, you really want to Your hand was held by him today? Or was it long ago? Well, has your face been kissed by that guy? Chapter 884. What are you talking about? Qinshin, Nun Jingyi scolded. Qinshin stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to speak. Nun Jingfan looked at the pitiful dream and raised her head to ask, Sect leader, what do you think? Rin Xiaoyao's chances of success are? What chance? Nun Jinggang sneered. Not even one chance. Not to mention that the disciples of Mo Xian Palace have already wiped out all the wild beasts in the testing love forest. With his injured body, how can he kill 100 blood wolves? Nun Jingyi also smiled bitterly. Marriage is predestined by the heavens, but it depends on Zixia's luck. Nun Xuezhen glanced at the dream and said with some hesitation, Sect Master, I know some things that happened back then. I reckon that Sect Master is also very emotional now and intends to help Zixia and Ren Xiaoyao be together. Since you've already asked Mu Jun to spare Ren Xiaoyao's life, then, why can't you lift your hand again and show mercy outside the law this time? Show mercy outside the law? Nun Jingyi looked coldly at Nun Xuezhen and thought for a while. After a while she said, Junior sister Xuezhen, you're good at everything except for one thing. Nun Xuezhen was stunned and said in a low voice, Sect leader, please teach me. You just like to be a good person too much. Sect leader, this is reconciliation again? Is it not good to be a good person? Of course it's good to be a good person, but you can't be a good person too much. You can't be a good person who has no principles and doesn't care about the sect's rules. Nun Jingyi sighed and said, let's talk about what happened just now. Ren Xiaoyao broke into Mo Xian Palace, which is in accordance with the sect's rules. He only needs to fight from the bottom of Lingxiang Peak to Mo Xian Palace. Mo Xian Palace is not within the sect's rules. I let Mu Jun fight just to test his status in martial arts and see where he came from. Ren Xiaoyao can't even take one move from Mu Jun, which is exactly because he comes from a small sect. He just got lucky and has great strength, but he doesn't know anything about moves. At this time I can naturally be a good person and ask Mu Jun to stop. But the 3 tests of love were set by the ancestors and recorded in the sect's rules. Even if there's no chance of survival in the 3rd test, Ren Xiaoyao will still have to pass it. At this time, if I do as you say, show mercy outside the law and be a good person and easily let Ren Xiaoyao go, then what about the people who failed to pass the test? Is it fair to them? And in the future? In the future, if someone wants to challenge the trial again, tell me, what should I do? Will I still show mercy outside the law? If I show mercy outside the law, won't that be unfair? But if I show mercy outside the law again, what about in the future? Won't I have to show mercy outside the law again? If this happens again and again, won't it become a habit? Won't the 3 tests of love gradually become decorations? Will the disciples of Mo Xian Palace be taken away so casually? When Nun Shuizhen heard this, her forehead was covered in sweat. She quickly said, "This subordinate is stupid, I didn't think it through." Nun Jingyi shook her head. "It's not that you didn't think it through, it's because you're a good person to begin with. You didn't think that such a simple and laughable action of yours would fundamentally shake the sect's rules. And the consequence of shaking the sect's rules is the collapse of the sect's disciples' beliefs. In the end, the sect will be wiped out and forgotten. At that time, the one who will die won't be Ren Xiaoyao alone." Nun Shuizhen immediately stood up and said with shame, "You're right, sect leader, this subordinate knows her mistake. Perhaps, from your point of view, you may not be wrong. After all, you did it out of kindness." Nun Jingyi said with melancholy, "But from my point of view, you made a big mistake." She then smiled. "This is the difficulty of being a good person. You must be a good person within your duty. As long as you cross your boundary and challenge the foundation of the church, then you must restrain your impulse. Even if you can save a life, you must not stand out because the consequences of doing so will implicate the dignity of the church and will implicate the lives of even more people. This is the difference between being the sect leader and you being the sect leader." She then waved her hand and gestured for Nun Shuizhen to sit down. She then smiled at Peacock. "Peacock, do you understand?" Peacock nodded and said, "Being a good person seems to be a trap. It may look tempting and there are plenty of reasons to do it, but once you fall into this trap, you will lose your principles and cross the line. You will break the rules of the cult and in the end, you will mess up the entire fragrance cult. Sect leader, do you think this disciple is right?" Nun Jingyi clapped her hands and said, "This child is worth teaching." She then looked at Qinshin and Yuyan. Qinshin spoke first. "Sect leader, I will only be a good person within my duty. What do you think?" "It's okay, of course it's okay." Yuyan said shyly, "I will control my desire to be a good person and see the consequences of being a good person. Then I will decide whether to do it or not." It's okay." Nun Jingyi nodded slightly. She looked at Yuyan who was distracted and said, "It's still early. Qinshin, tell me what happened in the inheritance room." Qinshin liked this kind of thing the most. He described it vividly and did not forget to ask, "Sect leader, how did you know that Senior Peacock was the first to understand it?" "Haha, when your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will know. It's still too early to tell you now. The 3 of you are lucky. The 3 of you did not choose the same technique." Furthermore, from the looks of it, Peacock already knows the secret of the legacy chamber. However, this secret must be kept a secret. You cannot tell anyone else or else you will fall into the trap of the good guys. Everyone shuddered and nodded. Peacock smiled and asked, "Sect leader, do you still want to teach me why this is a good person's trap?" Previously, I have already said that in the inheritance of the immortal Tao, cultivation methods and aptitude are only one aspect, but the most important aspect is still opportunity. When you enter the secret inheritance room and choose a cultivation method, it is an opportunity. Perhaps you will be able to choose a cultivation method that suits your own cultivation, or perhaps several people will choose a cultivation method of the same attribute. But in the secret inheritance room, there are only 5 types of primordial stones. If everyone knows, then they will definitely choose the same place. In that case, no one will be able to comprehend it and everyone will be delayed. Wouldn't the direct selection become a decoration? Won't the inheritance of the incense sect be for nothing? "I understand," Peacock said respectfully. "Actually, this is because the way of immortality has been destroyed. If it was 10,000 years ago, this good person, anyone can do it. In Mo Xian Palace, Everyone was talking about the secrets of the incense sect. If it was any other day, Meng might be able to listen in. However, her heart was tied to Zhang Xiaohua. She was worried about Zhang Xiaohua's life and death. How could she listen? She stood alone and did not say a word. Her eyes were looking at the door from the corner of her eyes. Even her ears were pricked up, listening carefully to the movements outside. Meng did not know how long she had been suffering. Then she heard noisy footsteps outside. Meng was startled. It's time for a result. The first to enter was not Zhang Xiaohua. However, when she saw a few male disciples from Ruijin Palace holding bloody wolf tails in their hands, Meng was so happy that she almost cried. Even Nun Jingyi was curious. Mu Jun, I don't think 3 incense sticks of time has passed. Ren Xiaoyao is back already? Sect leader, it's exactly 2.5 incense sticks of time. Good, Nun Jingyi was overjoyed. This is a match made in heaven. I have nothing to say. Yes, passing all 3 trials was the most difficult one. He completed the task before the time was up. Wasn't this fate bestowed by the heavens? What else could she say? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua enter last, Meng's face was filled with shyness. However, she did not go forward to greet him. She only looked at him with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua had just entered Xian Palace. Before he could greet Meng, he immediately felt a divine sense sweep over him from head to toe. Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled. He silently chanted the incantation. However, his face was nonchalant and looked exhausted. Zhang Xiaohua walked to Meng's side and nodded at her with a smile. Then he turned around and bowed. Sect leader, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. When I entered the forest, I encountered a pack of blood wolves. I didn't dare to be careless and used all means to kill them all. Nun Jingyi nodded and said to Peacock, Peacock, give Ren Xiaoyao some Yuandan pill to control his injuries first. Then she asked her subordinates, how many blood wolf tails did Ren Xiaoyao bring back? The male disciple from Ruijin Palace respectfully said, Sect leader, no more no less, it's exactly 100. Nun Jingyi was stunned and asked curiously, no more no less? Yes. Ren Xiaoyao, is it this number? Sect leader, I also found it strange. After exterminating the pack of blood wolves, I realized it was the right number. Therefore, I came back as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaohua pushed all responsibility away. Well, all of you can leave. After the disciples from Ruijin Palace left, Nun Jingyi smiled and said, Ren Xiaoyao Zixia, you passed the 3 tests of love. I have nothing to say and allow you to be together. Zixia was happy and immediately bowed. Zhang Xiaohua also bowed and said, Thank you for your gift, sect leader. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Isn't the marriage given by the heavens enough for you to be proud of? What right does my sect have to interfere? Even the others won't interfere. Nun Jingyi pointed out. Nun Jinggang did not say anything, but Shi Mujuan's face was a little ugly. Then, I'll leave now and go down the mountain to recuperate. My injuries are not light after running around just now. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and was about to leave. You still want to go back to Lihua Palace? Chen was surprised and said, If you go back to Lihua Palace, what about Zixia? Don't tell me you still want to run up and down the mountain? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also scratched his head. How would he know what to do next? Meng's forehead was full of red clouds. Chapter 885. Nun Jingyi smiled. Lingering Fragrance Peak hasn't had a disciple as courageous and responsible as Ren Xiaoyao for many years. Ren Xiaoyao has set a precedent. Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao was born with divine strength. Ever since he joined our fragrance order, he has made great contributions in a short period of time. It is because the heavens have blessed our fragrance order that we have decided to choose Ren Xiaoyao as our protector disciple. What do you all think? Nun Jing Fan clapped her hands after hearing this. Leader's decision is great. The protector Skunda of the Dalan Temple's legend has divine strength in both arms and wields a demon-subduing pestle. Ren Xiaoyao has the same divine strength and the sword embryo in his hand is similar to the demon-subduing pestle. He is the most suitable candidate for this protector-disciple position. Nun Jinggang shook her head. Ruijin Temple's disciples are all peak protectors. I have never heard of a protector disciple. Based on junior sister Jing Fan's words, this protector disciple's position is higher than both peak protectors and sect protectors. How can we accept this? Although Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are good, he is still lacking compared to Hu Ben and Ming Qing. Not to mention Hu Ben, he is not worthy of this protector position. Nun Shuizhen also expressed her opinion. Ren Xiaoyao's position as an alchemy disciple of Distant Fire Hall is too low. It cannot be compared to his position as a disciple of Zixia Mo Nong Palace. Leader's decision to make Ren Xiaoyao a protector disciple is to fulfill his wish. I think it is appropriate. Nun Jingyi looked at Peacock and the rest and asked, "What do you all think?" Peacock thought for a moment and said, "Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are limited. His position is higher than others and I am afraid it will be difficult to convince the others. However, this protector-disciple position can be set as an empty position and be incorporated into Mo Nong Palace. It will only be under the leader's jurisdiction. It does not have any real power and does not command other disciples. Its position can be lower than that of a protector disciple." Nun Jingyi smiled. "Yes, Peacock's suggestion is good. Let's do it this way. Ren Xiaoyao will be a protector disciple of Fragrance Order and be included in the ranks of Mo Nong Palace's disciples. He will only be under the leader's orders and will not interfere with the affairs of other halls." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed. Wasn't it just an easy job? She could still meet the dream frequently and do nothing. Wasn't that the Peacock's intention? Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, sect leader. Alright, since you know how to be grateful, then you need to practice martial arts more in the future. I see that you are still young. In the past, you didn't have the opportunity to practice profound internal energy. Now that you have entered Mo Shen Gong, you can read all the martial arts manuals of the fragrant cult. I hope that you will soon succeed in your martial arts and contribute to the fragrant cult." Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to everyone, Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave Mo Shen Palace when she suddenly thought of something. She unconsciously walked in front of Nun Jingyi and asked, "Esteemed hierarch, this disciple has something that I don't know if I should say." Nun Jingyi was in a good mood. She smiled and said, "Let's hear it." Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then cupped her hands and said, "This disciple missed Meng Xen so much that the way I found her was a bit inappropriate. I didn't tell Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master Nye the truth. I only told him that I admired the fragrant cult's martial arts and wanted to devote myself to martial arts." Valley Master Nye, he had no choice but to help this disciple, so what? Nun Jingyi said coldly, "So you want the cult to reduce the punishment for Rejuvenation Valley? Rejuvenation Valley has been sheltered by the fragrant cult all these years. I don't know how many dangers they have safely passed through in Jianghu. Rejuvenation Valley should have fulfilled their duties and provided qualified medicine boys to the cult according to the agreement. But this time, because of you, they have engaged in malpractice for personal gain. Although this kind of behavior is the behavior of a good person, it has broken the rules. When the mountain opens next time they will be severely punished." Zhang Xiaohua said in shock, "Esteemed hierarch, this disciple is stupid. This is all my fault. I used your kindness to threaten Valley Master Nye. I hope esteemed hierarch will reconsider." "Reconsider?" Nun Jingyi said coldly, "What's there to reconsider about this kind of thing? Your kindness to Rejuvenation Valley is a private matter between the two of you. You shouldn't drag the fragrant cult into it. You have little experience in Jianghu and don't know the rules of the fragrant cult. You can be considered not guilty because you don't know. But how many years has Rejuvenation Valley been in Jianghu? Don't you know this kind of common sense? Maybe it's because the fragrant cult hasn't spoken much in Jianghu all these years that they feel lucky and have slighted us." Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked. According to Nun Jingyi's words, she was angry that he was able to sneak into the fragrant cult. She seemed to want to make an example out of Rejuvenation Valley. If that was the case, wouldn't he have implicated them? Wouldn't little fish Nye be like in the fantasy realm and be? Meng Xian's heart ached when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's forehead sweating. She didn't dare to speak and didn't know what to say. At this moment, Peacock opened her mouth and said with a smile, "Sect leader is indeed wise." She then changed the topic. "However, Ren Xiaoyao and Zixia are the destined marriage of heaven. It should be heaven's good intention to send Ren Xiaoyao to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Although Rejuvenation Valley made a mistake, it is still according to heaven's will. Disciple just thought that Rejuvenation Valley hasn't made a mistake for thousands of years. Why would they have to make a mistake when it comes to Ren Xiaoyao? Perhaps that's the reason. Lord Sect Master is wise and will naturally be able to comprehend the will of heaven. This disciple will not say more. Moreover, Lord Sect Master said just now that to be a good person, one must do it within one's duties. Rejuvenation Valley's punishment is unavoidable. If Lord Sect Master is a good person, then wouldn't it be even better? If it was someone else who spoke, Jing Nun might not have listened. However, Peacock had just received her inheritance and was a candidate for the next sect leader. Jing Nun had some training, so she had to listen to her words. After thinking for a while, she smiled and said, Peacock's words are true. If Rejuvenation Valley didn't play favoritism, how could we be happy today? How could Zixia have met Ren Xiaoyao? Fine, I'll be a good person just this once. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and bowed. Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, Lord Kong. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Jing Nun waved her hand. There will be punishment, but you have to bear the lighter part. After all, you were the one who caused this. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. That's right. Disciple is willing to accept the punishment. Go back first. We'll talk again after you've recovered. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Xen left Emotian Palace. There were disciples to take care of Zhang Xiaohua. Not long after, Jing Gang and the others also came out. Only Peacock, Qin Qin and Yu Yan stayed in the palace. Presumably, Jing Nun had something else to tell them. Emotian Palace was full of female disciples. There were probably no male disciples like Zhang Xiaohua. However, he was now a guardian disciple of Emotian Palace. There was a problem with his placement. However, there were many courtyards in Emotian Palace. It didn't take much effort to find one near Ruijin Palace. The good thing was that this remote courtyard was actually quite close to Meng Xian's residence. If it wasn't intentional, then no one would believe it. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was very grateful to Nun Xuezhen, who was in charge of this matter. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua stayed in Emotian Palace's courtyard to recuperate. Jing Gang and Shimujuan sat quietly in Ruijin Palace. The atmosphere was very gloomy. Shimujuan looked different from before. However, this difference was not something that could be seen by ordinary people. His face was as calm as water, his forehead was still wise, and his bearing was still graceful. It was exactly the same as usual. Nun Jing Gang coughed and said softly, Mujuan? Shimujuan did not answer. He waited for Jing Gang to call him a few more times before he came to his senses. He smiled and said, Master, why did you call me? Nun Jing Gang was a little worried. About Zixia. Since the hierarch has given his approval, let her go. Actually, I think you should have made preparations beforehand. This matter has been delayed by the hierarch for so long, so it's normal for there to be some changes. Moreover, Zixia knew Ren Xiaoyao before she entered the fragrance cult. You're not fated to be with Zixia. Shimujuan's eyes narrowed and he was a little jealous. But Ren Xiaoyao, how? How can he be worthy of junior sister Zixia? Sigh. Jing Gang sighed. I knew you couldn't let it go. However, even if he's not worthy, as long as the hierarch says it's okay, then it's okay. You should give up. But, no buts. Jing Gang was resolute and decisive. Moreover, that Ren Xiaoyao shouldn't cause trouble for her in the future. The hierarch had warned him in Emotian Palace just now. Master, don't be nervous. I know my limits. I won't do something so boring. Only third junior brother would do something like this. All right. Where's Zhuochuan? She hasn't shown up for a long time. Could something have happened? Wait for something to happen? Could it be that she got into some trouble and ran away because she doesn't dare to stay at Lingxiang Peak? Trouble? I haven't heard about it? When you hear about it, it'll be a big deal. Master, you should think carefully. Why don't you send someone out to take a look? Third junior brother hasn't been seen for many days. It's obvious that the trouble he's caused is not small. It's better to plan ahead and make plans early. Jing Gang was displeased. Zhuochuan may be playful, but he knows his limits. There were some disputes in the past, but it was all consensual. What's there to blame Zhuochuan for? I don't believe that he can cause any trouble this time. If he can also fight his way up Lingxiang Peak and win over that Peacock, Master, Peacock is now an inherited disciple. You should be careful with your words. Even if third junior brother provoked her, I don't think the hierarch would let him go like Zixia. Oh Master, speaking of which, third junior brother provoked Zhang Pinger from Distant Fire Palace before the new year. Do you know about it? Jing Gang sneered. She's just a girl who doesn't like to talk. He heard about it from his disciples. What? Could it be that Zhuochuan is hiding with her? Shimujuan shook his head. That's not the case. It's just that the girl had some things to say to Zhuochuan. Ever since secluded Orchid Twilight refinement, she has been cold. A few days ago, I heard some rumors and went to Distant Fire Palace to look for third junior brother. What do you think I saw? Jing Gang was curious. What did you see? I saw that Ren Xiaoyao and Zhang Ping'er were very intimate. They were walking side by side on the mountain path. Come. There are more chapters. Chapter 886. Oh, I know. Jing Gang said with great hatred. This Zhang Ping'er is the Zhang Ping'er that Ren Xiaoyao mentioned to cult leader in front of the hall today. At that time, I felt that this name was familiar, but I didn't expect it to be the Zhang Ping'er that has some connection to Zhuo Kun. That's right. Master, do you know that Ren Xiaoyao has always been used to interacting with women and using them to achieve his own goals? Didn't you see the third miss of Rejuvenation Valley? Wasn't it because he accompanied her from 1,000 miles away? A single man and a single woman together during the day and at night. Didn't anything happen? Otherwise, that Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley isn't a fool. How could he send him to spreading fragrance cult? The whole story definitely wasn't what Ren Xiaoyao said. It should be that Valley Master Nye saw that he didn't have any reputation in Jianghu and recklessly married his daughter, which would provoke ridicule from Jianghu people. Therefore he thought of a way to send him to my spreading fragrance cult. After he accomplished his skills and achieved a good reputation, he could smoothly take in a son-in-law. Previously he met Zhang Ping'er at the Valley Orchid Dusk. First, he was subdued by her beauty. Second, how could Rejuvenation Valley compare to the fiery hall of the inner sect? This time he changed his mind and sought Zhang Ping'er's heart. I don't know what method this guy used to make Zhang Ping'er, who already had some interest in third martial brother, change her mind. He only persuaded Hall Master Yin and then incited cult leader to let this guy come to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Strange. Didn't they say that Yin was seriously ill and couldn't refine pills without a type of spiritual grass? Zhang Ping'er's life was saved by the spiritual grass that Ren Xiaoyao picked in the Valley Orchid Dusk? Yin was grateful for her saving his life, so he transferred Ren Xiaoyao to Firely Hall? Who knows what happened in the Valley Orchid Dusk? We still don't know who picked the spiritual grass. This time, the Valley Orchid Dusk suffered heavy casualties. Although Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are good, he may not be able to escape unscathed. Moreover, I heard that there was a precedent like this in the Pill Expanding Hall. Our Lingering Fragrance Peak only bestowed a martial arts cultivation method and that was it. How could we be like Zhang Ping'er, transferring a disciple from the outer sect to the inner sect? Who would believe that there's nothing fishy about it? Ren Xiaoyao said that he and Zixia knew each other a long time ago, but that's only the words of the two of them. Martial Uncle Jing Xian has already passed away, and there's no third person who knows about it. Isn't that just letting them talk nonsense? Disciple is sure that I don't know what methods this Ren Xiaoyao used or how he met Zixia and entered the alley. Alas, Disciple originally thought that Zixia was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. How could? Jing Gang Shirtai frowned slightly. Ren Xiaoyao has only been at Lingxiang Peak for a few days? Why did he do so many things? Even the heart of a female disciple from Mo Xian's palace was taken away? Mujun, your words are a little unreliable. Moreover, the sect leader has already approved Zixia and Ren Xiaoyao's relationship. You'd better not think too much about it. All right, master. Shi Mujun stood up and saluted. Disciple wishes to take a few days off from Lingxiang Peak and go out for a walk. Master, please take care of the matters in the hall. Jing Gang Shirtai smiled. Go. You're always in Ruijin Hall and haven't left Lingxiang Peak for a long time. It's good to take a breather. Remember, when it's time to let go, don't be too stubborn. Understood, master. Disciple is preparing to pack up and leave. All right, take it as a farewell now. Jing Gang Shirtai was very willing for Shi Mujun to leave the mountain. She even exhorted, go out and walk around. Also, look for Zhuochuan while you're at it. Ask him to hurry back. Is there any trouble on Lingxiang Peak that I can't handle? If the sect leader finds out that he's hiding like this, it'll be bad instead. Disciple understands. Shi Mujun bowed and took his leave. Looking at his still tall and straight back, Jing Gang Shirtai sighed for no reason. The full moon hung high in the sky, the croaking of frogs was endless, and the alluring night breeze brushed against one's face from time to time. Under a small pavilion under the tall weeping willow, there were two people sitting. One was dressed in a brocade robe, her thin figure elongated her shadow under the moonlight. It was Zhang Xiaohua. The other person, needless to say, was dressed in a light green palace robe. She had pleasant features and a pair of big watery eyes that were filled with affection. She stared straight at the full moon in the sky as if she was thinking about something. Meng, what are you thinking about? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the beauty under the moon and smiled. Could it be that you're still praying for something? How did you know? Meng's eyes moved as she turned around and smiled. Are you really praying? Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. Aren't I already by your side? What are you still thinking about? Meng laughed and said shyly, you don't know how to be shy. You really think too highly of yourself. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. That's for sure. If not for that, how could you still remember me after so many years? In your dreams. Meng rolled her eyes at him, then raised her head to look at the full moon that was almost within reach. She mumbled, fate in this world is really strange. I didn't know that the meeting 5 years ago was still so vivid in my mind. I only saw you once and it was engraved in my heart. I can't forget it. Zhang Xiaohua walked over and reached out to hold Meng's soft hand. A faint coolness came from Meng's hand. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly but smiled. This is a marriage bestowed by the heavens. Then he also stood beside Meng side by side. He raised his head to look at the full moon and said, my heart is only yours. I'm the same as you. Since I saw you by the river, I can't forget you. I think about you day and night. Don't you think it's strange? Really? Meng raised her small face and said with slight anger, what about that little girl called Little Fish Nya? Haven't you thought about her? Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. He raised his hand and swore, in all honesty, I really only think about you. I've never thought about anyone else. Luckily there was no real content in this oath. It didn't matter even if he said it thousands of times. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng anxiously. Meng glared at him. Haven't you seen that Xiaoxiao from the Jianghu? He's willing to travel thousands of miles for a girl. If it's not for her beauty, what else can you explain? Besides, they're a single man and a single woman. Who knows what happened? In all honesty, Zhang Xiaohua used this word for the second time. Little Fish Nya is like a 12-year-old child. Everything? Meng caught him again. Look, you know she's like a 12-year-old child. Tell me, what haven't you seen? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to say. At this moment he did think of Nye Chenyu. He could only smile apologetically. Isn't there still Little Orange? Even if I wanted to do something, would I dare? You've revealed your foxtail. Admit it. Say the truth in your heart. Or do you want to do something? In all honesty, Zhang Xiaohua used this word for the third time. I'm just making an example. Ah. Meng laughed when she saw Zhang Xiaohua so embarrassed and nervous. She laughed so happily that tears almost came out of her eyes. Her white and pure smile was like a blooming flower under the moonlight. Zhang Xiaohua also had a smile on her face as she happily looked at the face that she had missed day and night. After a while, Meng also held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said faintly, Xiaohua, I feel like it was yesterday when I saw you, but this happiness is something I haven't felt in a long time. I really hope that I've been as happy as today for the past 5 years. Don't tell me you haven't been as happy as today for the past 5 years? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Yes. I only felt a little happy when I saw you half a month ago. Then why? Zhang Xiaohua blinked and smiled. Don't tell me you've been thinking about me all the time? Meng didn't blame Zhang Xiaohua this time, but shook her head slightly. After a while, she bit her lips and said, I don't know myself. I only feel that when I think about you, it's a kind of pain, but sometimes it's sweet. Of course, this is only one aspect. Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. She held Meng's hand and said, I know I feel the same way. I miss you so much, but there are some indescribable feelings. In addition, don't think too much about it. You've already told me about Abbess Jing Xian's matter. This matter isn't something you can do alone. In the past, when I wasn't by your side, your heart was tormented. In the future, when you have me, let me shoulder this matter. You must not do the same foolish thing as last time. Just thinking about it is dangerous. If I didn't have telepathy with you, how could I have killed my way to Lingering Fragrance Peak? If you take that guy's purple phoenix hairpin, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. You don't blame me. I've clearly seen you and I still want to. Meng's voice became softer. You saw that guy threaten me and you're afraid that I'll be hurt. Moreover, you did this for your master's revenge. How can I bear to blame you? Zhang Xiaohua said lovingly, but in the future, even if I'm dizzy, I can't do such a stupid thing. Otherwise, even if Lingering Fragrance Peak is Shirtai's master, I'll still turn it upside down. Do you have that ability? Meng smiled and then murmured, if only you had that ability. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be angry. Do you look down on me because my martial arts are not as good as that guy's? I'll go find that guy and have a duel. She was about to take her hand away from Meng's. No, no, Meng knew that she was pretending, but she was flustered for no reason. She clenched her hand and smiled. Xiaohua's martial arts are the best. Others may not know, but how can I not know? Of course, with me by your side you can go anywhere in the world. I know, I know. Meng laughed out loud, but then there was a hint of sadness. How could Zhang Xiaohua not see it? She whispered, It's okay, Meng. Hierarch His Excellency just asked me to go to the ruins of Huanyu to have a look. It's not a punishment. I'm not thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Then what is it? Meng hesitated and said, Xiaohua, have you ever had any strange dreams? Dreams? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and shook her head. I haven't dreamed for a long time. You've never dreamed before? Meng De asked curiously. I have a dream in my heart. Who would still want to dream? Chapter 887. Meng stomped her feet and rebuked, Xiaohua, I'm serious, don't interrupt. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, Okay, you say it. However, she said again, I'm serious, I'm not interrupting. I haven't dreamed for a long time. Meng looked up at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, You're a strange person. I've never heard anyone say that they don't dream. If I don't dream like you, how good would it be? Really? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. What kind of strange dreams do you have? Why are you so scared? Meng bit her lips and said, Actually, I don't remember these strange dreams very well. I just feel that the dreams are very real. For example, when I kill someone I can feel the smell of blood. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Can you kill someone? I think you don't even dare to kill a chicken. Really? Meng was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe her, so she said, Not only killing people, there are many other things. Well, I know. Zhang Xiaohua held Meng's hand tightly and nodded, I believe you, Meng. It's said that what you think in the day you dream at night. It's true. Maybe because you think too much and can't do too much, what you think in the day will be brought into your dreams. Really? Meng didn't believe it. She thought carefully and nodded, Maybe? Master. I had a lot of dreams in the days after Master died. I miss Master so much that I can't wait to catch the murderer who killed Master. Well, I know, Meng. You don't have to worry about Shirtai. I have sworn to God that I will catch the murderer with my own hands. No. I will kill the murderer with my own hands to avenge Shirtai. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had seen Deputy Hall Leader Su of Tuadan Hall and Oyan's illness. She had a faint feeling that there was some inevitable connection between them and Shirtai's death. Maybe it was the doing of the spring equinox and Jingjia organization. She didn't plan to do anything to them before because she didn't have a good impression of the fragrant cult. Those people muddying the water, on the contrary, was beneficial to her actions. But now, the hated Zhong Pei was unexpectedly struck to death by lightning. She met Meng as she wished and was even with her now. She didn't have to worry about the Shirxin Peak because Zhang Xiaohu was there to take care of it. She basically had nothing to worry about. Besides, Shirtai had saved her life. If these people had something to do with Shirtai's death, how could she not intervene? Alas, Meng still couldn't believe her and sighed, Of course I meant it, but your kung fu is too weak. Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. He wanted to tell her the truth, but when he was about to say it, he had an idea. If I say it now, Meng's heart will be at ease. But after all, there is still no clue. If I kill the murderer with my own hands in the future and give her a surprise, wouldn't that be great? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua shrugged again and said, Don't worry, in the entire Lingxiang Peak, only you and I truly want to avenge Shirtai. Her spirit in heaven will definitely bless me and let my kung fu improve by leaps and bounds. And she will also give me the ability to communicate with spirits and tell me who the murderer is. I know. Meng smiled, knowing that Zhang Xiaohua was comforting him. He only said, You should practice martial arts in a down-to-earth manner. I only hope that one day you can catch up to that Shimujuan. I'll be satisfied. That tramp is nothing. Tsuke, how can he be my opponent? If I wasn't afraid that he would lose face in front of the hierarch, I would have broken his nose long ago. Meng couldn't help but laugh. Only you can brag. As long as you like it. Zhang Xiaohua said in a silly manner. All right. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. He looked around and whispered, Meng, do you think it's strange? Meng's curiosity was piqued and her melancholy was swept away. What's strange? Don't you think it's strange? Damn, how would I know if you don't tell me? Alas, don't you think that a month ago in Imo Shen's palace we passed, it was too easy? Hee, I thought you were going to say something. Meng covered her mouth and laughed. I thought you felt good. I didn't even think about it. Of course, I have a little bit of self-awareness. At that time I thought it was because the hierarch doted on you. Later I felt that it wasn't entirely true. Maybe there was something I didn't know. Shoo. Meng heard this and a strange expression appeared on her face. She looked around and whispered, later I secretly asked Senior Sister Chen. She didn't know either. However, you also know that she is very curious. Later she secretly asked Abish Jing Fan. After listening to Senior Sister Chen's words, I found out that the hierarch was really merciful that day. Zhang Xiaohua was also very surprised. She lowered her voice. Quickly tell me. Ahem. Meng looked around and coughed twice. Alas, these few days of practice have been very tiring. My waist and shoulders are also sore. There are some things that I can't remember clearly. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and pulled Meng to the stone bench. She smiled and said, Oh, Senior Sister Zixia, it turns out that you are tired. Earlier I learned some massage techniques outside. If Senior Sister doesn't mind, I can give you a massage. Meng nodded slightly. At least you have good eyesight. Well, come and try it. I want to see how much you have learned. Of course I am the smart Zhang Xiaohua. I can learn it easily. Zhang Xiaohua said and stretched out her hands with a strange smile on her face. Ha. Meng couldn't help but laugh. She was almost out of breath and said intermittently, this is massage? Of course, it is the authentic Zhang's massage. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. Okay, I admit defeat. I will tell you the reason right away. Meng couldn't help but beg for mercy. At this moment he heard Zhang Xiaohua exclaim, What is this? Why is there a bulge in your armpit? What is it? And it is soft? Meng said shyly, Your hand, where are you putting it? Quickly take it away. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked. He exerted a little force in his hand and immediately knew where he was touching the dream. Zhang Xiaohua was still young and was not very clear about the relationship between men and women. Even when she was chatting with Peacock and Chin Chin in the Refining Heart Cave, it was, how should she put it, she touched Meng from the front. At this time she only scratched Meng's armpit from the back. How would she know that there was something shameful in the front? Zhang Xiaohua quickly let go of her hand and said with a red face, I didn't do it on purpose. Meng's face was also burning. After a long time she whispered, It's okay. That's right, quickly tell me, why did the leader let you go that day? Zhang Xiaohua quickly changed the topic. Hee, Meng laughed. Actually, it is related to the leader's past. How should I put it? Back then, when the leader was young, she was a famous beauty in Imo Shen Palace. In the Greenwood Palace, there was also a handsome disciple who was skilled in martial arts. Senior Sister Chen didn't mention his name. This disciple had been admiring the leader for a long time. At that time, the leader hadn't received the inheritance yet, so she had a good impression of this disciple. The two of them were together under the moon, so there is no need to talk about it. Later on, that disciple found out about the story of the fragrant religion's Lingxiang Peak and discussed it with the leader. They fought from Lingxiang Peak all the way to Imo Shen Palace. At that time the leader understood. Although she was very reluctant to part with our leader, she had to follow the precedent and let them pass the 3 tests. What was the result? Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. What result? Right now the leader belongs to the leader. What good result can there be? Meng said in annoyance. Could it be that the leader went back on her words and didn't jump off the sacrificial cliff? Zhang Xiaohua asked. The martyred love cliff's leader naturally jumped, but... At this point, Zhang Xiaohua naturally already knew and said regretfully, Sigh, could it be that that brother was like me, encountering Orchid Twilight, and the disciples of Emo Nong Palace killed all the beasts in the testing love forest one step ahead? Meng was surprised when she heard this and asked, Killed all the beasts? Xiaohua then where did your 100 blood wolf tails come from? Is there even a need to ask? Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest and said, Our marriage is a gift from the heavens. On the blood wolf's tail. Keep bragging. Meng rolled her eyes at him and continued, The year your Greenwood Palace's disciple entered the Passion Forest wasn't the year of the orchid's late refinement. It's just that. Alas, it's just a pity. Although there were many wild beasts in the Passion Forest, But your disciple only managed to kill 99 blood wolves in the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn. No way, Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of surprise. That's 99 blood wolf tails, but there's only one left. Yes, that's right. Meng nodded with certainty. It's because of this last tale that the leader didn't get together with that disciple. Then, what about that disciple? Zhang Xiaohua also wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. Now, is he still in the Greenwood Palace? No, that disciple failed the 3 tests and felt that it was the will of the heavens. He was disheartened and stayed in the Lingxiang Peak for half a year, then went down the mountain. No one knows where he went. The fragrant cult is only so big so we couldn't find him. And according to the disciples, when the Jinghai Lake opened, we didn't see him go out. He just mysteriously disappeared like that. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought of Yu Zhuochuan, whose body he destroyed. Didn't the leader try to find him? Of course he did, but in the second year the leader passed the direct selection and received the inheritance. He didn't have the time or the opportunity to find him. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. It's because the leader has such a regret in his heart that he values the marriage given by the heavens so much. That's right, otherwise, how could we pass so easily? Meng murmured. Chapter 888. With the red sun hanging high in the sky, Zhang Xiaohua, dressed in a brand new outfit, walked out of the small courtyard with Huan in one hand and the Prajna sword in the other. Outside the small courtyard, Meng was standing with a smile. When Zhang Xiaohua saw her, he couldn't help but smile. Didn't you say goodbye yesterday? You don't have to send me off. I'm just going out for a walk. The hierarch only asked me to find someone to help me. It's not dangerous. Meng tilted her head and frowned slightly. I don't know why, but I feel reluctant to part with you. So I'll send you off. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said nervously, Isn't it too ostentatious? Will the other senior sisters in Imo Shen Palace be jealous? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's exaggerated look, Meng almost bent over with laughter again. She covered her mouth and said, Little Xiaoyao, who do you think you are? Which other senior sister will like you? Don't feel so good about yourself. Zhang Xiaohua touched his flat nose and said seriously, I don't want others to be jealous of you. It's just that they will be jealous of our marriage. Meng pursed her lips and said with a smile, All right, don't talk nonsense. Although there isn't much danger in this trip to the ruins of Huanyu, if you can make some contributions, firstly, it can prove that the hierarch has a good eye and that you're a competent guardian disciple. Secondly, it can be considered as redeeming yourself by making contributions. The greater the contribution, the lesser the punishment Rejuvenation Valley will receive. Valley Master Nye has already given his daughter to you, how can you bring disaster to him? Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. He had explained Nye Qinyu's matter clearly to Meng during this month, but Meng always joked about it. Meng could joke about it, but he didn't dare to take it seriously. If he even slightly joked, Meng would immediately change her face. She was even more powerful than Qin. Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about what to say, but Meng didn't listen to his explanation at all. She walked forward and adjusted his clothes. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with warmth. It seemed that only his mother cared about him like this before. Meng, I really have nothing to do with Nye Qinyu? Meng was stunned and asked curiously, You've said that 472 times already? I believed you a long time ago. Why are you bringing it up again? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. But didn't you just, Dream said, I'm just saying. Is there a relationship between you two? If there's nothing between you two, why don't I talk about it? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for words and wanted to explain again. However, Meng said, Let's go. It's already late. You should leave early and come back early. I want you to come back at night. Evening? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and thought to herself, Although I haven't been to the ruins of Huan, it seems that it will take a few days. How can I return at night? When they walked out of the small courtyard, they still held hands. But later more and more disciples came. Not only Meng but also Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. These beautiful female disciples, whether wearing a veil or not, all looked at them with a smile. It was not admiration but jealousy. Meng hid in Zhang Xiaohua's remote courtyard and enjoyed the nourishment of love. She was free and unfettered. Now that she was surrounded by so many people, although she was proud and stubborn, she still had the mentality of a little girl. Besides being slightly happy, she was abnormally shy. She only walked half the way and blushed and ran away. Behind her, Zhang Xiaohua's face was also burning. She complained secretly, "I told you not to come but you came to see me. It's like watching a monkey." After Meng left, Zhang Xiaohua was emboldened. No matter who looked at him, he stared straight at them. This trick was really good. The female disciples all bowed their heads and left under his stare. When Zhang Xiaohua was complacent, he saw a female disciple in a lavender palace dress looking at him from a distance. Zhang Xiaohua squinted and thought, there is really someone who doesn't know what's good for her. He also tilted his head and stared at her. Unexpectedly, the female disciple didn't avoid him and came straight to him. "Oh, I actually met a rival. Who is so thick-skinned." When the female disciple came closer, Zhang Xiaohua saw her clearly. He quickly lowered his head and saluted, "Greetings, Lord Qin." Wasn't it Qin? Although Zhang Xiaohua lowered his head, he muttered in his heart, "When did this girl dress up so elegantly? I almost can't recognize her." Qin said in a low voice, "He junior brother Ren, you are now a disciple of Mo Gong. Although, you don't need to call me Lord Qin. You can just call me senior sister in the future." "Yes, Lord Qin." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "Oh, senior sister Qin. I wonder where senior sister Qin is heading to? Oh, I woke up early this morning and just happened to see you. Looking at your new clothes and the 4 odd beasts, I guess you are going down the mountain to Huanyu. So I came over to give you some instructions." "Yes, I am going there. Senior sister Qin, please instruct me." Cough cough. "Actually, it's nothing much. The ruins of Huan is a forbidden area of my fragrance sect. I'm sure the sect leader has already told you about it. Your martial arts are limited, especially your Qinggong. Inside the ruins of Huan, you must not go too deep, you only need to wait outside for the disciples of Mo Gong. About Rejuvenation Valley, I've told senior sister Kong about it. Right now, Lord Sect Master is still angry, so it's not suitable for her to speak directly. After this period of time, I'll have senior sister talk to Lord Sect Master." After all, she was also the messenger who went to Vow City to offer sacrifices last time. Also, there is a female disciple among the disciples going to Huanyu this time. You should be familiar with her. She is Xia Qing, who entered the fragrant cult with us last time. They have been there for a long time. Maybe they had some adventures. If you meet her, tell her. Maybe she will give you some benefits." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and felt warm in her heart. This expression was somewhat similar to the illusion in the refining heart cave. After hearing Qin's words, she bowed and thanked him. "Well, go. Go and come back early. Don't let junior sister Zixia worry about you." Qin waved his hand and left. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and said with a smile, "Remember what I told you at Shishing Peak. If you have any secret marks on your body, check it as soon as possible. Don't wait for little fish Nya to come and make trouble for you." Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. She looked at Qin's back, which was shaking with laughter. She opened her mouth and did not know how to answer. After exiting Mo Palace, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Ruijin Palace. Coincidentally, he ran into Ruijin Palace's senior martial brother Wei. Thinking about how he had broken Ruijin Palace's sword and snatched his waist token, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little guilty. He stepped forward and shouted, "Senior martial brother Wei, please wait." Senior brother Wei was leading people down the mountain to patrol. When he heard someone calling him, he naturally turned back. However, when he saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, his face immediately became awkward. He turned back and saluted. "Junior brother Renyu. What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly stepped forward and also saluted. "Senior brother Wei, I'm really sorry about last time. I was also in a hurry to go up the mountain, so I made a move. I hope senior brother can be magnanimous and forgive me." What could senior martial brother Wei say? Zhang Xiaohua had barged into Remnant Fragrance alone with a sword and had long caused a huge commotion. He had turned Ruijin Palace Hall into a complete mess. Nanjing Gang did not say anything, but Shi Mujuan had scolded everyone. Although he could not punish these disciples due to the teachings of Remnant Fragrance cult, he reckoned that they had suffered quite a lot. It's fine. Junior brother Ren's courage and insight are astonishing. His martial arts are also superb. In addition, he is unswervingly loyal to senior sister Zixia. He is our role model. I can't wait to be envious. How can I blame you? Since senior brother Wei said so, I can rest assured. If there is a chance, I will tell the group of senior brothers in Ruijin Palace that I will apologize to them. Zhang Xiaohua then took out a waste token and handed it over. This is what I used last time. I'm returning it to Senior Brother Wei. Senior Brother Wei took a look and reached out to take it with lightning speed. He smiled and said, this waste token has already lost its effect. To think that Junior Brother Ren still remembers it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and secretly said, it's already lost its effect. Why are you in such a hurry to take it back? Senior Brother Wei was naturally unwilling to travel with Zhang Xiaohua. Along the way, the Ruijin Palace disciples they met all had the same expression. They were jealous, envious and a little embarrassed. Zhang Xiaohua did not mind. She sat on Huanhuan's lap and cupped her hands when she saw some familiar faces. She had already offended them a lot. Zhang Xiaohua was still aware of these trivial etiquette. Suddenly, a figure flashed behind the mountain rocks on the mountain path. It seemed like the person saw Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and she had already seen it. It was Zhang Pinger from Lihua Hall. Looking at this place, they were already in Lihua Hall's territory. Zhang Pinger must have something to do. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huanhuan's protrusion and stopped. She looked at the mountain rocks by the mountain path and thought for a moment. She felt that she had something to say to Huanhuan, but if she really said it, it would be unnecessary. She sighed and wanted to go down the mountain. However, she saw Zhang Pinger peeking out from behind the mountain rocks and looking down the mountain. When she saw that there was no one at the foot of the mountain, it seemed like Zhang Xiaohua had gone far away. Zhang Pinger then leaped out from behind the mountain rocks. However, when she turned her head, she saw Zhang Xiaohua standing beside her awkwardly. She couldn't help but blush. However, it only lasted for a moment before Zhang Pinger's face turned cold. She was the ice beauty of Lihua Hall. Zhang Xiaohua bit her lips and cupped her hands. Junior sister. Zhang Pinger quickly stopped him and said coldly, Senior Brother Ren is wrong. It's better to call her junior sister Zhang. Your surname isn't Zhang, so calling her junior sister is a little too much. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said softly, Junior sister Zhang, I think it's useless for me to say anything unnecessary. Actually, I didn't know that Xixia was at Lingxiang Peak, so I never had the intention to make use of junior sister. If junior sister has misunderstood or caused some trouble for junior sister, then I will apologize to junior sister now. I don't dare. Senior Brother Ren is the protector disciple of Mo Xian Palace. How could I, a disciple of Lihua Palace, compare to him? Even if we were used, it would be our honor. How could I dare to complain? How can I complain and dare to accept the apology of a disciple of Mo Xian Palace? Zhang Xiaohua felt a little uncomfortable with this vague sense of unfamiliarity. Chapter 889. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaohua continued, also if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely give Deputy Hall Master Yin an explanation for the trouble I've caused. No need. Zhang Pinger was resolute and decisive. Master said that there's a saying in ancient times, a general's success is built on thousands of bones. Although Senior Brother Ren didn't go too far, for the sake of the marriage between you and Senior Sister Xixia, it's also God's arrangement for us to receive some punishment. Seeing Zhang Pinger's indifference, Zhang Xiaohua had nothing to say and could only cup his hands to bid farewell. Junior sister, perhaps you won't like what I say, but I'll remember everything that junior sister has done. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Forget it. Zhang Pinger's face was frosty. Senior Brother Ren, you'd better take care of senior sister Xixia first. As she spoke, she took out a jade box from her bosom and handed it over. What's this? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously and didn't take it. This is the origin returning grass that Senior Brother Ren asked for when you came to the distant fire hall. I asked Senior Brother Ren for it from Martial Uncle. Please accept it. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. Junior sister, I was just joking with you. You really took it seriously? Zhang Pinger's expression changed greatly. She threw the jade box into Zhang Xiaohua's arms and said angrily, Senior Brother Ren, I'll say it again. Please call me Junior Sister Zhang. Also, there are some things that can't be said and some things that can't be done. Since I said it and did it, then I have to take it seriously. I'm stupid and can't distinguish between what Senior Brother Ren said and what Senior Brother Ren said. Therefore, I take everything seriously. If Senior Brother Ren has the leisure to joke with me next time, please tell me in advance. I'll be in high spirits and joke with Senior Brother Ren. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua's reaction and walked to the other side of the mountain path. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's back, which did not even turn back, Zhang Xiaohua did not know what she was feeling. She patted Huanhuan's protruding horn and walked down the main mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak. It did not take long for them to reach the bottom of Lingering Fragrance Peak. The protective array of the peak was still there, but when Zhang Xiaohua entered and exited, there was a world of difference. The rough stone tablet at the foot of Lingering Fragrance Peak was still the same. It stood there quietly by itself. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at the towering Lingering Fragrance Peak and smiled. She released her divine sense and wrapped it around the rough stone tablet to observe it carefully. Unfortunately, after observing it for a while, there were no clues. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huanhuan and walked down one of the many mountain paths at the foot of Lingering Fragrance Peak. In Xian Palace, Nun Jingyi held a scroll in her hand and read it with great interest. A disciple quietly walked in and stood by her side. After a long time, Nun Jingyi did not raise her head and asked, "Ren Xiaoyao has left the mountain?" "Yes." "What has this disciple of Xian Palace been doing during this period of time?" Reporting to sect leader, Ren Xiaoyao has always been with senior sister Xixia. There's nothing strange about them. Looking at the two of them, it seems that they have known each other for a long time. It's impossible for them to be so close after just a few days. It seems that what they said was true. Signed, this Ren Xiaoyao is really infatuated. He actually chased her all the way to Xian Palace from Jianghu. Moreover, our fragrant religion's rules are so strict, yet he was able to coincidentally come to Lingering Fragrance Peak to see Xixia. If our religion does not fulfill his wish, even the heavens will be angry. Sect leader is the most benevolent, we all know that. The disciple smiled and said, if Ren Xiaoyao met other sect leaders, he might not be able to fulfill his wish. This Ren Xiaoyao is also a genius. His martial arts are not good and his moves are not good, but he is blessed with divine strength. It's really rare. It's just that, when he heard that Xixia had died that day, he still held his sword and threatened our religion. He still has a rebellious side to him. I hope this trip to Huansu will make him suffer a little and let him know the dignity of our fragrant religion. The disciple smiled and said, sect leader is right. No matter what, Ren Xiaoyao has only been in our fragrant religion for a short period of time. How could he know the background of our religion? Using his sword to threaten the sect leader is also a great disrespect. Nun Jingyi waved her hand. Why would our religion lower itself to his level? Alright, where's Shimujuan? This child was agitated. He wouldn't do something stupid, would he? That's not true. The day Ren Xiaoyao stayed in Xian Palace, senior martial brother, she left Lingering Fragrance Peak and went out to travel. What travel? He's only in the fragrant religion's small territory. Where can he travel to? However, he's also tactful. Actually, when Great Elder came to me to talk about this, our religion felt that it was inappropriate. Xixia clearly doesn't have Mu Jun in her eyes. In addition, Xixia wanted to take revenge for junior martial sister Jing Xian on her own accord and created this scene. How can Mu Jun keep his face? Mu Jun still knows when to advance and when to retreat. It's all because of Great Elder Jing Gang's teachings. Alright, where's Yu Zhuochuan? There's still no trace of her? What kind of trouble did this fellow get into? Even you don't know? You all have the same master. Why is there such a big difference between the two? The female disciple was embarrassed. This time, this disciple really doesn't know. After junior martial brother Yu returned to Lingering Fragrance Peak, he only showed his face once and disappeared without a trace. It can't be the Tenryu sect or that strange power, right? The female disciple shook her head. It can't be ruled out. After all, many things have happened in our fragrant religion recently. The Vice Hall Masters of Pill Sprouting Hall and Cleansing Jade Hall, as well as more than 10 outer sect disciples have all disappeared. And with the addition of Wandering Orchid and Mullian, it's really hard to say. However, the possibility of it being junior martial brother Yu isn't high. After all, he has a legacy artifact from our fragrant religion. Although he can't use it proficiently, it's still possible that he could use it to escape. The Vice Hall Master of Pill Sprouting Hall? This guy actually sneaked into the fragrant religion without our religion knowing. If he hadn't provoked the Tenryu sect and poisoned him to death, it would have been hard to find him. Oh, the Vice Hall Master of Pill Sprouting Hall should also have a jade talisman. However, Zhuokun should have an offensive jade talisman, so he should be able to escape. Right, speaking of the Pill Sprouting Hall, go and inform Sage Herb. Who went to Rejuvenation Valley last time? Cripple his martial arts and demote him to an ordinary disciple. Yes, I'll do it right away. But what? I think that Senior Martial Sister Peacock went to Sorrow City to offer sacrifices last time. She was the head emissary and that person was the vice emissary. If we cripple that person's martial arts, won't Senior Martial Sister Peacock lose face? Oh, you're right. Peacock's status is different now. If it was before the inheritance, it wouldn't be a problem. But now we still have to save some face. That disciple is lucky. Demote him to an ordinary disciple, but don't cripple his martial arts. Yes, head emissary is wise. Also, inform the Fragrant Religion disciples in the Jianghu to not stand up for Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years. Spread this news to the Jianghu as well. Instead of doing things for our Fragrant Religion, they actually dared to play favoritism. It's their good fortune that we don't destroy them. Yes, head emissary is merciful. The female disciple bowed. Seeing that Nun Jingyi didn't say anything else, she quietly left. Zhang Xiaohua went down Lingering Fragrance Peak and headed towards Huanshu. However, after walking for half a day and passing a few forks in the road, his brain couldn't keep up. He had asked for directions, but he was a person with no sense of direction. He only knew that the sun rose from the east and was careless about everything else. He could only stand at the side of the road and prepare to play left, right and left. At this moment, he heard the sound of horses galloping behind him. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. When he turned around, a strange smile appeared on his face. What do you think, head emissary? Dragging along the dust that filled the sky, the ones that whistled over were precisely Yu Zhuochuan's group that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered when he had arrived at Lingering Fragrance Peak the last time. It was still a dozen pure black horses that were abnormally arrogant. Of course, Yu Zhuochuan was not in this group at this time, and the leader had changed to someone else. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was an old acquaintance, he urged the four odd beasts to make way for them. When the group of Ruijin Hall's disciples came closer, he smiled and prepared to greet them. However, when he raised his hand, one of the disciples shouted, "Io, it's Ren Xiaoyao." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. It seemed that he had become famous after breaking into Lingering Fragrance Peak. Others might not know, but the disciples of Ruijin Hall remembered him well. When he turned around, he saw that it was the reckless disciple that he met last time, Junior Brother Feng. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. "Senior Brother Feng, are you well?" Then he looked around and smiled. "Where's Senior Brother Yu? Why don't I see him with you?" "Senior Brother Yu, long time no see." Just when Junior Brother Feng opened his mouth, someone beside him berated, "Junior Brother Feng." Junior Brother Feng realized that he had blurted out, so he shouted, "Why are you looking for Senior Brother Yu? When you broke into Lingering Fragrance Peak, we weren't around. Even Senior Brother Yu was busy. Otherwise, how could you have broken through so easily?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's right. Actually, it was all thanks to the kindness of the senior brothers and martial uncles of Ruijin Hall. They saw my painstaking effort and let me go. Others might not know, but I know very well. I really have to thank them." When the disciple heard that, he didn't have any good intentions. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior Brother Ren's words have caused the sect leader to misunderstand. If she knows about it, she will think that the disciples of Ruijin Hall are slacking. Some punishment will be unavoidable. Martial Uncle Ming, Martial Uncle Hu, and Martial Uncle Su will also be punished." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, Hee then, just treat it as if I didn't say anything." The disciple frowned and sneered, "If that's all Junior Brother Ren wanted to say, then I didn't hear anything. Junior Brother Ren, please make way. Let's part here." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Oh, I was ordered by the sect leader to go to the ruins of Huanshu. I don't know which path to take here. Senior Brother, please guide me." Ruins of Huanshu? The disciples looked at each other in surprise. The disciple in front muttered to himself and pointed with his finger, "Junior Brother Ren is wrong to go to the ruins of Huanshu. He has to take this path." After listening to the disciple's explanation, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It turned out that he had already taken the wrong path. Chapter 890. In the middle of a mountain covered by green trees, there was a huge peach tree beside a small lake. At this moment, thousands of pink peach blossoms were blooming on the peach tree. Under the peach tree, A middle-aged man in white was holding a long sword and waving it slowly. His sword moves were so slow that it was like an old man training in the morning. His footsteps were also ordinary. His footsteps were not light nor heavy, just like an ordinary person walking. However, every time the long sword danced, there would be an undercurrent in the air that would follow the long sword's movements. Although many of the fallen petals under the peach trees did not follow the movements of the person's footsteps, they were eager to give it a try as the long sword stretched and retracted. Not long later, the middle-aged man's sword moves were so slow that it was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. The surrounding fallen petals gradually jumped and were unwilling to turn into spring mud. They danced in the air following the changes of the long sword. This was still not considered shocking. After a long time, even more peach blossoms flew down from the peach tree and joined the dance. Moreover, there were more and more of them, and in a moment, the hundreds of peach blossoms condensed into the shape of a person and rapidly danced in the air. Suddenly, the middle-aged man shouted and pointed the long sword in his hand into the lake. The human-shaped peach blossoms flew into the lake. Before the peach blossoms could get close, a loud sound came from the lake. A huge wave of several feet high was created by the long sword and the peach blossoms were directly smashed into the lake. When the lake was covered by the falling petals, the middle-aged man slowly withdrew his long sword and smiled as he muttered to himself, "The sword light is restrained and returned to its original state." As the saying goes, the shapeless sword chi can harm people without them noticing. I have practiced for many years. I did not expect that I would succeed in this disheartened and lazy state. Sigh. The middle-aged man's forehead was full and the ground was round. He had a graceful appearance. Wasn't he the eldest disciple of Ruijin Palace, Shimujuan? The falling flowers are yearning for love, but the heartless flowing water is heartless. Looking at the countless peach blossoms floating in the lake, Shimujun could not help but feel sad. A trace of hatred appeared in his eyes as he shook his long sword. His figure rose from the ground and swiftly rushed down the mountain like a horse. As for the dozen or so disciples of the Ruijin Palace, when they saw Zhang Xiaohua heading towards a fork in the road, they also turned around and patted their horses to head in another direction. After a short time, one of the disciples looked back and saw that they were far away from the fork in the road and whispered, "Junior brother Yang, this Ren Xiaoyao, how can he be so bold?" First, he offended Fiery Palace's Zhang Pinger, infuriating senior marshal brother Yu to the point that he wanted to go down the mountain and kill that bastard. Then he hooked up with senior marshal sister Xia of Mo Xian Palace and drove senior marshal brother Shi away. It's already been more than a month and there's still no trace of him. Junior brother Yang smiled and said, "This is where he's smart, stepping on people one by one. However, we're stepping on our own senior marshal brothers, while he's stepping on our senior marshal sisters." Tisk tsk, I also want to step on them, but there's no junior marshal sister for me to step on. By the way, junior brother Yang, didn't senior marshal brother you say that he wanted to go down the mountain to kill that bastard? Why did he disappear? Tell me, did senior marshal brother you go or not? Aren't you talking nonsense? If senior marshal brother you went, how could that bastard survive? How could there be a story of him charging into the remnant fragrance with a sword? Wouldn't senior marshal sister Xia and senior marshal brother Shi be on the same level? However, senior marshal brother you went out in a huff and then disappeared without a trace. Could it be what? A voice came from the side. The disciple was startled. When he looked up, he revealed an awkward smile and bowed, "Senior marshal brother Shi, you're back." "And I'm back. What did you just say? Say it again." "This?" The disciple hesitated. "I said that senior marshal brother you went out in a huff after talking to junior marshal brother Yang and then disappeared without a trace. Maybe Ren Xiaoyao did something evil to him. That might not be the case." The disciple gritted his teeth and finished his sentence. Third marshal brother you hasn't returned yet?" Shimujuan asked curiously. Then he said, "And you're right. It makes a lot of sense. However, why didn't you say anything when I asked you earlier?" The disciple said innocently, "Senior marshal brother Shi, this is just nonsense from me. Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are far inferior to senior marshal brother Yu's. How could he do something evil to senior marshal brother Yu? That might not be the case. Ren Xiaoyao is extremely strong. If third marshal brother you didn't notice." Shimujuan said with a smile without looking away. "Yes, senior marshal brother Shi is right. With Ren Xiaoyao's strength, even senior marshal brother Hu would be defeated. It's hard to say if senior marshal brother Yu was careless." The disciple smiled apologetically. Alright, remember this. When I look for you in the future, don't forget that there's still you. Yes, Senior Marshal Brother Shi. I understand. Junior Marshal Brother Yang nodded. Alright, go ahead. Look for me when you're back. Shi Mujuan stood up and was about to leave. However, he thought of something and asked, why did you suddenly think of Rin Xiaoyao? The disciple pointed at the fork in the distance. Senior Marshal Brother Shi, we bumped into Rin Xiaoyao at the fork in the road. From what he said, he actually received an order from Lord Hierarch to go to the ruins of purification. But he took a wrong turn and went that way. Shi Mujuan nodded. Yes, I understand. Lord Hierarch's orders must be important. That slow-witted fellow actually lost his way. Sigh, it's obvious that he's not a diligent person. Forget it. Since Lord Hierarch thinks highly of him, what does it have to do with us? You guys go ahead. I'm about to return to Ruijin Hall. Alright, is everything alright in the hall? It's nothing. Senior Marshal Brother Shi, you should head back first. Lord Hierarch has been nagging about it for a long time. Alright, I'll head back now. Go ahead. After Shi Mujuan finished speaking, he executed his movement technique and headed toward the fork in the road. When he reached the fork in the road, he opened his eyes and ears. When he saw that there was no one around, he bent down and headed in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua. Just as Shi Mujuan was heading toward Zhang Xiaohua's fork in the road, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Her left hand formed a seal, and it was the technique of the Hand of Karma, from the Heavenly Tao. However, the technique was extremely profound. During the month when Zhang Xiaohua was recuperating on Lingering Fragrance Peak, she had been trying to comprehend it. However, she was still unable to comprehend it. She didn't even gain the slightest bit from it. She could only use her left hand to form the technique. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't surprised when she saw that the technique on her left hand was ineffective. The Tao of Karma was so profound that the technique derived from it was naturally of a high level. In Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, even the technique of the innate divine restriction couldn't be compared to it. How could she possibly comprehend it in just a month? However, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that although her Hand of Karma couldn't calculate the reason, since her heart was moved, something unfavorable must have happened to her. The most important thing was to take precautions first. Speaking of precautions, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously took out the small shield in her arms. Other than the jade piece, Zhang Xiaohua's defense was also the robe left behind by Elder Hua. Speaking of the robe, Zhang Xiaohua was also depressed. It wasn't right to say that the robe was useless. During this expedition, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to use the Immortal Tao technique. Along the way, she was attacked by the disciples of Ruijin Palace. She didn't know how many long swords had pierced her body. If it weren't for the robe, she would have been injured long ago. However, this robe was still on her body and she didn't know how to activate it. Along the way, although the sword tips were blocked, a lot of the force was transmitted to her body. Zhang Xiaohua's serious injuries were mostly due to this robe. Presumably, this kind of defensive celestial tool could only resist the attack of genuine qi. It was useless against pure force attacks. Of course, the most important thing was that this robe was close-fitting. If the defense was ineffective, it would directly hit Zhang Xiaohua's body. She would be the one suffering the pain. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua still hoped to refine this small shield so that she could use it in the future. In front of Emo-Shen Palace, Zhang Xiaohua had witnessed Nun Jingyi's powerful divine sense. Although he didn't know what level of qi refining or foundation establishment Nun Jingyi was, just her divine sense alone was more powerful than Zhang Xiaohua's. How would he dare to show any signs of being an Immortal Tao practitioner in Emo-Shen Palace? Only after leaving Lingering Fragrance Peak did he dare to have any ideas about this small shield. Huanhuan's legs were strong. By the time the sky turned dark, they had already traveled a long distance and arrived at a mountain forest. Zhang Xiaohua occasionally looked back with his divine sense and attention. He looked left and right, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. On the mountain path they met a few outer disciples. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua's clothes, they knew that he was an inner disciple. They were all very respectful and didn't dare to be negligent. How could it be as unexpected as Zhang Xiaohua thought? After entering the mountain forest, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down from Huanhuan's back. He patted Huanhuan's protruding horn and took the great wisdom sword with him. When he came out, he was in a valley. Looking around, Zhang Xiaohua didn't find a good place to hide. He sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense. He threw the small shield in his hand and it floated in the air. The restriction in the small shield was still there. As long as his divine sense tried to force its way in, it would immediately be ejected. He closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Zhang Xiaohua formed a spell with his hands and used a few common sacrificial spells from the Refining the World to see if it would be useful. Unfortunately, when the spells entered, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There wasn't any sound. The small shield was still floating in the air, and only a vague outline could be seen. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Just as he was about to put the small shield back into his money pouch, his heart suddenly stirred. Another extremely familiar hand seal appeared in his left and right hands. Once the true qi was absorbed, Zhang Xiaohua waved his right hand and hit the small shield. Suddenly, the small shield moved slightly and even emitted an extremely faint fiery red brilliance. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He thought to himself, the sacrificial spell of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. How can it be used to refine this small shield? It turned out that the spell Zhang Xiaohua used was the sacrificial spell he learned from the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Could it be that this small shield was also refined by an expert of the incense cult, just like the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace? Zhang Xiaohua guessed. Chapter 891. However, such guesses were meaningless. Zhang Xiaohua only needed to refine the small shield. The way of immortals had been destroyed for tens of thousands of years. Even if she knew who had refined it, would she return it to its rightful owner? However, refining the shield was not as easy as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. It seemed that only the first few incantations had some effect. Later on they were not very effective. The faint red light emitted by the shield had also disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua had wanted to stop, but she was unwilling to give up. Hence, she came up with the idea of treating a hopeless situation as a last resort. The vital energy in her left and right meridians could support the entire set of incantations without a problem. Even the incantations for refining the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace were all applied to the shield. This method was somewhat effective. Occasionally, some of the incantations were applied, and the small shield had some reaction. The faint brilliance gradually increased, and when the last incantation was applied, the shield's brilliance flickered and then disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, which was covering the shield, immediately sensed a small crack in the restriction. Using her divine sense to scan the inside, Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. She saw that the method of refining the shield had been transmitted to her mind. When Zhang Xiaohua finished reading the method of refining the shield, she could not help but feel discouraged. This small shield had a nice name, Crimson Spirit Protection, and its effects were extremely powerful. However, refining it was not an easy task. The Crimson Spirit Protection was divided into different stages, and the incantations for each stage were different. Even the vital energy required for each incantation was not something Zhang Xiaohua could achieve at the moment. What Zhang Xiaohua could do now was to activate the most basic and most primitive defensive function. Well, to put it bluntly, she could only use the Crimson Spirit Protection to block attacks. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua decided to put away the Crimson Spirit Shield. They were currently in the wilderness, and although they were in a valley, the light emitted by the Crimson Spirit Shield would spread far and wide. It would not be a good thing if it attracted the attention of the disciples of the School of Fragrance. Zhang Xiaohua placed a jade talisman around her and set up a restriction. Then she sat down cross-legged and began cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. The night passed silently. The next day Zhang Xiaohua woke up. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. However, she jumped onto a tree and looked carefully. She didn't find anything unusual. Could it be that there is great danger ahead? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua didn't rush the itinerary for the day. She just let the horse reins and let the 4 odd beasts Huan move forward at a leisurely pace. A few more days passed and nothing unusual happened. Zhang Xiaohua was the only one who was alert and secretly kept an eye on things. One day they arrived at a hill. She saw that there were some swamps on the left side of the hill. The leaves were rotten and the mud was rotten. It was a place where few people went. Looking up at the sky, it was noon. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself, "I've mastered the Crimson Spirit Protection formula these days. I've also accumulated enough Jinqi. If I'm not wrong, I should be able to use the simplest method to refine it." It's noon now and the sun is shining brightly. The fiery red light of the Crimson Spirit Protection formula shouldn't attract attention. Since the sun is shining, it should be very bright. Presumably, she would leave Huan at the side of the hill where there were many trees. She would ride the wind and head towards the depths of the swamps. There was a lot of mud in the depths of the swamps, and there was also a rotten smell. It was something rarely seen in the fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and found a dry spot. She landed and found a place with abundant sunlight. She sat down cross-legged and calmed her mind. She took out the Crimson Spirit Protection formula from her bosom. The small shield was incomparably exquisite. The fine pattern seemed to be flowing. Zhang Xiaohua lovingly caressed it and then threw the Crimson Spirit Protection formula into the air. The Crimson Spirit Protection formula that she had practiced countless times in her mind was executed by Zhang Xiaohua. She methodically hit the Crimson Spirit Protection formula. The Crimson Spirit Protection formula emitted a faint brilliance which became increasingly dazzling. In the end, it turned into a ball of scarlet red light. The shield's original appearance was long gone. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the Crimson Spirit Protection formula in front of her, and her heart was already blooming with joy. It was just the most basic refinement, and it already looked so good. Was there a need to doubt it? It was definitely a good item. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and drew out the last strand of true qi from her body. The last seal in her left hand was already formed. With a wave of her left hand, a clang sound was heard and the seal hit the brilliance. The brilliance was like the rising sun. Zhang Xiaohua slightly narrowed her eyes. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua did not spit out the natal true qi after the seal. However, it was no longer a problem. After the brilliant brilliance, the Crimson Spirit Protection formula returned to its original appearance. It was a small shield floating in the air. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she could control the Crimson Spirit Protection formula. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua was about to use the strand of true qi in her body to strike the Crimson Spirit Protection formula. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat and a strong sense of danger emerged from her left side. Oh no, is there a ferocious beast? Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She immediately kept the Crimson Spirit Protection formula and took out the Chasing Dream Sword. Her left hand took out a piece of primordial stone. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's true qi in her meridians was exhausted and she was unable to use the Earth Escape technique. She could only use the ethereal steps and quickly leaped onto a large tree with luxuriant foliage. She carefully looked to her left side. It was noon and the sun was shining brightly. From time to time, there would be the chirping of cicadas and the chirping of birds. Even the mountain wind was blowing the leaves, making a rustling sound. Where Zhang Xiaohua looked, the leaves were undulating and the chirping of birds was still the same. It was not different from the surroundings. Zhang Xiaohua stared for a long time but did not see any abnormalities. She could not help but wonder, could it be that I am being paranoid? If this happens often, won't I end up with a nervous breakdown? Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Ren Xiaoyayu, are you looking for me? Io, Zhang Xiaohua cried out in surprise and almost fell from the tree. Which senior expert is this? He can actually hide from my divine sense and eyes? When Zhang Xiaohua steadied herself and focused her gaze, Shimujuan was standing on a large tree a few feet away. He was dressed in embroidered robes and casually holding a long sword. He was standing on a tall branch and his figure was moving up and down along with the branches, undulating up and down. Shimujuan. Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes narrowing. Why is this fellow here? No wonder I have been feeling uneasy these past few days. It seems like this fellow has been stalking me for a few days. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was already aware that he was in the martial world. Even though he did not have such a strong feeling before, he was not naive enough to think that Shimujuan was only here for the winding path to seclusion. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua put on a smile and jumped down from the tree. She looked rather clumsy as she cupped her fists and said, Senior Brother Shi, oh right, Senior Brother Shi, may I call you Senior Brother Shi from now on? Shimujuan scoffed coldly and said coldly, mud will never be able to support a wall. I have already said that you are not fit to call me Senior Brother Shi. That was the case in the past and it is still the case now. What about in the future? Of course it is. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was slightly awkward and nervous. The small sword in her hand moved unconsciously and she smiled. Since that does not allow me to call you that, then how should I address you? Once she finished speaking, she smiled as if she was trying to curry favor. Since I've been staying at Lingering Fragrance Peak for so long, there will be a time when we will meet again. Shimujuan looked at her with interest and laughed coldly. Perhaps we won't have the chance to meet again in the future. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and looked perplexed. She raised her head and looked behind Shimujuan. She raised her voice and said, "My dear friend, I heard some strange movements over there just now. It doesn't seem to be the work of humans. I wonder if Brother Ren saw it?" Shimujuan did not even turn his head. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings and smiled. "There's no need to look. This is just a smelly swamp. Even the immortal birds of the fragrant fragrance cult won't come here. How could there be any movements?" "Oh, I see." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then I can rest assured. This place is remote and wild beasts should come here often. If I'm not careful, won't I be attacked by a ferocious beast? You should look around more." "Don't get killed by a fly that flies over," Shimujuan mocked. "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua looked around in surprise and asked, "By the way, my dear friend, it has been more than a month since I last saw you at Emotian Palace. May I know where you have gone? Why did you suddenly appear here?" "Shut up." Shimujuan was annoyed when he heard her and said, "Who are you to call my dear friend?" "This." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged her shoulders in fright and said anxiously, "Then how should I address you? You should at least address me as such. In this case, why don't you address me as the great disciple of Ruijin Hall?" Shimujuan stood up and directly used his qinggong to fly 20 feet away. However, he stopped. His body continued to move up and down along with the branches as he stood steadily. The smile on his face was already clear. However, there was a trace of joy in this smile. It was not the joy of being in a good mood but the joy of seeing a plaything. Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously took 2 steps back when she saw Shimujuan approaching. She smiled charmingly and said, "Great disciple of Ruijin Hall, may I know how you got here? Don't tell me you are also heading to Ruins Huan under the orders of the cult master?" "Ruins Huan?" Shimujuan laughed out loud. "You want to go to Ruins Huan with your skills? Wait until you are alive." Then he snorted coldly. "Don't use the cult master to remind me. There are many things that the cult master does not know about in Fragrance Cult. Even if I kill you on the spot, who will know that I am the one who did it? Moreover, the ruins of Huan is the forbidden area of the Fragrant Cult. For thousands of years, countless disciples have never come out of the ruins of Huan. Even if you don't come out of the ruins of Huan, do you think the cult master will look for you?" Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright and waved her hands. "Ren? Great disciple of Ruijin Hall, the cult master only asked me to go to the outskirts of Ruins Huan to receive the disciples who are heading there. He did not say that I must go in." Chapter 892. Ha ha ha. Shimujuan laughed heartily as if he had never been this happy before. The tree branch beneath him moved up and down even more frequently. Shimujuan's fingers were trembling as he laughed. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Talent. Talent. Only now do I know that junior brother Ren is a talent." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "This? Didn't you not allow me to call you senior brother? Why are you still calling me junior brother?" Shimujuan held back his laughter with great difficulty and said, "I already knew that you were a scheming person from the start. I really don't feel ashamed to be associated with you. Now it seems that not only are you scheming, even your thick skin is admirable. Therefore, I unconsciously wanted to call you junior brother. However, this is because I think highly of you. If you want to call me senior brother, then, it's still not enough." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "This? What kind of situation is this? Could it be that this is the legendary saying, only officials are allowed to set fires, but commoners are not allowed to light lamps?" Zhang Xiaohua's innocent face made Shimujuan laugh heartily again. Zhang Xiaohua also looked on with a smile and did not move. "Ren Xiaoyao, oh Ren Xiaoyao, you're really good at playing the fool. Oh, did you use this glib tongue of yours to trick junior sister Zixia into joining you?" The corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curled into a slight smile when Meng was mentioned. He cupped his hands toward Shimujuan and said, "Speaking of which, I would like to thank you for thinking highly of Meng. There are not many disciples on Lingering Fragrance Peak who have the same judgment as you and I." Shimujuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He leaned the long sword in his left hand against his back and looked around. "Junior brother Ren, don't you think that your appearance in the Fragrant Cult and Lingering Fragrance Peak is very inappropriate?" Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to reply, he continued, "If it wasn't for your appearance, Zixia would have already accepted my token. Not long after, she would have become the lover of the first disciple of Rui Jinhao. Although Rui Jinhao's status is lower than Emo Xiangong's, she has received my protection. When I become the hall master in the future, her happiness will be just around the corner. Even if Peacock obtained the inheritance of the incense religion, how could she compare to her? In the future you'll just be an old grandaunt and you'll never know the feeling of love. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He pointed at Shimujuan and said, You're insinuating Lord Cult Master. So what if I say it directly? Shimujuan laughed sinisterly. Do you think you still have the chance to complain to Lord Cult Leader? Even if you go back and complain, do you think Lord Cult Master will believe you? Or will he believe me? Brother, do you think I have nowhere to run? Zhang Xiaohua chuckled coldly at this moment. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's sudden change in attitude, Shimujuan was stunned and said, What? Have you thought of a good way to escape? Then he looked left and right. I already know your Qinggong. I'm not afraid of making you feel inferior. Even if I give you an hour's head start, it's enough for me to catch up to you within 6 hours. So, your delusion of delaying time and looking for a way out is completely useless. Then he drew his sword from his back and drew a few strokes in front of his eyes, saying, Actually, I originally planned to wait for you to return to Lingering Fragrance Peak before killing you openly. However, I really couldn't hold back this anger in my heart and wanted to put you to death by my sword sooner. That's why I followed you here. Sai, I still don't have enough self-cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and couldn't help but ask, Brother, Lord Cult Master has ordered you not to make things difficult for me. Why do you want to kill me openly? Ha ha ha, Shimujuan looked at Zhang Xiaohua in amusement. I have many ways to kill you. However, since I've blocked you here, there's no harm in telling you. My third junior brother has been out for a long time and he hasn't returned. I heard from the disciples of Rui Jinhao that when he left, he said that he was going to find trouble with you. Since he didn't do so, he naturally died in your hands. I'm avenging my junior brother and investigating the real culprit. Since you didn't cooperate and stubbornly resisted, it's reasonable for me to kill you. Even if third junior brother comes back in the future, I'll just offer my humble apology and be willing to be punished. What can I do? Clap clap clap. Zhang Xiaohua applauded and said, Brother, you have a good plan. Using senior brother used departure as an excuse to kill me, even if the cult master punishes me, it'll still be because of my relationship with Zhang Pinger. You can also defend yourself. How wonderful, how wonderful. Sai Yu Lao-sen, since he said that he was going to find trouble with you, why didn't he go and find trouble with you? If I had killed you earlier, all these things wouldn't have happened. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. The third rule of Rui Xiang cult forbids fratricidal fighting. How did senior brother you dare to do it? The ancients said that a doctor can't be punished. Haven't you heard of it? With my master Abbess Jinggang as a backer, what can't be covered up? I understand. Brother, you have the same plan at this moment. How could that be? Junior brother Ren thinks too highly of himself. I only need to kill you. How could I let anyone know? Not to mention letting the cult master know. Tisk tiske, Zhang Xiaohua bowed and saluted. Thank you for teaching me, brother. Oh, that's right. Brother, you've talked for a long time. Is your mouth dry? Yes, if it was me, I would definitely kill you from the start. Why would I dawdle for so long? Ha ha ha, Shimujuan laughed again and leaped down from the tree saying, I've already said it. Junior brother Ren, don't think too highly of yourself. Even if your junior sister Zixia's lover, even if you broke into Lingering Fragrance Peak alone, even if Hu Ben, Ming Qing and junior brother Su were all defeated by you, but in my eyes you're just an ant. If I want to kill you, I only need one strike. Do you understand? Just one strike. Thinking back to that day, if it wasn't for the cult master stopping me, I would definitely have stabbed you with my sword. Sai, how would you know all this? Only when our strengths are swapped can you understand how I feel at this moment. I almost want to crush your bones and scatter your ashes, but I just can't forget the humiliation you gave me at Emotian Palace. If I don't vent this anger, it'll be detrimental to my future cultivation. Who knows, it might even become my inner demon. Sai, what's the use of telling you all this? Could it be that my inner demon has become stronger because my martial arts have improved? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Yes, I can understand Brother Ren's feelings. If that bastard Zhong Pei was here, I might have to dawdle with him for a long time before making my move. Zhong Pei? What does he have to do with you? Shimujuan was stunned. Because I'm the same as you. I want to kill him. Zhang Xiaohua enunciated each word clearly. Haha, Shimujuan laughed so hard that he bent over. It's really funny. With that little bit of strength of yours, you can only fight with Hu Ben. Others have countless ways to kill you. Alright, where's that sword embryo of yours? Why did it land on the David's deer? It's a pity? As Shimujuan spoke, the long sword in his hand was the same as before. He waved it lightly, but suddenly, he exerted force in his hand and threw the long sword out. Zhang Xiaohua was about 20 feet away from Shimujuan. She could not reach him with her divine sense, but she had already released it to protect her body. When she saw Shimujuan attack without any warning and the way he attacked was exactly the same as a flying sword, she could not help but break out in cold sweat. She held Shimujuan's nose and said so much because she wanted to absorb more vitality from the vitality stone so that she could deal with Shimujuan using the way of the immortals. However, how could she not be shocked when she saw that Shimujuan was also an expert in the way of the immortals? Fortunately, Shimujuan threw the long sword at Zhang Xiaohua like a waterfall. Then Shimujuan stood up and used his lightness skill to chase after her. Just as he said, he was much faster than Zhang Xiaohua's ethereal steps. He caught up with the sword in a few leaps and grabbed the hilt of the long sword before thrusting it at Zhang Xiaohua. My god! What kind of technique is this? When she saw Shimujuan's technique clearly, Zhang Xiaohua wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. As long as it was not a flying sword from the way of the immortals, she had nothing to be afraid of. However, even though Shimujuan did not use his flying sword, his sword was extremely powerful. It was similar to the sword that Zhang Xiaohua had used in front of Mo Xiangong. She felt as though she was being enveloped by a huge cage. No matter how she tried to dodge, the long sword would pierce her head. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed loudly. She took out Zhu Meng from her bosom and leaped forward to collide with the tip of Shimujuan's sword. Since there was no place to dodge, perhaps she would have a chance of survival if she met the attack head-on. As expected, Shimujuan was slightly taken aback when he saw Zhang Xiaohua taking out a small sword. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua charging towards the tip of his sword, he was even more surprised. His technique, Feng Lai Yi, emphasized on striking first to gain the upper hand. If it was purely for defense, he would be at a disadvantage. This technique was the same one that Shimujuan had used to stab Zhang Xiaohua in front of Mo Xiangong. However, it was more powerful and his inner energy was more restrained. The murderous intent in it was also more intense. Seeing that she was about to collide with the long sword, Zhang Xiaohua thrust out the small sword in her hand. She used her divine sense to find the tip of the long sword and tapped it. However, just as she was about to touch the long sword, the tip of the long sword trembled and became blurry in her divine sense. The short sword was unable to touch it. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Without hesitation, she swung her right arm and the short sword sliced towards the long sword, hoping to touch the long sword. However, even though it was such a short distance, Shimujuan's long sword still sank 2 inches and dodged Zhang Xiaohua's small sword. The tip of the long sword strangely jumped upwards and pierced towards Zhang Xiaohua's armpit. Too powerful. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but praise. This swordsmanship was indeed beyond the imagination of someone like Zhang Xiaohua who had only been in contact with martial arts for 4 to 5 years. After being forced into a corner by Shimujuan, Zhang Xiaohua could only float and use the levitation technique. She forcefully moved her body 2 inches to the side and used the small sword in her right hand to block the long sword. With a loud clang, the two swords collided. Shimujuan knew that Zhang Xiaohua's strength was shocking and didn't plan to compete with her. He borrowed the force of the long sword and floated back. He stood on the grass and frowned. What kind of qinggong is this? Chapter 893. Shimujuan had already used this move in front of Mo Xiangong. In his mind, Zhang Xiaohua had no chance of dodging it. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua did not even have the time to react. However, he was shocked to see that Zhang Xiaohua was able to identify the weakness of his sword move with just one look. Furthermore, she had used a lightness technique that he did not know of to move her body 2 inches in the air. When she heard Shimujuan's surprised question, Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said, "I am not like Brother Ren. I have never been interested in teaching others. Even if I were to kill someone, I would not give him a chance to refute. Forgive me for not answering your question." Shimujuan was furious when he saw Zhang Xiaohua mocking him. However, he immediately sneered, "So what if I tell you 10,000 times? You want to anger me? You have no chance. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards Zhang Xiaohua and slowly extended his long sword. He seemed to be chatting casually with a good friend. However, the long sword had already condensed inner energy, causing the surrounding air to flow. A faint breeze blew towards Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see it with his eyes, he could sense it with his divine sense. Unknowingly, his expression changed drastically. He had never seen such a sword technique before. Even the bronze elder in the underground hall didn't have such a profound sword technique. Seeing the inner force brewing and the sword stabbing out, even some divine abilities of the immortal Tao couldn't compare. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. Without hesitation, she tossed the small sword and formed a seal with her hands. She controlled Chasing Dream, and from top to bottom, it pierced toward Shimujuan's face like a bolt of lightning. A flying sword? Shimujuan was shocked and his expression changed drastically. He no longer had the leisure from before. He no longer cared about stabbing Zhang Xiaohua with his sword. Instead, he raised his sword and pointed it towards Chasing Dream like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She activated her Dharma spell again and her consciousness drove Chasing Dream. It leaped continuously like a dancing snake, stabbing at Shimujuan from different angles. However, Shimujuan's martial arts were clearly superior to the bronze-masked old man. Perhaps it could be said that his experience in dealing with flying swords was far greater than the latter's. His figure did not change as he stood steadily. Although his face was green and red, his wrist was extremely steady. The long sword in his hand was like a magnet. As long as Zhang Xiaohua's Chasing Dream arrived, the long sword would immediately point out. It was precisely the tip of the small sword. Every time it collided, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense would be shaken. It was as if this was the incense cult's unique method of dealing with flying swords. Seeing that her attack was ineffective, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and the small sword stopped in midair. She rubbed her chin and acted as if she was thinking. Seeing that he was free, Shimujuan stopped and raised his long sword slightly. He mocked himself. I didn't expect junior brother Ren to be a cultivator of the immortal Tao. Sai, you've really hidden yourself well. Even I have been fooled by you. Not only that, even the sect leader has been fooled by you. What am I? However, with junior brother Ren's methods, how could he be a nobody? Could he be a junior brother of the Tenryu sect? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her chin and said disdainfully, I've already told you that I won't answer your questions. Don't waste your time. Is that so? Shimujuan looked at the small sword in the air and said, Then I won't ask any more. I hope you can still be so stubborn in front of the sect leader. What? You don't intend to kill me? Zhang Xiaohua mocked. Kill? Why would I want to kill you? You're obviously a disciple of the Tenryu sect and have come to Lingxiang Peak for another mission. Deceiving junior sister Zixia's feelings is also for the sake of the Tenryu sect. I only need to capture you and send you to Emo Shen Palace. Do you think junior sister Zixia will still believe you? Sai, it's a good plan. Zhang Xiaohua praised, but can you capture me? Why not? Shimujuan said proudly, although you're a cultivator of the immortal Tao, you're still young and your flying sword technique is rusty. You haven't received the true teachings of the immortal Tao. You're a far cry from my master, not to mention the sect leader. Abish Jinggang? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback for a moment before realizing that Nun Jinggang was probably the same as Nun Jingyi. Both of them had received the inheritance. It was just that Nun Jingyi was one step ahead of them, just like Peacock and Qin Qin. Moreover, with the changes in the world's vitality, only my Xiangxiang sect is blessed by the heavens to have the palace of inheritance to pass down the teachings of the immortal Tao. I'm afraid you're not a disciple of the Tenryu sect. The disciples of the immortal Tao trained by them wouldn't be able to barge into my Xiangxiang sect's tiger's den like you. Their techniques wouldn't be as rusty as yours. At this point, greed appeared in his eyes again and he smiled. You're really a delicious cake sent to my door. Diske, if I send you to the sect leader, I'll also get the chance to enter the palace of inheritance? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, That's strange, why don't you ask me? You even want to send me to the sect leader? Your immortal Tao is so complicated, how can I force the information out of your hands? Why don't I hand you over to the sect leader? Firstly, your knowledge can supplement my Xiangxiang sect's teachings. Secondly, I can force you to reveal the secrets of the immortal Tao. Thirdly, with such great merit, Why can't the sect leader let me enter the Palace of Inheritance? Ah, I can't wait. As he spoke, Shimujuan walked towards Zhang Xiaohua with his sword. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and activated the small sword again to stab at Shimujuan. However, Shimujuan blocked the flying sword and didn't stop at all, as if the flying sword was just a fly flying around randomly. Wow, that's too fierce. This was the first time Zhang Xiaohua met someone who treated a flying sword as an ordinary object. She stabbed it a few more times but it didn't work. She formed a hand seal and retracted the sword. She took out a jade talisman and threw it at Shimujuan. When he saw the light red jade talisman flying towards him, he seemed to have expected it. He handed the sword to his left hand and took out a light green jade talisman. He exerted some force and a defensive light barrier enveloped him. Zhang Xiaohua's fire talisman flew over and made a crisp sound. A flame burned on the green light barrier. However, unlike Yu Zhuochuan's light barrier, the green light barrier only flashed slightly and didn't fade much. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and took out a few more talismans. She didn't give up and threw them at the light barrier one by one. The light barrier finally dimmed a little. Suddenly, Shimujuan's expression changed as if he thought of something. He raised his head and shouted angrily, "Ren Xiaoyao, did my Yu Laosen die in your hands?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged her shoulders and said helplessly, "This? Brother Ren, I already told you that I won't answer any of your questions. How could you forget? Even if you didn't say it, I would have guessed it. Yu Laosen usually runs away for a few days. He hasn't returned for more than a month. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? He must have wanted to settle the score with you. He didn't expect to be killed by you. This fire talisman is a good item to destroy a corpse." Zhang Xiaohua continued to shake her head. "I won't say, I won't deny, and I won't agree. Alright, then I shall capture you first." Shimujuan raised his sword and stepped forward. Zhang Xiaohua didn't exchange blows with him directly. She continued to throw out the fire talismans. When she saw the faint green light barrier gradually extinguishing, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly delighted. Shimujuan's expression changed as well. He didn't expect Zhang Xiaohua to have so many fire talismans. Finally, a fire talisman was thrown out and extinguished the faint green light barrier. Shimujuan kept his sword and prepared to use his qinggong to evade. However, Zhang Xiaohua reached into her clothes with a strange expression on her face. Needless to say, even though Zhang Xiaohua had many fire talismans, she had already used some on Yu Zhuochuan. This time, Shimujuan's light barrier was even stronger. Zhang Xiaohua's last talisman had destroyed Shimujuan's light barrier. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any more talismans to take out. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua still hadn't taken her hands out of her clothes, Shimujuan laughed loudly. "I knew you wouldn't have too many talismans." After he finished speaking, he thrust his sword forward again. Zhang Xiaohua leapt into the air and dodged. However, the long sword didn't let her off and chased after her closely. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out the dragon binding hoop. She raised her hand and threw it at Shimujuan. "There's more?" Shimujuan was even more shocked. Seeing that the dragon binding hoop had enlarged and was about to wrap around his body, he already knew how powerful it was. He stabbed his long sword into the ground and quickly took out something from his chest. It was a purple golden hairpin. It was the purple phoenix hairpin that he had given to Meng that day. Then, he took out a primordial stone the size of a fist with his other hand and chanted something. Following which, he slashed the dragon binding hoop with the purple phoenix hairpin. A bolt of lightning shot out and hit the dragon binding hoop with a "pa," causing the dragon binding hoop to tumble. "This is bad." When Zhang Xiaohua saw the golden hairpin that Shimujuan took out, she felt that it looked familiar. Then she knew that things weren't going well. As expected, the golden hairpin was so powerful that even Shimujuan, who wasn't in the immortal Dao, could control it. However, the dragon binding hoop couldn't be used. However, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't back down now. She could only take out a vital stone from her clothes and replenish her vital energy while controlling the dragon binding hoop. Shimujuan was busy slacking off. When he saw the vital stone in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a greedy look. Vital stones were rare even in the incense cult. As the eldest disciple of the Ruijin Hall, he only had one. Since he could snatch one from Zhang Xiaohua, it was normal that he had more. Hence, Shimujuan perked up even more and carefully controlled the purple phoenix hairpin. Bolts of lightning struck the dragon binding hoop, knocking it off again and again. Zhang Xiaohua was also pitiful. All his previous battles were using immortal Dao artifacts to bully martial artists. When had he ever encountered such a true immortal Dao battle technique? Shimujuan was using vital stones to control the purple phoenix hairpin. This was the secret technique of the incense cult. It didn't deplete his vital energy. Yes, he didn't have much vital energy to begin with. As for Shimujuan, he was truly using up his vital energy. Although he had vital stones to replenish it, it couldn't keep up with the depletion of the dragon binding hoop. Soon, the vital energy in his meridians was about to dry up. Chapter 894. Seeing that the vital energy in her meridians had been depleted, Zhang Xiaohua formed a seal and quickly retrieved the dragon binding bracelet. Her vital energy was already depleted and even her divine sense was a little weak. If Shimujuan were to use some unfathomable method to capture her treasure, she would be in deep despair. Was there a need to explain the current situation? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't care less about the secrets of the way of the immortals or killing Shimujuan on the spot. Just as she was about to form a seal, she wanted to burrow into the ground. Unfortunately, the seal hadn't been completed and her vital energy couldn't be released. Shimujuan's eyes revealed a murderous glint as he swung the purple phoenix hairpin in his hand towards Zhang Xiaohua. "Good girl?" Zhang Xiaohua cried out in her heart. She immediately executed the ethereal steps and charged towards the dense forest in front of her. As she charged forward like a headless fly, Zhang Xiaohua secretly admired her luck. Fortunately, I was on good terms with Openg back then and learned the first 3 stages of the ethereal steps. This is a movement technique that doesn't require vital energy to execute. If I put all my eggs into the basket of vital energy, I won't be able to escape today. Just as she thought of this, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She didn't have time to turn around and immediately dodged to the side. With a loud "Kacha," an extremely thin streak of lightning struck a large tree at the side. That tree was immediately cut in half. What kind of weapon is this? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Why don't I have the luck to pick this up? Another round of chaos ensued. Even though Zhang Xiaohua had the ethereal steps to escape, Shimujuan's Qinggong was even more outstanding. He was able to follow behind her effortlessly. If it wasn't for the purple phoenix hairpin, he would have caught up to Zhang Xiaohua long ago. Even though using the purple phoenix hairpin required a lot of effort, it was also Zhang Xiaohua's only nemesis. Shimujuan was very clear that if he switched to a long sword, Zhang Xiaohua might just turn around and trap him with the ring-like object. He wouldn't be able to dodge it even if he wanted to. Zhang Xiaohua was in a dangerous situation, but Shimujuan controlled the purple phoenix hairpin with his wrist. It was completely different from the divine sense used by cultivators of the way of the immortals. Hence, Shimujuan couldn't hit Zhang Xiaohua easily. He only managed to hit Zhang Xiaohua occasionally and Zhang Xiaohua would be able to dodge. Of course, even so, Zhang Xiaohua was still struck by the purple phoenix hairpin a few times on his sleeves and back. However, Zhang Xiaohua still had Elder Hua's long robe on her. Even though the long robe hadn't been refined by Zhang Xiaohua and couldn't unleash 100% of its defense, it was still able to block 60% of the lightning's power. However, just the remaining 40% was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to suffer. It was as if she had been pierced by a long sword. She felt a piercing pain in her heart. Her internal organs were also aching faintly. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua realized that running around wasn't of any use. She couldn't help but think to herself, the only thing I can do now is to escape through the earth. As long as I go underground, this guy won't be able to find me. As for him returning to Lingxiang Peak to report to the sect leader, I can't be bothered about that now. However, if I escape through the earth, I need to recover my vital energy first. How can I recover while running? Just as she was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua thought about the crimson spiritual protection that she had just refined. That item had just been refined and there should still be vital energy inside. If she used it now, she might be able to buy herself some time. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua twisted her body and dodged the lightning. She took out the crimson spiritual protection and chanted the incantation in her heart. Her hands secretly formed a seal. As expected, there was a lot of vital energy inside the crimson spiritual protection. Zhang Xiaohua only needed to insert a strand of vital energy into the crimson spiritual protection to control it. Zhang Xiaohua ran forward again and arrived at a dry open space. Zhang Xiaohua tossed the crimson spiritual protection into the air and it hovered above Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and formed a seal on the crimson spiritual protection. With a schwa sound, A ring of crimson light poured down from the top of Zhang Xiaohua's head like a waterfall. It protected Zhang Xiaohua's entire body. Shimujuan, who had chased after Zhang Xiaohua, was shocked. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua acting like a stray dog, he thought that Zhang Xiaohua no longer had the strength to fight back. He thought that he could capture Zhang Xiaohua as long as he fought steadily. However, such a strange item had appeared. How could he not be shocked? Shimujuan didn't reply. He swung the purple phoenix hairpin and another bolt of lightning shot out. With a zap sound, it landed on the radiance released by the crimson spiritual protection. However, that bolt of lightning was immediately annihilated. It seemed to have no effect on the radiance. Shimujuan was a little surprised. Even though he didn't seem to be a cultivator of the immortal Tao, this purple phoenix hairpin was a famous magic treasure of the immortal Tao. It was given to him by the previous sect master to console Abbess Jing Gang. Shimujuan had never used it before. He had occasionally used it during the Orchid Evening refinement and was invincible. However, a smile appeared on Shimujuan's face after a short while. Although the crimson spiritual protection was somewhat powerful, it was only a defense after all. As long as he continued to attack, it would definitely be broken. The moment the crimson spiritual protection was broken would be the moment Zhang Xiaohua would be killed. Zhang Xiaohua was in a difficult position when she saw Shimujuan's continuous attacks. Even though there weren't any ripples when the lightning struck the radiance, it consumed a lot of vital energy. Under Shimujuan's attacks, Zhang Xiaohua would be killed sooner or later. As Zhang Xiaohua racked her brains to come up with a plan to defeat the enemy, she seized the opportunity to absorb vital energy from the vital stone. She wanted to use the earth escape technique before the crimson spiritual protection was broken. Not only Zhang Xiaohua but even Shimujuan's face turned pale. How was this a martial arts competition? This was simply a competition to see who had more money. The vital stone in Shimujuan's hand was also being drained of vital energy by Shimujuan using the incense sect's secret technique. The vital stone was gradually turning white and the vital energy inside was also gradually decreasing. After another moment of confrontation, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had already accumulated enough vital energy for the earth escape technique. Zhang Xiaohua laughed heartily. She didn't even get up. She formed a hand seal and went underground. Before she left, she waved her hand and kept the crimson spiritual protection. When Shimujuan saw Zhang Xiaohua disappear from her original spot, he was jealous and gritted his teeth. I wonder which Heavenly King's disciple is this fellow from the Tenryu sect. He's already so powerful at such a young age. He has so many weapons and even knows the earth escape technique. How powerful will he be when he grows up? If I don't get rid of him now, when will I be able to? When he thought of this, Shimujuan gave up on the idea of capturing her. He spat out another mouthful of blood and it landed on the vital stone in his hand. He exerted more force with the purple phoenix hairpin and pierced it towards the spot where Zhang Xiaohua was just standing. Crack. A bolt of lightning that was even thinner than the previous one, but it was faintly purple in color. It struck the spot where Zhang Xiaohua had disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua was unlucky. The vital energy that she had accumulated was only enough for her to use the earth escape technique once. After she went underground, the traces of her vital energy had yet to disappear completely. Shimujuan's bolt of lightning struck the vital energy. The bolt of lightning followed the vital energy into the ground and struck Zhang Xiaohua's thin light green light shield. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua was forced out of the ground with a loud bang. Haha! Before Zhang Xiaohua could stop laughing arrogantly, she awkwardly looked at Shimujuan, who was grinning sinisterly in front of her. Her laughter was like a duck that had its throat cut off. Then Zhang Xiaohua fumbled around in her clothes. There was no need for the dragon binding ring and the crimson spiritual protection. She had no vital energy to activate them. As for the small sword, she couldn't even break his long sword. It was better not to take it out and embarrass herself. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she had run out of tricks. Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and a golden hairpin that looked exactly the same as the one in Shimujuan's hand appeared. The purple phoenix hairpin. Shimujuan had been watching carefully the entire time. He saw the golden hairpin at a glance and his eyes widened in anger. He shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao, you really did it? You Lao Sen really died in your hands." Oh. Zhang Xiaohua immediately kept it and cried out, "I took it out wrong, it was a mistake, a mistake." Then the small mirror appeared in her hand. When Shimujuan saw the other purple phoenix hairpin, he knew that Yu Zhuochuan had died in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. His heart was filled with hatred. He waved the purple phoenix hairpin in his hand and attacked again. Zhang Xiaohua was about to keep the small mirror in her hand when she saw the faint purple lightning approaching. Without thinking, she blocked it in front of her. Pow! Coincidentally, the lightning struck the small mirror. This is bad. Zhang Xiaohua's hand sank. She thought to herself, this small mirror of unknown use is finished. Unexpectedly, when the faint purple lightning struck the surface of the small mirror, there was a flash of light. The small mirror did not change at all. However, the lightning was deflected back. The speed of the lightning was as fast as before. Zhang Xiaohua did not expect such an unforeseen event. Shi Mujuan was even more surprised. Zhang Xiaohua had an immortal technique to resist the lightning, but Shi Mujuan did not. He screamed, "Io!" Shi Mujuan did not even have time to dodge. The lightning struck his head. In an instant, Shi Mujuan's head was filled with faint purple arcs of light. They were small and concentrated. Following which, there was a loud bang and Shi Mujuan's head exploded like a ripe watermelon. It can't be, it's so bloody? Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked. She floated and dodged the rain of blood. When Zhang Xiaohua landed beside him, Shi Mujuan's headless corpse also fell to the ground with a loud thud. Shi Mujuan, the eldest disciple of Ruijin Hall with a bright future, had died just like that. Seeing that Shi Mujuan had died, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She felt relieved. She looked around and found a secluded mountain rock. Then she immediately closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. Chapter 895. After a long time, Zhang Xiaohua finally poked his head out of the mountain rock and walked to Shi Mujuan's corpse. The expression on his face was very strange. There was no joy from killing his opponent, nor was there any relief from keeping his identity as an immortal cultivator. Instead, there was a kind of solemnity, caution, and a lingering fear. Indeed, the battle just now could be said to be thrilling. It was the most dangerous and most fortunate battle in Zhang Xiaohua's life. His opponent was merely the eldest disciple of the Ruijin Palace who was at the pinnacle of the martial way, but he was already forced into a corner. If it wasn't for the fact that he was lucky enough to take out that little mirror with unknown effects, and this little mirror miraculously reflected the electric light of the purple phoenix hairpin back and coincidentally hit Shi Mujuan's head, the person who was still standing there and still gasping for breath would be unknown. Loki. Zhang Xiaohua once again understood the essence of these two words. That day in front of Mo Xian Palace, he was forced into a corner by Shi Mujuan's sword. Although his face was expressionless, he was still unconvinced. He was an immortal cultivator, yet he was forced into a corner by someone from the martial way. It was truly humiliating. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't use his divine abilities in front of the cult leader, he would have already made a move to teach Shi Mujuan a lesson. After that, until today, Zhang Xiaohua never treated Shi Mujuan as a real opponent. He thought that he was the same as Wuxia and couldn't take more than 3 moves from him. However, the experience of escaping from the tiger's den made him suddenly realize that although the divine abilities of the immortal way were powerful and more miraculous than the techniques of the martial way, he had only cultivated for 5 years. What about Shi Mujuan? It was at least 30 years. In terms of time, he couldn't catch up even if he tried. Moreover, judging from Shi Mujuan's skillful control of the purple phoenix hairpin, although it was a magic treasure of the immortal way that was easy for immortal cultivators like Zhang Xiaohua to use and its power was pure, the incense cult was a great cult that passed down the immortal way. Although most of the disciples couldn't use immortal spells, the seniors and experts of the incense cult had already racked their brains to find a way to use martial techniques to drive immortal magic treasures. Moreover, these techniques had been refined over thousands of years, so they were even more effective and perfect. In contrast, although Zhang Xiaohua was a pure immortal cultivator, he was only a half-baked cultivator. He had self-taught and comprehended it on his own. Although his foundation was solid, he lacked systematic learning and comprehensive guidance. As for Dharma weapons, there was no need to talk about them. Zhang Xiaohua was only relying on the fact that others didn't have divine senses. She had picked up Dharma weapons left behind when the immortal way was destroyed from all the junk. On the other hand, Shi Mujuan had a rare Dharma weapon from the incense cult. It was unknown how much more powerful it was than the one in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Now that he thought about it, the little mirror aside, the Crimson Spirit Shield might have been an unknown item from the incense cult 10,000 years ago. After many twists and turns, it was tossed into the Heaven and Earth Hall. After lamenting over Shimujuan's advantage, Zhang Xiaohua exhaled deeply and shook his head slightly. All his previous battles were basically one-sided. As long as Zhang Xiaohua took out her Dharma weapon and found a divine ability that others couldn't match, the results would be immediate. In this battle, although Shimujuan used martial techniques, the entire process was a battle of divine abilities of the immortal way. It was completely different from what Zhang Xiaohua had encountered before. Other things aside, Zhang Xiaohua's only impression of this battle of the immortal way was that it was fast and brutal. In a battle of the immortal way, other than fists and feet, there was also a series of weapons such as sabers, swords, rods and so on. The two of them used their inner energy and competed with each other. There was always a competition process. In comparison, the battle of the immortal way seemed to be much faster. For example, in that instant just now, Shimujuan was injured by the little mirror in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. As for the brutality, it was even more so. The Dharma weapon used in the battle was incomparably powerful. Just a flash of lightning was enough to kill Shimujuan, a great expert of the martial way, in an instant. There was almost no chance for him to retaliate. The martial world under the immortal way was such a strange martial world. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be fascinated. During the battle, there would definitely be Dharma weapons flying around in all sorts of colors. The flying sword would probably be flying around in all directions. Perhaps someone would also use something as big as a mountain to smash down. Wouldn't that be the legendary toppling mountains and overturning seas? However, the battle scene was indeed beautiful, but the ending might also be tragic. Shimujuan, who had been chasing after her, was now a headless corpse, all because of an inconspicuous little mirror. At this moment, the little mirror had already been kept in Zhang Xiaohua's coin pouch. She treated it very seriously. This item had not been refined yet, but it had immediately saved Zhang Xiaohua's life. Needless to say, it was definitely a good item. Zhang Xiaohua reminisced about the friendship she had with Shimujuan during the battle. Then, she lamented the difference between the immortal way and the martial way. She reached into her pocket and took out a freshly made offensive jade talisman. With a shake of her hand, she threw it at Shimujuan's body. A wisp of flame appeared and slowly incinerated the corpse, turning it into a handful of dust that scattered into the air. Looking at the ground, other than the primordial stone and the purple phoenix hairpin, there was also a palm-sized triangular token and a fist-sized beast head paperweight on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua did not go up to them. She waved her hand and the two items flew into her hand. Zhang Xiaohua first looked at the triangular token and scanned it with her divine sense. There were some obscure ripples that were different from her identity token. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua feel at ease and kept it in her coin pouch. Then she looked at the paperweight. It was the same. However, the ripples it emitted were very heterogeneous and there was an indescribable feeling to it. Since it was a Dharma artifact, Zhang Xiaohua did not mind and kept it. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua's gaze fell on the grass. It was the purple phoenix hairpin that had almost taken his life. He was not in a hurry to pick it up. Instead, he first took out the purple phoenix hairpin that he had obtained from Wuxia. He frowned and used his divine sense to examine it carefully again. He was very puzzled. This purple phoenix hairpin clearly had a seal on it and he could not activate it. How was it that Shimujuan was able to activate it with just a primordial stone? Very puzzled, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the purple phoenix hairpin on the ground. Indeed, it was the same as the one in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. It could not be activated directly. Ah, eldest disciple Shi, you really died too early. If I could use the bewitching finger, I would like to know the secret behind it. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head slightly and kept the two purple phoenix hairpins. He also accepted the half-used primordial stone without hesitation. Even though he knew that it was far inferior to his own primordial stone, it was still better than nothing. Zhang Xiaohua could not possibly throw it away. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. Shimujuan is tailing me from behind. Will he stab Huan to death when he enters the swamp? Zhang Xiaohua immediately rode on the wind and headed straight for the mountain path. He was running away in a panic just now. How was he able to determine the direction? It would be troublesome to look for him now. Zhang Xiaohua estimated the direction and walked for half an incense's time. He did not know where he was. Just as he was about to stop and take a look, he suddenly became alert. His body fell to the ground like a rock. He did not stop and instantly burrowed into the ground. After a while, a small head appeared beside a small stream. This was a small stream that came from the west and flowed to the east. Beside the stream, between two big trees, there was a person wearing green clothes and a bamboo hat. He was standing there quietly. Who is this person? Looking at his clothes, he doesn't seem to be an inner disciple of Rue Jin Hall. Could he be a subordinate of Spring Equinox or Awakening Zhe? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought, who cares who he is? Either way. Oh, that's not right. I am now a guardian disciple of the fragrant religion. Even if I don't care, there's nothing wrong with listening in. Zhang Xiaohua dispelled the idea of leaving. She hid at the side and secretly watched. Another incense stick's worth of time passed, but the man was still standing there quietly, not moving at all. Zhang Xiaohua was almost convinced by his self-restraint. Needless to say, it must be because he was careless when he was young and was punished by the teacher. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing there quietly. While she was thinking, another disciple wearing similar clothes came from afar. He also used his qinggong. However, Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with his clothes. It was the same clothes that the outstanding disciple of Dan Expanding Hall, Lu Lihong, wore in Wuming Hall. Needless to say, this person must be an outer disciple of Wuming Hall. Although the Wuming Hall disciple was still far away, he was much taller than Lu Lihong. He should be a famous disciple of the Wuming Hall. Sure enough, when the disciple came closer, the man in green turned his head with a smile and said loudly, Senior Brother Guan, long time no see. Your martial arts have improved by leaps and bounds. Senior Brother Guan frowned and stopped. He looked around and seemed to be observing. Then he said in a reproachful tone, Junior Brother Cheng, you don't have to be so loud to welcome me. Hee. Junior Brother Cheng laughed and said, Senior Brother Guan is as careful as always. No wonder you can do well in Wuming Hall. I really envy you. No, each has its own advantages. Wuming Hall is a place of trouble. How can it be compared to Junior Brother Cheng's Shuyu Hall? Shuyu Hall. That Junior Martial Brother Cheng smiled bitterly and said, if Senior Martial Brother Guan didn't mention this Shuyu Hall, I would feel a bit better. Now that you mention it, I can't help but feel angry. When I came to spread the fragrant religion, I heard that Shuyu Hall was a good name, so I chose this place. Who would have thought that it was a place to mine jade? I have been a miner for many years. Ha. Senior Martial Brother Guan also laughed. Junior Martial Brother Cheng, don't complain. Back then we were all young and didn't think too much. Since the Heavenly King wants us to come, we will come. As for what we do, isn't it all the same? Are they all working for the Heavenly King? Heavenly King? Zhang Xiaohua, who was eavesdropping, was stunned. Oh my god, we met someone from the Tenryu sect. Chapter 896. Of course, the foreign teachers she met before all called them Lord Spring Breeze, or Lord Jingzhe. Who would call them Heavenly King? The Tenryu sect was really generous. No one would have thought that they would choose such a remote place. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't happen to know, how would she know? Unlike that Jingzhe who had only guarded Tianmu Peak, Zhang Xiaohua had encountered him several times in a row. Since she knew that it was a matter of the Tenryu sect, Zhang Xiaohua paid attention to it. Junior Brother Cheng said with a bitter face, if I could, I'd rather go back in time. I won't be bothered by the name Shuyu. Senior Brother Guan smiled and didn't answer. It seemed that he was used to such complaints. Junior Brother Cheng had to shut up when he saw that Senior Brother Guan didn't answer. He asked in a low voice, Senior Brother Guan, what's the situation recently? Nothing. We've already reported to the Venerable. Those that we haven't found are probably the secrets of the incense cult. With our status, I'm afraid we don't have any hope. Indeed, it's the same for me. We've already reported to the Venerable. Besides, what good things do we have in the Shuyu Hall? A few months ago, a lot of people died in the Orchid and Dusk refinement. Everyone in the hall is crying and saying that they want to practice martial arts again. TSK. I heard that your Wuming Hall was also annihilated. What's the use of practicing martial arts in the Shuyu Hall? Senior Brother Guan smiled faintly and said, after practicing martial arts, you'll have some strength and a sense of security. It's better than putting your life in the hands of others. Then Senior Brother Guan looked around and said, since there's nothing else, I'll go back. Wuming Hall doesn't seem to be doing anything these days, but it's very tight inside. I'm always scared. Although this place is remote, maybe someone will see us. Oh, Senior Brother Guan, you were talking loudly when you came here. Why are you scared after just a few words? Besides, aren't you out on an errand? Even if I return later, I can still report to my superiors. Can you just tell me that Wuming Hall is safe and sound? Senior Marshal Brother Guan laughed. You won't be able to see the Venerable One anyway. You only ask someone else to pass the message. Are you afraid that the Venerable One will be angry? Soon after, he thought for a while and said, since Junior Marshal Brother Ching wants to know, I'll tell you something that can't be considered information. Our Wuming Hall has suffered a great loss since the Orchid Dusk refinement. Although our morale is a bit low, the inner disciple test that has just begun is worth watching. With Senior Brother Guan's martial arts, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the inner sect test. Junior Marshal Brother Cheng interrupted. Of course not. Senior Marshal Brother Guan said proudly, it's just that I don't dare to go beyond the Venerable One's orders. If I go to the Lingering Fragrance Peak, the Wuming Hall will be empty again. I'm afraid that the Venerable One will be worried again. Capable people are always busy. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Marshal Brother Guan. However, is there anything unusual about this inner sect test? Senior Marshal Brother Guan shook his head. There's nothing unusual about the inner sect test, but there's something strange. The disciples who performed well in the inner sect test will of course enter the next round and wait for the next test. However, the disciples who were eliminated are not the same as before. Instead, they are gathered by the hall leader. Together with the hall leader's name, a total of thousands of people are sent to the Dragon Creek Valley on the Dragon Head Peak. What's the Wuming Hall doing? Junior Marshal Brother Cheng blurted out. Are they doing something? Who knows? This is all done by Hall Leader Peng and the others. How would I know? Also, when I came out from the Dragon Head Peak, I heard a piece of news. It said that the Lingering Fragrance Peak sent a disciple named Ming Qing to be the deputy hall leader of the Wuming Hall. I don't know if it's true or not. Junior Marshal Brother Cheng shook his head. Senior Marshal Brother Guan, do you still need to say this? This Ming Qing must be related to these thousands of people. Maybe he's the deputy hall leader of these thousands of people. This piece of news is so important. How can you say that you don't have it? Senior Brother Guan shook his head. Because you urged me so much, I didn't do anything about it. Anyway, these things came from Lingering Fragrance Peak, so the Venerable One must know about it. I think it won't be too late to tell you after a few months when the truth is out. Then he smiled bitterly. We're all trapped here. A few months is not much different from a few days or a year. Junior Marshal Brother Cheng's eyes lit up. He whispered mysteriously, Senior Marshal Brother Guan, speaking of this, I also have a piece of news similar to yours. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Let me tell you. What is it? Junior Brother Cheng looked around and said, Senior Brother Guan, you know that the immortal Tao formation of the cult of incense is like a tortoise's shell, protecting the 19 peaks of the cult of incense tightly. Even venerables like us have no way to send news out when the formation is closed. But, how is it that the cult of incense is able to send news out at any time? Isn't that obvious? It must be because they can control the cult of fragrance's formation. How do you think they can control it? I don't know. Why did you suddenly think of this? Moreover, Senior Marshal Brother Guan, do you think the cult of fragrance's formation consumes that qi? Where does it come from? I'm going to faint. Junior Marshal Brother Cheng, why don't you just say it? It's like this. I can be considered to have some status in Cleansing Jade Hall, so I'm aware of the underground jade mines of Cleansing Jade Hall and have been to most of them. However, just last month, I suddenly discovered a passageway in an abandoned jade mine on 9 Radiance Peak by accident. It's a passageway that's much deeper than the passageway we usually use. However, when I searched for it a second time, I didn't find the entrance to that passageway again. Don't you think it's strange? I clearly marked the surroundings, but the entrance wasn't there. Something must have happened. You're not mistaken, are you? Senior Marshal Brother Guan asked in surprise. Of course not. I remember it clearly. It's definitely true. Junior Marshal Brother Cheng made a solemn vow. Therefore, I think that passage is the one the cult of fragrance uses to communicate with the outside world. Moreover, Senior Marshal Brother Guan, if there's a passage in the jade mine, then is this jade mine the support of the cult of fragrance's formation? This? Senior Marshal Brother Guan was really shocked by Junior Marshal Brother Cheng's words. He scratched his head and said, this conjecture is a little ridiculous. You should tell the Venerable One. You think I should tell the Venerable One? No, Junior Marshal Brother Cheng is the one to decide this matter. I'm just suggesting. With that, Senior Apprentice Brother Guan looked at the sky and clasped his hands. Junior Apprentice Brother Cheng, that's all I have to do. I still have to return to the Black Tomb Peak, so I won't delay any longer. All right. Actually, Senior Marshal Brother Guan just came down from Dragon Head Peak not long ago. Why don't you stay a little longer? Senior Marshal Brother Guan pursed his lips. He leaped up and said with a smile, let's talk next time. This place is not far from Dragon Head Peak. Don't let the disciples of Wuming Hall see you. Seeing Senior Marshal Brother Guan leave, Junior Marshal Brother Cheng raised his hand and said disinterestedly, I'm just talking to you. Is there a need to be like this? As he said that, he picked up the direction and went straight ahead. After Senior Marshal Brother Cheng left, Zhang Xiaohua emerged from the ground. Her brows were slightly furrowed. The conversation between the two might not have been a big deal to others, but Zhang Xiaohua was an immortal qi practitioner. She had encountered a jade mine when she was refining in Orchid Dusk. She knew that there was dense yuan qi in the jade mine. Therefore, what Junior Marshal Brother Cheng said might have been a pipe dream to others, but to Zhang Xiaohua, it was like the sound of nature. If what Junior Brother Cheng said was true, then the jade mine under the 9 Radiance Peak could really be the foundation of the incense cult sect protecting Grand Formation. Moreover, this jade mine was also incomparably huge. It could actually support this huge formation for tens of thousands of years. However, when she thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little doubtful. How much yuan qi was needed to support the formation for tens of thousands of years? Then how big was the jade mine under 9 Radiance Peak? It was simply inconceivable. Moreover, if this passage could really lead to the outside world, it would be even better. There was still more than a year before the restriction of Dianqi Lake would be lifted. Zhang Xiaohua could not wait to tell her parents in Guizhuang House that she and her second brother were safe. Wouldn't it be great if they could use the passage in the jade mine? Junior Marshal Brother Cheng failed to find the passage. Zhang Xiaohua could use her divine sense and escape through the earth to find the passage. When she thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was burning with passion. It seemed like she should make a trip to 9 Radiance Peak if she had the chance. However, was this the time to think about the future? Then Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. She should find the odd beast, Huan Huan, first before thinking about anything else. Looking at the direction the two of them left in, it was obvious that Zhang Xiaohua was flying with Senior Marshal Brother Guan of Wuming Hall. He was out on official business, so he would definitely take the main road. She had followed the main road earlier. If she were to follow Junior Marshal Brother Cheng from Shuyu Hall, she would not know where she would end up. Sure enough, not long after, a wide mountain path appeared in front of her. Zhang Xiaohua found the familiar place without much effort and found Huan Huan again. Zhang Xiaohua rode on Huan Huan and continued forward. When the sky was about to turn dark, a huge mountain peak appeared in front of her. It was similar to Tianmu Peak, but much smaller than Yixiang Peak. Needless to say, this should be Wuming Hall's Dragon Head Peak, the place where Senior Marshal Brother Guan left earlier. Shall we go up and take a look? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Then he jumped up from Huan Huan's back. Was there a need to say more? On this Dragon Head Peak, the existence of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still waiting for him to find. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She patted Huan Huan's bald horn, and Huan Huan also cried out in joy. She didn't need to raise her whip and gallop. Chapter 897. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the foot of Dragon Head Peak, the sky was already dark. He raised his head and looked at the peak that was about the same size as Tianmu Peak. He unconsciously frowned. Dragon Head Peak was Wuming Hall's encampment. There must be a lot of experts on the mountain. If he rode on the wind, he might be discovered. Using the earth escape technique was obviously the best method. After making up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua urged Huan Huan again. Just when he was about to find a secluded place, he heard the sound of hurried horse hooves from the top of the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and decided to wait at the foot of the mountain. Not long after, 2 uniformed disciples came down from the mountain. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua standing at the side of the mountain path, they were stunned. The disciple in front shouted, "Which peak are you from? Why are you here at Wuming Hall?" Zhang Xiaohua rode on the David's deer. With the help of the moonlight, they could only see that she was young. Mo Xiangong's attire was different from the Ruijin Hall's. She was definitely different from the inner disciples that the Wuming Hall's disciples usually saw. This disciple obviously thought that Zhang Xiaohua was a disciple from another hall. Zhang Xiaohua patted the David's deer and went forward. She handed over her waist token and said with a pleasant expression, "I am an inner disciple of Mo Shen Gong. I am heading to Huanshu. I'm just passing by here. I don't intend to go to Wuming Hall." Inner disciple? The Wuming Hall's disciple was shocked. He hurriedly received Zhang Xiaohua's waist token respectfully and looked at it with the help of the moonlight. Indeed, this waist token was similar to the waist tokens of the Ruijin Hall's disciples that he had seen before. However, it was different from his own waist token. He immediately got off the horse and respectfully returned the waist token to Zhang Xiaohua. When the other disciple saw his senior martial brother get off the horse, he also got off the horse immediately. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and jumped down from the David's deer. She stretched out her hand to receive the waist token. When had the Wuming Hall's disciple seen such a humble inner disciple? He couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart, but he still smiled apologetically and said, "Excuse me, senior martial brother, it's already late. Why don't you rest on the mountain for the night and continue tomorrow?" The disciple next to him also saluted and said, "The newly appointed Vice Hall Master of the Inner Sect also arrived at Dragon Head Peak this afternoon. If senior brother knows him, you can meet him." "Mingqing?" Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred as she asked. "Yeah, that's right." The disciple who had some doubts before immediately had his doubts completely dispelled. Seeing that this inner house disciple was young and daring to call Mingqing by his full name instead of some martial Uncle Ming, his position in the inner house must not be low. Thus he smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Ming is currently in Dragon Creek Valley. If Martial Uncle wants to go up the mountain, this disciple will call someone to send you off." Zhang Xiaohua casually asked, "Where is Dragon Creek Valley?" The disciple didn't dare to hide anything and pointed in a direction and said, "Dragon Creek Valley is a valley in front of Dragon Head Peak. There isn't a good way to go from the foot of the mountain and you can only go from the waist of the mountain. If Martial Uncle wants to go there, you will have to go up the mountain first. Please wait for a moment. This disciple will send a signal and ask the junior martial brothers to come and receive you." "Don't, how could Zhang Xiaohua alarm others?" She waved her hand and said, "Mingqing just arrived and he must be very busy. I won't disturb him. It won't be too late to visit him after I'm done with my business in Huansu." "Alright, is this the way to Huansu?" When he heard that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to Huansu, the disciple's eyes were filled with reverence. That was the forbidden area of the incense cult. Normally, the disciples of Wuming Hall wouldn't even mention it. As expected of a young martial uncle of the inner house, he actually wanted to go to Huansu. "Yes, martial uncle wants to go to Huansu. This disciple hasn't been there before, but I heard that it's very dangerous. Please be careful. Also, I heard that Huansu is very special. You can see it from afar, so there's no need to worry about getting lost. This disciple is Yang Li from Wuming Hall, and this is my junior martial brother, Chang Hong. I wish martial uncle success." "Haha, well said, I'll remember it. You can go back to your work. When I have time, I'll come to Wuming Hall and mention your names." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. The two disciples were overjoyed and respectfully bid their farewells. Only after they had led their horses far away did they mount their horses and gallop off. Looking at the two people leaving respectfully, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. If it was a few months ago, how could a little medicine boy from Pill Expansion Hall be taken seriously? Now it was just a small waist token and they didn't dare to ask for her name. They were so polite and considerate. Sigh, nothing could be better than this. However, it was still quite useful. Zhang Xiaohua's little tail was raised a little. The direction that Chang Hong from Wuming Hall pointed to was the same as the direction that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go. Zhang Xiaohua patted the David's deer and rushed forward for a while. He found a remote place and put the David's deer down. Then he went underground and went straight to Dragon Creek Valley. Any human would have curiosity. Zhang Xiaohua was the same. Since he knew that there wouldn't be any danger and he wouldn't encounter any restrictions or formations that he was most afraid of, why didn't he go and take a look? Moreover, what about Mingqing, who had shown mercy to him when he barged into Lingering Fragrance Peak with his sword a month ago? Zhang Xiaohua went up the Dragon Head Peak. First he went underground. Seeing that there was no movement in the surroundings, he jumped up to a tall tree and looked carefully. It was not convenient to see things in the dark. However, this was nothing to Zhang Xiaohua. He had long been able to see things in the dark. It was just that he wasn't used to it. He always felt that some firelight was very comfortable. At this time, standing on a high place and looking ahead, there was a large fire in the distance. Wasn't that the location of Dragon Creek Valley? After finding the place, Zhang Xiaohua used the ethereal steps and rushed to Dragon Creek Valley. However, after a few steps he heard some movement. He quickly went underground and released his divine sense. It was the patrolling disciples of Dragon Head Peak. After waiting for them to go over, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to come out. He still used the earth escape technique. Dragon Creek Valley was a large open valley. There were no ready-built houses. In front of a large number of tents there were bonfires. Many disciples of Wuming Hall were sitting on the ground. Some were whispering to each other while some were wiping their swords. Zhang Xiaohua appeared from a dark place. He heard a low voice saying, "Third senior brother, we have been here for half a month. Why is there no movement? What do you think is going on?" "Sixth brother, you ask me? How would I know? I am the same as you. I came here the moment I was defeated in the intersect assessment. Although I came later than you, I didn't hear any movement. You came here earlier than me, so you should know more about it. Don't say any more. Senior brothers, I was sent here by the elders in the hall without even participating in the intersect assessment. I'm also confused. Even the martial uncle who sent me here didn't explain clearly. It seems that they don't know either. Anyway, I think it should be a good thing. Think about it. Although we were defeated in the intersect assessment, we are still the elites of Wuming Hall. If they can gather us together, of course they will use us. By the way, in the afternoon, I saw a few intersect disciples coming over. Maybe we will become intersect disciples directly. Come on, don't daydream. The disciples who won in the intersect assessment didn't enter the intersect. We were all defeated. How can we enter the intersect directly? I think, are we going to go out again, to show off our skills outside? Really? Really? The people beside him were surprised. Yes, I remember a few years ago when our fragrant religion joined forces with the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance to destroy the Misty School. It was also like this. Half a year in advance, we gathered some disciples. I don't know what they were doing. Once the sect protection array was activated, they would go out together. Yes, I know about that too. Back then, my martial arts were not good enough and I wasn't chosen. I heard from my senior brother that everything that happens here has to be kept secret. No one is allowed to spread it. Even now, I still don't know what they did. That's right, I know it's in the Dragon Creek Valley. Moreover, their martial arts have improved a lot after returning. I feel that they must have obtained some of the secret techniques of our fragrant religion. Maybe it's the martial arts of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Isn't it? Do you still need to say it? The intersect disciples of Fragrant Peak came this afternoon. Isn't it obvious? If that's the case, then my martial arts might be better than the junior brother who defeated me. When I go out, won't I beat him to a pulp? Forget it. The disciples who won were directly promoted to the intersect. They are much better than us. How can you fight them? Besides, we have to go out and fight with them. Let's wait until you come back. But that's not right. It's still too early for the sect protection array to be activated. They don't need to gather us so early. Sure, that's right. Last time, when we destroyed the Misty School, it was half a year earlier. This time it's a year and a half earlier. Senior brother, say, which sect do you think our fragrant religion is going to go against this time? It can't be the Dalan Temple, right? Impossible. One person said resolutely. Going against the Dalan Temple is a matter for the intersect disciples. It has nothing to do with us. At most, it will be the Righteous Alliance. But the Righteous Alliance is also a super sect in the pugilistic world. With just us, how is it possible? The disciple pointed at the bonfire in the Dragon Creek Valley. Everyone was silent. That's right. With just these people, it was impossible for them to be the opponent of the Righteous Alliance. But in today's pugilistic world, how many sects could the fragrant religion take action against them? It was impossible for the Righteous Alliance. It was impossible for the Dalan Temple. It couldn't be the Tenryu sect. It was already good enough that they didn't come to destroy you. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know much about the pugilistic world situation. At this time, she just treated it as a story and listened with great interest. At this time, a disciple made a shoo sound and whispered, "Be careful, the intersect disciples are coming out." Everyone looked over. Sure enough, in the middle of the valley, a few people dressed as Ruijin Palace's disciples walked out of the tent. Under the bright moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua could see them clearly. It was not a big deal, but Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Other than Ming Qing, the rest of them looked familiar. What? There was no other reason, but he had seen them when Zhang Xiaohua was challenging Lingering Fragrance Peak. A few of their swords were even shattered by Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 898. While they were talking, Ming Qing led a few disciples out of the tent and walked around the Dragon Creek Valley. They looked at the tents, bonfires and everything else of the Wuming Hall disciples. Only then did they arrive in front of a large rock and leaped onto it. They raised their heads to look at the full moon in the sky and quietly stood there. Ming Qing's disciples didn't dare to say anything when they saw Ming Qing's expression. After a while, Ming Qing jumped down from the rock and said, "Let's go." The disciples looked at each other and one of them smiled apologetically and asked, "Martial Uncle Ming, is there something on your mind?" Ming Qing turned to look at the disciple and said softly, "No, what's on my mind? Ah, Martial Uncle Ming, don't hide it from us. Just like you, we were scolded by the hall master because of that distant fire hall disciple. We were only scolded because our martial arts weren't as good as his. Did you go easy on him?" Ming Qing smiled and said, "You really know how to think." Then he sighed and said, "I didn't go easy on him. That disciple's martial arts were indeed powerful and his divine strength was shocking. I wasn't his match. Didn't you see? Even Hu Ben was defeated by that disciple in terms of strength. But, Senior Uncle, she only used one sword strike and it almost took that disciple's life? That disciple fought from the bottom of the mountain all the way to the top. He was already exhausted and his internal energy was limited. Naturally, he wasn't Senior Brother Shi's match." Ming Qing disagreed. "But that's the problem. Martial Uncle Ming, you and Martial Uncle who didn't manage to stop that disciple, and the disciple he was looking for was actually Zixia. Wouldn't that make Martial Uncle Shi hate him?" "What? What are you trying to say?" Ming Qing unknowingly stopped in his tracks. "Ah, what else can we say? It's just that I feel that Palace Hall sending us to this dilapidated valley on Dragon Head Peak, I'm afraid that Martial Uncle Shi has a small opinion of you?" Ming Qing laughed and waved his hand. "It's not as complicated as you think. Of course, the palace master reprimanded me for that disciple of the distant fire temple. Even Hu Ben was reprimanded. However, he relied on his own ability to break into Mo Shen Palace. Others may not know, but how could you not know? He showed mercy to all of you and didn't hurt any of you. Could it be that he wants me and Hu Ben to kill you? Didn't you see that Senior Martial Brother Su injured that disciple? Wasn't he also injured? Hu Ben and I wanted to injure him, but at the same time that we injured that disciple, it was unavoidable that we would be injured by others. Since we are all disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, there is no need for us to fight to the death. As for Senior Brother Shi, that's naturally different. Senior Sister Zixia, cough cough, she was snatched away by someone else. If he didn't act ruthlessly, that would be strange. Furthermore, in the end, the sword actually didn't stab down. It must have been Lord Sect Leader who stopped it. Since Lord Sect Leader gave his approval, why would Lord Palace Master vent his anger on us? Didn't you see how Senior Brother Shi avoided it? Even when we left Ruijin Hall, he didn't return. I'm just thinking that since Lord Sect Leader sent us here so early to teach Wuming Hall's disciples martial arts, there must be some big movement in the pugilistic world. Previously, when we dealt with the Misty School, even though the three sects joined forces, many of our brothers died. This time, I'm afraid there will be more. Our spreading fragrance cult has relied on the blessings of our ancestors to stay here. We are far away from the bloodshed and killing in the pugilistic world. This is really a paradise. As for Lord Sect Leader, speaking up to this point, he stopped and didn't continue speaking. The few disciples looked at each other. They understood that Ming Qing felt that the spreading fragrance cult's disciples had already suffered a lot of casualties. Looking at the movement this time, it would definitely be bigger than the previous time. The casualties would be even greater. He felt that it was unwise for Lord Sect Leader to recklessly take part in the pugilistic world's vendetta. However, how could they, as disciples, question Lord Sect Leader's orders? They could only smile and say, since Martial Uncle Ming isn't worried about being reprimanded by Lord Sect Leader, it's good that we're tired of staying at Lingering Fragrance Peak. Coming to Dragon Creek Valley and going to the pugilistic world is also a good thing. Everyone hugged Ming Qing and didn't mention this matter anymore. They only talked about their daily affairs and returned to the tent. After everyone left, Zhang Xiaohua revealed herself from the side of the big rock. Looking at Ming Qing's back, she thought, this Ming Qing has a merciful heart. I wonder which sect leader is going to attack this time. Forget it, anyway the disciples of the Misty School are all at Shirxing Peak. I don't know anyone in the pugilistic world. It has nothing to do with me. It's better for me to look for my precious pill furnace. After that, she formed a seal and went straight to Dragon Head Peak. A few days later, on the broad road, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the back of the David's deer. His eyes were closed and his left and right hands were forming different seals. He was meditating and comprehending the heavenly Tao. It was the sun hanging high in the sky. It shone on his body, making him feel warm. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly frowned. His eyes were not open, but the seals in his left and right hands were continuously forming seals. Then Zhang Xiaohua flew up and floated in the air. The most amazing thing was that as Zhang Xiaohua floated forward, his figure gradually faded. Finally, after a few moments, he completely disappeared. The next moment, Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared above the David's deer. He lowered his head and looked at his hands and feet. He couldn't help but laugh. Haha, so it's like this. Then Zhang Xiaohua disappeared into thin air again. When he reappeared, he was on a tree not far away. The Misty School's flying skill is really magical. Although I haven't learned it, this concealment technique is exactly what I can use. In the future, I can fly in the wind during the day, Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. When he was at Shirxing Peak, he began to practice the flight technique. However, his cultivation was still shallow and he couldn't comprehend it. Even the genuine qi in his body was far from enough to support it. Therefore, he first practiced the flight technique's concealment technique. However, he couldn't fully master it. Until now, when he was comprehending the way of heaven, he suddenly had an epiphany and comprehended the final trick. Haha! Zhang Xiaohua flew back to Huanhuan's back. He touched his nose and praised, "You have a good character." It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaohua was happy. Along the way, in addition to the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace on Longsho Peak, he also found another 8 trigrams purple gold furnace on Dongting Peak yesterday. At this time, there were 5 identical 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces in Zhang Xiaohua's belt. This also proved that Zhang Xiaohua's guess was correct. There was an 8 trigrams purple gold furnace on the 19 peaks of the fragrant cult, but what's the use of having an identical furnace on each peak? This thought had now become a major problem for Zhang Xiaohua to ponder. Huanhuan didn't seem to understand Zhang Xiaohua's confusion. She just walked along the main road and walked in the middle. A few days ago, they would occasionally meet disciples of the fragrant cult on the main road. However, since yesterday after coming down from Dongting Peak, they didn't meet any disciples of the fragrant cult. Perhaps we are almost at the Huan Su. Zhang Xiaohua thought, I wonder how far it is. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked in the direction of the Huan Su. What is that? Zhang Xiaohua asked in surprise. In front of Zhang Xiaohua was a continuous mountain range. In the mountain range, the sky was really covered with dark clouds. It wasn't that there were flashes of lightning in the dark clouds, but that the dark clouds were constantly changing. Could that be the Huan Su? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more she felt that it was right. Didn't the disciples of Wuming Hall on Longsho Peak say that they could see it from afar and would never get lost? Wasn't it true? Let's go and see what exactly is the Huan Su. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huanhuan's bald horn. Huanhuan quickened her pace and headed in the direction of the Huan Su. As the ancient people said, seeing the mountain will cause the horse to run to death. That was right. Although Zhang Xiaohua saw the dark clouds above the Huan Su and the flashes of lightning, it was only 2 days later when she arrived at the Huan Su. As Zhang Xiaohua got closer to the Huan Su, she gradually saw the true appearance of the Huan Su. What kind of place was it? He saw a huge plain between the mountains, which was not inferior to the Yulon Prairie in the Yulon Grand Canyon. However, this plain was not covered with green grass or tall trees. Instead, it was filled with huge broken walls just like the collapsed houses of ordinary people. However, these walls were extremely tall and wide. Although they had already collapsed, the remaining walls that were still standing were more than 3 times the height of ordinary houses. Moreover, the broken pillars were even more frightening. The thickness of the pillars was more than 2 people's height. There was no need to talk about the other things, they were all incomparably huge. The Huan Su, perhaps this is how the Huan Su came to be. Zhang Xiaohua looked from afar and unconsciously understood. Above the huge ruins there were the dark clouds that Zhang Xiaohua saw 2 days ago. The dark clouds shrouded the entire ruins as if there was a heavy rainstorm. These dark clouds slowly rotated. In the middle, some thick lightning shot out from the clouds from time to time and struck down. Although Zhang Xiaohua was still far away from the center, the rumbling thunder had already entered her ears. Great! Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel happy. There was only half of the true qi in his meridians. The rest was absorbed by the delusion breaker Dharma Eye in his left hand. He was worried about how to solve this problem. Now that he saw lightning, how could he not be happy? Other people were afraid of lightning, but Zhang Xiaohua was not. On the deserted island overseas, he had tempered his body with lightning. He had absorbed the qi of heaven and earth into his meridians and cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra to the middle level. Even though the lightning above Huansu was fierce, it would not be too dangerous if he were to guide the lightning carefully. Chapter 899. The majestic sight of the ruins of Huan made Zhang Xiaohua sigh. When he saw the lightning flashing under the dark clouds from afar, he had already imagined that the deserted island in the sea would be covered in red clouds. However, not only was the boundless dark clouds in the sky out of his expectations, even the huge ruins of Huan in front of him left him dumbfounded. He could not believe that the ruins of Huan were really the ruins of ruins. Just as he was thinking, a few disciples came from afar with their lightness techniques. They shouted from afar, "Where are you from? How dare you come to the forbidden area of the sect?" Zhang Xiaohua's expression didn't change. When the four of them came closer, he took out his waist token and handed it over. He said gently, "I am the disciple of Mo Shuigong's guardian. This is my waist token." Mo Shuigong? Guardian disciple? Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. They were really surprised. Mo Shuigong was a female disciple and was their senior sister. They had never heard of a guardian disciple. One of them took Zhang Xiaohua's waist token with vigilance and checked it carefully. It was exactly the same as Mo Shuigong's waist token. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's attire, it was similar to the attire of Rui Jinhao. Ren Wufeng wasn't sure and passed the waist token to the others to check. He then cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother, I am Ren Wufeng, a disciple of Rui Jinhao. May I know your name?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's right. My surname is also Ren and my name is Xiaoyao." Ren Xiaoyao? Ren Wufeng frowned. This name was unfamiliar and he had never heard of it. He asked embarrassedly, "Ren? Senior brother, forgive me for being slow. I have never heard of the position of guardian disciple in Mo Shuigong on Lingxiang Peak. Guardian disciple and guardian disciple are the responsibilities of Rui Jinhao's disciples. Oh, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this forbidden area of the ruins of Huan is also an important place of our sect. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid I'll disappoint the sect leader." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Just a month ago, I was appointed by Jianghu Darren as a protector disciple. It's the first time in recent years that Shidi is suspicious. Junior Marshal brother, please verify the authenticity of the waist token first." The disciples spread the word among themselves and exchanged glances. They nodded slightly and returned the waist token to Zhang Xiaohua. Ren Wufeng smiled and said, "Senior brother Ren, this waist token is naturally real. May I know why senior brother has come to the ruins of Huan?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to smile bitterly. "What can there be? Lord Sect Master is just testing me to come to Huansu to receive Senior Marshal Sister Xia Qing and the others." Senior Marshal Sister Xia? Hearing this, Ren Wufeng's expression relaxed a little but was also a little surprised. Xia Qing and the others had been in the ruins of Huan for more than half a month and had not come out. These disciples had been worried for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua's words indicated that she was a disciple of Mo Xiangong. Otherwise she would not know the whereabouts of Xia Qing and the others. Secondly, this seemingly inconspicuous senior brother Ren was actually here to receive Xia Qing. Could this person's martial arts be higher than senior martial sister Xia Qing's? Zhang Xiaohua's words were usually said casually, but at this time, these disciples misunderstood. Abbess Jingyi had only sent him over to take a look and give some advice. However, after hearing what he said, coupled with the fact that Xia Qing and the others hadn't moved for a long time, these disciples thought that Zhang Xiaohua was here to help Xia Qing. Ren Wufeng was solemn and respectful. He cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble senior martial brother Ren." Senior Marshal Sister Xia and the others have been in for a long time, but there was no news coming out. I was panicking and wanted to send this news back to Lingxiang Peak. I didn't expect Lord Sect Master to already know and send Senior Marshal Brother here in advance. Now I'm relieved. Ah? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that these people had misunderstood her meaning. However, she looked at the lightning and thunder in the middle of the ruins of Huan, which was exactly where she wanted to go. She did not explain and cupped her hands. In that case, please tell me the details of Senior Marshal Sister Xia's situation so that I know what's going on. Yes, that's what I should do. Ren Wufeng nodded. Senior Marshal Sister Xia and her group of 5 arrived here 20 days ago. They said that they were here on Lord Sect Master's orders to check on that thing. Senior Marshal Brother must know that someone was killed by the Divine Thunder a month ago at Lingxiang Peak. Lord Sect Master suspected that something had happened to that thing. In fact, I've been here for many years and that thing would occasionally move, but it shouldn't affect Lingxiang Peak. Of course, this is only my guess. That thing is incomparably mysterious, perhaps its power is unknown. Of course, Ruins of Huan is the forbidden area of our cult of fragrance. Only Mo Nua Gong's disciples can enter. We only patrol the periphery and monitor the changes of that thing. We don't dare to enter the interior. So when Senior Marshal Sister Xia came, I couldn't explain why, so Senior Marshal Sister Xia could only bring the others in to check. That thing? Zhang Xiaohua muttered in her heart. What is that thing? Why is it so mysterious? But, according to Ren Wufeng, that thing is a secret that all the inner disciples of the cult of fragrance know. It's not good for me to ask too much. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua could only vaguely ask, then where did Senior Marshal Sister Xia enter from? Are you sure? That thing is a little strange? Ren Wufeng pointed with his finger and said, of course. I've been patrolling this place for a long time and I can still see this abnormality. On the day that Lord Sect Master asked about it, there was a 5-colored ray of light that flew away, but the direction was a little off. It wasn't facing Lingxiang Peak. And Senior Marshal Sister Xia entered from here. It was us who sent her over. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the direction Ren Wufeng was pointing at and said casually, that thing will emit a 5-colored ray of light every once in a while? It's not fixed. Anyway, I haven't figured out the pattern. Yes, that thing. Why would it emit a 5-colored ray of light? Ah. Ren Wufeng laughed and said, about this? Senior Marshal Brother Ren, you're testing me. Didn't I say just now that I've never entered the ruins of Huan before? How would I know what that thing looks like? Perhaps only Lord Sect Master and the disciples of Mo Shen Palace who have entered before would know what that thing is. Zhang Xiaohua understood and smiled. I'm just asking casually. Junior Brother Ren, please don't blame me. Then she said, saving people is like putting out a fire. If there's nothing else, I'll go in now. Junior Brother Ren, what do you think? Now. Ren Wufeng was stunned. He turned to look at the disciples beside him and asked curiously, Senior Marshal Brother Ren, you don't know about the ruins of Huan? Zhang Xiaohua knew that she was wrong and did not hide it anymore. She smiled and said, that's right. I only knew about the ruins of Huan in the past and did not know the details inside. Moreover, I was sent here by Lord Sect Master when I entered Mo Shen Palace. He did not explain in detail. I have to ask Junior Brother Ren for advice about the whole story. Oh, I see. Ren Wufeng was enlightened and nodded. Since Senior Marshal Brother Ren doesn't know, I'll explain it briefly. I can't say that I'm asking for advice. I just heard some things from the disciples of Mo Shen Palace. By the way, Senior Marshal Brother Ren, have you heard of the Orchid Dusk refinement? Of course. Every disciple should know about the famous Orchid Dusk refinement of our fragrant cult. Yes, I'll let Senior Marshal Brother Ren know. I heard that the size of the ruins of Huan is bigger than the Orchid Prairie. Moreover, there are many ferocious beasts in the Orchid Prairie. It's the same in the ruins of Huan. There are ferocious beasts in here too? Zhang Xiaohua was a little shocked. She looked at the pile of ruins and asked, what do they eat? Ren Wufeng shrugged and said, I've also heard rumors. However, I've seen the saber-toothed tigers in the outermost layer. As for what they live on, I don't know. Saber-toothed tigers? How are they compared to the thunder tiger? Zhang Xiaohua asked. There shouldn't be much of a comparison. Ren Wufeng said with a bitter face. The saber-toothed tigers in the ruins of Huan are ferocious beasts that even the female disciples of Mo Shen Palace have to avoid. How can they be compared to the thunder tiger? So powerful, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Of course, if not, the time to enter the ruins of Huan is not fixed. We can only enter calmly when the saber-toothed tigers do not appear and reduce the chances of encountering the saber-toothed tigers. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head. At this moment, the sky above the ruins of Huan was dark. How could there be sunlight? Seeing this, Ren Wufeng smiled and said, Senior Marshal Brother Ren, don't be anxious. There's still an hour and it'll be the noon. I'll remind you. Alright, other than the saber-toothed tigers, what other ferocious beasts are there? What about the blood wolves and giant apes? Haha, Senior Marshal Brother, you must be joking. Those are the ferocious beasts in the Orchid Prairie. How can there be any in the ruins of Huan? According to the Senior Marshal sister who went in, other than the saber-toothed tigers, there are also the heaven-reaching ape, earth-splitting rhinoceros, fire wolf and mountain-shaking bear. As for their specific strengths, the Senior Marshal sisters are rather afraid of them and do not mention them. Therefore I don't dare to guess rashly. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm already very grateful that Junior Brother Ren can say so much. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not have any reaction on her face, Ren Wufeng said anxiously, Senior Marshal Brother Ren, you should not be careless. These ferocious beasts are not like the ones refined by Yulan Mu. Even if the disciples of Mo Xiangong went in and encountered them, they would avoid them if possible. If they really could not avoid them, they would escape. Unless they really could not escape, they would fight with them. As for those who fought with them, according to the Senior Marshal sisters, they only have a 50-50 chance of survival. They are not confident at all. So powerful? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. He had seen Peacock's martial arts before. Based on this, he could deduce the other disciples. Such martial arts only had a 50-50 chance of survival in the ruins of Huan. It was appropriate to use the ruins of Huan as an example of a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It seems that the ruins of Huan is really the forbidden area of the fragrant cult. In this case, should we still enter the forbidden area? Zhang Xiaohua immediately hesitated. At this moment, Ren Wufeng shouted, Senior Marshal Brother Ren, look, that is the saber-toothed tiger. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked in the direction of Ren Wufeng's finger. She saw a few ferocious beasts slowly walking past the huge pillar. When she saw them clearly, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be shocked. Come. There are more chapters. Chapter 900. The collapsed pillars were scattered between the walls. There were a few extremely tall tiger-shaped ferocious beasts. What surprised Zhang Xiaohua the most was that these tiger-shaped ferocious beasts had long sword-like fangs that protruded from both sides of their mouths. That should be where the saber-toothed tiger got its name from. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger seemed to have sensed the movement here. It raised its head and saw Zhang Xiaohua and the others. Woo, it let out a long hiss and charged towards them. The others followed closely behind. Zhang Xiaohua was alarmed. Just as she was about to make a move, she heard Ren Wufeng chuckling and saying, Senior Brother Ren, don't be anxious. This beast can only stay in the Huan Su and won't be able to take half a step out. There's no need to be afraid. Looking at the others, they were all as steady as Mount Tai and had relaxed expressions. Could it be that the Huan Su is like the Yulon Grand Canyon and also has a restriction? They were still a few meters away from the Huan Su and Zhang Xiaohua's divine perception couldn't reach it. Sure enough, the saber-toothed tiger was agile and easily jumped over the tall pillars and the abandoned walls. It didn't take long for it to get close. However, just like the Yulon Grand Canyon, the saber-toothed tiger stopped when it was still a distance away from the edge of the ruins. It opened its bloody mouth and protruded its sword-like fangs. It roared at Zhang Xiaohua and the others as if it was demonstrating its power. The other saber-toothed tigers did the same. After a long time, perhaps they were tired. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua and the others were only looking at them indifferently, the saber-toothed tigers turned around and continued to walk in the direction they were heading in. After the saber-toothed tigers were far away, Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully, Junior Brother Ren, this? Huan Su, is there something similar to the Great Mountain Protecting Array? Ren Wufeng glanced at Zhang Xiaohua with a hint of meaning in his eyes and smiled. Senior Brother Ren is indeed wise. That's right, I heard from Senior Sister Mo Shuigong that the entire ruins of Huan is an enormous formation, even more powerful than the Yulon Grand Canyon. However, I've only heard of it and have never been inside. I don't have the fate to see it either. Then, Can we see all the monsters that junior apprentice brother Ren mentioned just now? Ren Wufeng shook his head. That's not it. I've only seen saber-toothed tigers here. I've never seen any other beasts before. Perhaps it's inside. Oh? I see. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Based on past experience, the closer one was to the periphery of the array, the weaker the ferocious beasts would be. They would be able to encounter a saber-toothed tiger at the outermost area of Huansu. Looking at that saber-toothed tiger's vigorous figure and ferocious appearance, it was definitely not something to be trifled with. As for the other ferocious beasts, there was no need to talk about them. This ruins of Huan. Should he still enter it? Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. However, at this moment, a huge bolt of lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Suddenly, a five-colored ray of light appeared below the bolt of lightning. With a whoosh, it flew towards the southwest. Look, senior brother Ren. Ren Wufeng shouted. That's the ray of light emitted by that thing. I don't know what it's used for. There seems to be too much of it this time. That's right, what is it used for? What is that thing? Zhang Xiaohua was also astonished. However, he suddenly had a strong feeling in his heart. It was a feeling that he wanted to take that thing for himself. It was a feeling that this thing was extremely important to him. How does this thing have anything to do with me? Zhang Xiaohua was aghast. Then he turned around and asked Ren Wufeng, Junior brother Ren, are you sure that this ray of light is the same as the one that struck our lingering fragrance peak? Ren Wufeng shook his head. That day, I told Lord Sect Leader clearly that when the lightning struck lingering fragrance peak, there was indeed a five-colored ray of light. However, the direction was not lingering fragrance peak. As for where this ray of light went and whether it was lightning or not, I have no idea. Then he smiled and said, if I knew, wouldn't senior sister Xia and the rest not have to go in? Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. Previously he had wanted to go in. Now that his mind was affected, all the more he wanted to go in and take a look. As for the ferocious beasts, he would deal with them accordingly. All right, senior brother Ren, you can go in now. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was pondering, Ren Wufeng cupped his hands and said, Senior brother Ren, I wish you a safe journey. Bring senior sister Xia and the rest out of the ruins of Huan. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. I'll be counting on junior brother Ren's auspicious words. Then Ren Wufeng pointed at a collapsed door and said, Senior brother, you can go in from here. I don't know what's inside. All right. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and bade them farewell. Zhang Xiaohua rode on the David's deer. Before they even got close to the ruins of Huan let out a low cry and did not dare to take another step forward. Zhang Xiaohua brought the David's deer with good intentions, hoping that Huan could also find some kind of opportunity inside, like little Martin, to have more powerful magical powers. Seeing this, he could only smile bitterly. He turned around and threw Huan aside. He told Ren Wufeng and the rest that they did not need to pay attention to it. When he came out, he would naturally find it. With the great wisdom sword in his hand, Zhang Xiaohua approached the collapsed door again. With his divine sense, he knew that the door was surrounded by arrays and there was only a gap in the door. He didn't know if it was because the array had been there for a long time or if this was the entrance to the array. Zhang Xiaohua sent his divine sense into the door and didn't see anything unusual. He extended his sword and walked in. Inside the door, there were also broken walls and it looked no different from the outside. Zhang Xiaohua leaped onto a section of the wall and looked around. All he could see was ruins and he couldn't see anything unusual. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and headed towards the center of the ruins of Huan. He executed the ethereal steps and flew towards the center of the ruins of Huan. After walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the disciples behind him couldn't see him anymore. He flew up and prepared to use his Imperial Wind technique to fly inside. Just as he was floating in the air before he could use his Imperial Wind technique, he felt a huge force tugging at his body from the ground. It was as if he couldn't resist and was pulled to the ground. Pah! He landed on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua quickly released his divine sense and looked around. He didn't see anything unusual. However, when he executed the Imperial Wind technique again, he couldn't fly. When he executed the Earth Escape technique again, the ground under his feet was as hard as iron and he couldn't burrow through it. The Earth Escape technique is actually prohibited in the ruins of Huan. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. He originally wanted to execute the Imperial Wind technique to enter the center of the lightning and see if there was anything unusual. He wanted to see if he could take advantage of it before he went to look for Xia Qing and the rest. Since the array restricted his earth escape technique, he could only execute the ethereal steps and slowly walk in. If he could just use the ethereal steps, it wouldn't be a troublesome task. However, when Zhang Xiaohua walked for a few hundred feet, he jumped down from a collapsed palace and flew towards another pillar. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed by and slashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. Shit, someone is sneak attacking me. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the flash of light appeared in front of him. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to raise his sword and his left hand was in front of his chest. Without thinking, he used his arm to block the flash of light. Chi. His brand new robe was cut open and the flash of light was blocked by Venerable Fire Dragon's robe. After that, the flash of light disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw clearly that it was a streak of heaven-earth essence Chi. It was like a long sword and it disappeared in a flash. My god, what's going on? Since when did my character become so bad? Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly. However, he immediately understood that since the Huansu was an array, there would definitely be an attack. Xia Qing and the rest had entered the array with Nun Jingyi's guidance and wouldn't be attacked by the array. Nun Jingyi only asked him to help Xia Qing and didn't ask him to enter the array. Of course, there was no need for her to tell him the way to enter the array. Wasn't he just looking for trouble by barging in? However, when he thought about the lightning in the middle of the Huansu and the feeling that the item gave him, Zhang Xiaohua squinted his eyes and released his divine sense. He carefully walked in from another direction. After walking for a few feet, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly stopped. The great wisdom sword in his right hand blocked in front of him. It was precisely a flash of light that attacked him. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. It was really the sound of two swords clashing. The flash of light was immediately shattered. Immediately after, before Zhang Xiaohua had the time to relax, a few more flashes of light came at him in a disorderly manner. Zhang Xiaohua raised his sword as if he was fighting with someone. He used all kinds of techniques and struck down the flashes of light one by one. Haha. After striking down the flashes of light, Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings were actually slightly denser with heaven-earth essence Qi. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He executed the Worry-Free Heart Sutra and absorbed the heaven-earth essence Qi into his body. However, just as he refined the heaven-earth essence Qi before he could rejoice, he suddenly heard a few howls. He looked to the side and saw a few saber-toothed tigers running towards him. They seemed to have smelled something. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly spread out his body and walked a few feet forward. He carefully hid his body under a roof. Just as he hid, the saber-toothed tigers arrived. They stopped at the place where Zhang Xiaohua had struck the flashes of light. The saber-toothed tigers were happily circling around there. They opened their mouths and seemed to be breathing with all their might. Io! Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously slapped his forehead. Those saber-toothed tigers obviously didn't smell his scent. They clearly smelled the dense heaven-earth essence Qi just now. Sure enough, when the saber-toothed tiger finished absorbing the Yuan Qi, it turned left and right and was about to leave. At this moment, one of the saber-toothed tigers suddenly turned its head and sniffed the ground. It raised its head and looked in the direction where Zhang Xiaohua was hiding. It happened to meet Zhang Xiaohua's gaze. Wu, the saber-toothed tiger let out a cry and pounced towards Zhang Xiaohua. Sigh, needless to say, it had already discovered Zhang Xiaohua's whereabouts. Seeing that the saber-toothed tigers were about to catch up to them, Zhang Xiaohua jumped down. She held her heavy sword and stared coldly at the excited saber-toothed tigers. Calm. Chapter 901. The saber-toothed tigers seemed to be human-like. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua standing with her sword, they were startled at first. Then a few saber-toothed tigers separated and walked to Zhang Xiaohua's two sides, surrounding Zhang Xiaohua in the middle. Then the saber-toothed tiger that faced Zhang Xiaohua pounced on her. When it was in front of her, it swung its head and its sword-like fangs immediately slashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's neck. My god, this saber-toothed tiger actually knows moves. As Zhang Xiaohua thought, the heavy sword in her hand met the saber-toothed tiger's attack. Dang! The two weapons collided. The saber-toothed tiger's eyes were filled with shock and pain. Its body borrowed the rebounding force from the heavy sword to turn its body. With a hoo sound, its tail swept over. Zhang Xiaohua had seen the saber-toothed tiger's moves in the Yulon Grand Canyon. She knew that this tail sweep was extremely powerful. Since she couldn't withdraw her heavy sword in time, she could only curl up her body and flip in the air to dodge the tail. However, the saber-toothed tiger's tail was extremely nimble. When it saw Zhang Xiaohua dodge, the tail swept over Zhang Xiaohua's head and immediately slashed down diagonally. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already recovered her strength. She raised her heavy sword and used all her strength to meet the tail head-on. Dang! A loud sound was heard as the two iron rods collided. Zhang Xiaohua's hand was numb and even the heavy sword sank down. Oh my god! Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat flabbergasted. How did this saber-toothed tiger grow? Its tail is actually like an iron rod and its strength is not small. Even the experts in the pugilistic world are inferior to it. Zhang Xiaohua was horrified, but the saber-toothed tiger was even more horrified. They lived in the ruins of Huanshu. Their heads were tough, their claws were sharp, and their tails were strong. Even thick pillars could be easily chopped off. However, they had never suffered such a big loss. The saber-toothed tiger's tail was swung up by Zhang Xiaohua's heavy sword. It almost lost its balance and fell to the ground. When the saber-toothed tiger stabilized its body, it became even angrier. It squatted back and opened its mouth to spit out a small golden sword that was smaller than a palm at Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more stunned. Could this saber-toothed tiger be like the Yulon Grand Canyon's Blood Wolf King and could spit things out from its mouth? That small golden sword arrived in front of Zhang Xiaohua's chest in a flash. In a hurry, Zhang Xiaohua raised her heavy sword and blocked in front of her. With a ding sound, the small golden sword was smashed into pieces and turned into wisps of heaven and earth's qi. Zhang Xiaohua was also forced to take a step back. Looking at her heavy sword, it was not injured at all. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's face again, there was no expression of surprise. Seeing that the small golden sword was smashed into pieces and dissipated in the air, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. This was no different from the Blood Wolf King's wind blades. It was the result of the spiritual beast's manipulation of heaven and earth's qi. This saber-toothed tiger was obviously more powerful than the Blood Wolf King. Zhang Xiaohua had already encountered this battle situation before. Moreover, although the qi of heaven and earth in Huansu was denser than outside, it was not enough to support the unlimited usage of the saber-toothed tiger. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was not nervous. It was just that the Blood Wolf King had also released a lot of wind blades last time. Presumably, this saber-toothed tiger would be able to release more. Zhang Xiaohua's dragon-binding ring to deal with the Blood Wolf King was not very useful at this time. After all, there were several saber-toothed tigers by the side, eyeing covetously. Trapping one was useless. She still had to find a way to subdue the saber-toothed tiger. Just as she was thinking, the saber-toothed tiger's small golden sword shot out one after another. The speed was faster than the previous and the strength was also stronger than the previous. Zhang Xiaohua did not have any good ideas. She could only block and dodge at the same time. Luckily, the other saber-toothed tigers had good individual fighting qualities. They stepped forward and attacked together. With a hoo sound, a small sword that was bigger than usual flew over. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to use her heavy sword to block, the small sword bent and dodged under the heavy sword. It was actually the same as the flying sword that Zhang Xiaohua used. Fuck! Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to swing her sword and immediately dodged to the side. Her left hand hurriedly took out Chasing Dream, wanting to use Chasing Dream to deflect the golden sword. At this moment, a huge shadow pounced over. It was the saber-toothed tiger that took advantage of Zhang Xiaohua's carelessness to open its mouth and attack with its sharp teeth. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She thought of an illusion and did not hesitate. She used the ethereal steps and lowered her body. Like a wisp of smoke, she scuttled past the saber-toothed tiger's body. And the Chasing Dream in her hand, did not forget to raise it high above her head. Sure enough, it was effective. When Zhang Xiaohua scuttled past the saber-toothed tiger, the golden sword that was chasing after her also closed in. However, just as it reached Zhang Xiaohua's face, it turned into Yuan Qi and disappeared in the air. Looking at the saber-toothed tiger again, it was crawling on the ground with blood flowing out. Even its intestines were flowing out. After twitching a few times, it did not know that Zhang Xiaohua had cut open its stomach. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly at the saber-toothed tiger's ignorance of the illusion. She stared at the saber-toothed tiger cautiously, guarding against any changes. In the saber-toothed tiger's blood, she found a golden bead that was smaller than a green bean. This bead was so small that if not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to observe it, and that this golden bead emitted a strong yuan qi fluctuation, Zhang Xiaohua would not have noticed it. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to make a move, the saber-toothed tigers beside her roared angrily. They opened their mouths and shot out all kinds of small golden swords. These small swords were different in color and size, but they were all powerful and fast. Zhang Xiaohua laughed heartily. She abandoned the great wisdom sword and held Chasing Dream in her hand. She then focused on drilling into the saber-toothed tiger's stomach. The saber-toothed tiger's stomach was indeed its weak point. Zhang Xiaohua tried the saber-toothed tiger's back, but the small sword could not pierce it at all. However, the pure white fur on the stomach could be easily pierced by Chasing Dream. Not long after, the remaining saber-toothed tigers were dealt with by Zhang Xiaohua. Without exception, they all crawled on the ground and died with their stomachs cut open. Holding the golden beads in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua carefully examined them. These beads were extremely round and contained an astonishing amount of yuan qi. Zhang Xiaohua tried to absorb the yuan qi from the yuan stones, but she could not absorb a single trace. What is this? Why is it so strange? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be puzzled. She pinched the hard beads in her hand. The golden light gave off an extremely sharp feeling. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She extended her hand and kept the few small beads into a jade box. She then took out the Blood Wolf King's corpse from her waist and did the same thing. She cut open the Blood Wolf King's abdomen. Sure enough, she found a small white bead in the Blood Wolf King's abdomen. It was actually smaller than a green bean. That white bead was the same as the golden bead. It contained an extremely strong yuan qi of the world. However, this milky white brilliance gave off an unfathomable feeling. Looking at the two different beads, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. After thinking for a long time, she suddenly slapped her forehead. The brilliance of this bead was extremely similar to the pale white bead that Huang Feng spat out from its mouth. However, Huang Feng's bead was much bigger than this one. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Why did these beasts have such a plaything in their abdomen? What was it used for? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. That day in the secret room in the Yulon Grand Canyon, she saw the disemboweled black lightning. Wasn't it the same as these saber-toothed tigers? Could it be that the elder of Lingering Fragrance Peak killed Black Lightning just to snatch this bead? Zhang Xiaohua nodded in her heart. That's right. Huang Feng split one of his beads into two and gave it to Little Martin and Little Dog. The two of them were saved. Since the Blood Wolf King and the saber-toothed tiger had this small bead, they were able to spit out wind blades and golden swords from their mouths. This bead must have a great use, it's just that she didn't know about it. Hee, I've picked up a treasure. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. She kept the corpses of the saber-toothed tigers and the Blood Wolf King into her belt. Who knew if there were any secrets on their bodies that she didn't know about? After packing up, Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that the black vortex was still far away. She was still in a pile of ruins. She didn't know if it was the place she came in from. Anyway, she didn't know the route. She still had to walk towards the center of the Huansu. Wasn't there a path everywhere? Zhang Xiaohua confirmed the direction and used the ethereal steps to move forward. After walking for a while, she still didn't see any saber-toothed tigers. This made Zhang Xiaohua very depressed. Could it be that the heavens are benevolent? Asking me to kill less? I just want to accumulate some fun beats. If they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them either. And Zhang Xiaohua was sure that if the saber-toothed tigers didn't provoke him, he wouldn't kill them. This was in line with his vow to not kill innocent people. However, the saber-toothed tigers didn't know how powerful he was and his vow. This was a little too sanctimonious. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was regretfully walking forward, he arrived at a rather large empty area. It was a 3 feet wide area and there wasn't anything. Zhang Xiaohua didn't think too much and entered it. However, when he entered, he realized that something was wrong. The scene in front of him changed and it was a vast area. Oh no, I'm so careless. I actually barged into an illusion array. Zhang Xiaohua was very regretful. Of course, there were so many places around. He could have gone around casually. Who would be like him and barge in like a headless fly? Just as he was trying to figure out a way to break out of the formation, a group of lights rose up from the horizon not far away. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care if he didn't look, but when he saw the rapidly approaching lights, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Yes, he had never been so surprised. Could it be that this is the flaw? But how could there be a flaw here? Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think about it. She immediately swung her heavy sword and drew a large circle in front of her chest. Then she threw it towards the blurry area. Kacha, clang, a few crisp sounds rang out. A gap the size of a person was actually created among the sword shadows. It was just enough for Zhang Xiaohua to squeeze through. With a schwa sound, the sword shot past Zhang Xiaohua and landed on the ground beneath her feet. Following that, another wave of brilliance rose from the distance. Just like before, they flew towards Zhang Xiaohua. However, in this wave of swords, there was a gap in the swords that Zhang Xiaohua had knocked down. Zhang Xiaohua's fear was greatly dissipated. She only needed to aim at the gap and jump into it. How could there be any danger? However, Zhang Xiaohua used his finger to scratch his chin and had an idea. He extended his hand and took out the Crimson Spirit Shield from his bosom. He formed a seal and a breath of clear air sprayed onto the Crimson Spirit Shield. The Crimson Spirit Shield immediately emitted a brilliance and gradually rose above Zhang Xiaohua's head. It protected Zhang Xiaohua's entire body tightly. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to see if this meteor-like flying sword was as sharp as he imagined it to be. Sure enough, when the flying sword hit the Crimson Spirit Shield's defense like a moth to a flame, it did not take long before the brilliance dimmed. Wonderful! Zhang Xiaohua did not test it anymore. She jumped out from the gap and formed a seal to withdraw the Crimson Spirit Shield. After testing the prowess of the swords, Zhang Xiaohua began to ponder on how to break this illusion array. Needless to say, these swords could only exist in an illusory array. Those blurry sword shadows were probably due to the fact that the illusory array was too old, and the heaven and earth yuan qi was insufficient, resulting in such a huge flaw. Otherwise, how could Zhang Xiaohua's few sword flashes shatter all the sword shadows in that area? As for this illusion array, if Zhang Xiaohua's guess was right, it should be an empty space of a few feet. However, she did not know if this illusion array could expand the size of the empty space. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and executed the ethereal steps. She picked a direction and ran forward. That net of swords also followed. No matter where Zhang Xiaohua ran to, waves of swords would shoot over. Cough cough, of course, the swords were just decorations now. Zhang Xiaohua did not have the mood to provoke them. Even if she could not provoke them, she could still avoid them. Every time she jumped, it would be fine as long as she jumped accurately. As expected, after a few waves of swords, when Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was about to reach the end of the empty space, the swords no longer rose from the distance. That was close. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat on her forehead and smiled. If this illusion array could change its size, I would not be able to escape even if I were to die of exhaustion. Zhang Xiaohua took a few steps out of the illusory array and came to the tall pillar that appeared in the ruins. Looking back at the ordinary empty space, Zhang Xiaohua had a lingering fear. He wanted to break the illusory array and see how it turned the flying swords into a group of swords. However, he had never seen this array before and had no way of breaking it. Even if there was a flying sword hidden under the empty space, he could not burrow into the ground now, so how could he get it? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua raised the heavy sword and advanced cautiously. This time Zhang Xiaohua learned her lesson. Whenever she saw an empty space, she would avoid it. She did not move in a straight line and made a detour. However, it was not all for naught. During this period, she met a few saber-toothed tigers. Under their attacks, Zhang Xiaohua did not show any weakness and kept a few golden pearls. The Huan ruins covered a huge area. Zhang Xiaohua ran for a long time until the sun set. Only then did she reach a huge abandoned palace. Of course, this palace was the same as the one Zhang Xiaohua saw previously. It had long collapsed and only a few golden and dazzling fragments of stone and broken walls showed its former glory. This is... Zhang Xiaohua scanned the place with her divine sense and found a plaque with faint energy under a pile of rubble. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and walked over. She took out the great wisdom sword and cleared the rubble around the plaque. She even removed the huge rock that was pressing down on the plaque, revealing a plaque that was taller than Zhang Xiaohua. On the plaque there were 3 large words, Rui Jin Hall. If Zhang Xiaohua was not proficient in the Shua Wen Jiezi, she might not be able to recognize it. Rui Jin Hall? When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was stunned. She pinched her chin and pondered. This name was actually the same as the Rui Jin Hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak. Could there be a connection between the two? Could it be that this ruin was where the Emo Sua Palace used to be? What happened later on that caused it to be moved to Lingering Fragrance Peak? But what was the reason for this? To be able to destroy such a large area of the palace, It was almost the same as pushing down the entire lingering fragrance peak. Forbidden ground, forbidden ground. There are indeed endless secrets inside. Zhang Xiaohua retracted her gaze from the plaque of Ruijin Hall, and looked at the large damaged palace behind her. Based on her previous experience, this palace shouldn't have any restrictions. Forget it, I should find that thing as soon as possible or replenish the energy of heaven and earth required by the delusion breaker magic eye. Wouldn't it be better for me to recover my cultivation as soon as possible? When she thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua floated and took a detour to the side. However, things didn't go well. Just as she took a detour around the palace, she encountered two saber-toothed tigers that were several times larger than the one she saw previously. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua had already learned the essence of Tiger Slayer. After a few tricks, she still managed to sneak attack the two saber-toothed tigers from below. She killed the two saber-toothed tigers and obtained the bead that was one size larger than the golden bead. Just as Zhang Xiaohua kept the bead and the saber-toothed tigers, she suddenly thought of something. Yellow Wind was like the wind and flew at a fast speed. The small bead in its stomach was pale white. The Blood Wolf King could spit out wind blades from its mouth, and the small bead in its stomach was also pale white. As for the saber-toothed tiger, it could actually spit out small golden swords, and the small bead in its stomach was actually golden. Could it be related to the 5 elements? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua turned back to look at the place she came from. The illusory array she encountered just now was mainly made of flying swords. There were no other attacks, and the saber-toothed tiger's body was as hard as iron. What did this mean? Didn't Ren Wufeng, who was outside the Huan Ruins, say that the Huan Ruins was a huge array formation? Then, what was this array formation? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of excitement. She looked at the Ruijin Palace next to her and suppressed the urge to go in. First, she used her divine sense to check the heaven and earth yuan qi in the air. Then she quickly rushed forward. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the front of the Ruijin Palace with a surprised look on her face. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.